Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 322. Some people are born different. When Yuzumi arrived, Kigali jumped up with strength from nowhere, wiped her tears, and hid her pad behind her. Ha. Tell me, how did that kid bully you? Father. Let's take a look together. Although I can't drive him if we review the situation, an observer can give a more accurate opinion. Father. Do you know? Yes, I already know. Yuzumi nodded. In fact, Kigali's every move did not escape Yuzumi's sight, including her frequent visits to the Aurora Society, and her scolding of herself and Yang Hui every time she saw the M1 heretic, and also the whole process of Kigali being educated by Yang Hui. To be honest, if it wasn't for Yuzumi's request, Yang Hui might not have paid attention to this little bear girl Kigali. He would have thrown her out directly after interrupting the normal training, and would he have wasted time to attack her? Kigali turned her head away, feeling embarrassed. She had always been proud and arrogant. She didn't want to let others see her make a fool of herself, so she didn't intend to accept Yuzumi's proposal. No one knows a son better than his father. Yuzumi could see that Kigali was arrogant, so without her consent, his old hands burst out with unparalleled speed and took the pad that Kigali had hidden behind her. Father. Don't look. He waved his hand to block Kigali's action to take it back, operated the pad with one hand, and began to watch the whole process of Kigali being taught a lesson. Stop making trouble and watch carefully. Hearing Yuzumi's tone become serious, Kigali didn't dare to make trouble anymore, and sat down next to Yuzumi to watch her make a fool of herself. At first, her shy face was about to bleed, but after each record, Kigali's shyness would be reduced by a few points, and her solemnity and surprise would be increased by a point. After being completely slaughtered, seeing that her counterattacks were easily resolved by Yang Hui every time, Kigali also discovered how terrifying Yang Hui was, because all her counterattacks were avoided by Yang Hui's machine with a slight deviation. If you look closely, you can find that Yang Hui's machine's movements can be accurate to a terrifying degree. How? How could it be? How did he do it? Basic training. What? Kigali looked at Yuzumi in amazement, feeling that his answer was a fantasy. When the simulation program was completed, Yang Hui showed me that the basic training is divided into levels 1 to 10. The content is all basic operations, and the difference is the frequency. Frequency. Yes, you tried level 1 today. It was boring, right? Well, that's just a toddler's lesson. It's meaningless. Then I say, shorten the interval between each instruction in level 1 by 10 times. Huh? Not only is the interval between each instruction shortened, but the movement plus the limited distance, the landing point of the jump is accurate to the feet. In this case, will you still feel bored? This. In Kigali's shocked eyes, Yuzumi took out his pad, connected to his personal database, and called up a confidential file for Kigali to see. What is this? The only person who passed the basic training of level 10. Before Kigali could react, she saw the M1 heretic in the pad making dazzling moves, and the error range of each move was less than 10 centimeters. From jumping to landing, his feet just fell into the narrow range of instructions. This process did not last long, and it was over in about 5 minutes. It's over. Well, it should be said that it was forced to end. Forced? What do you mean? Because the data of the M1 heretic is simulated, according to the calculation of the system, the M1 heretic will disintegrate in less than 5 minutes under such high-intensity exercise. What did you say? That is to say, the M1 heretic alone cannot withstand the basic training of level 10. This is just basic training, not including combat. Is this something a human can do? Kigali said in horror, her mouth wide open, her jaw almost dislocated. To be honest, when I first saw this record, my expression was not much better than yours, but this is indeed a real person's operation. Who is it? Didn't you just get taught a lesson by him? It was Yang Hui? How is it possible? Let's take a look at another record. As he said that, Yuzumi retrieved another confidential document and clicked it for Kigali to watch. This is Dawn. Yes, Yang Hui's special machine, Dawn. His opponent is a mixed force of 50, Zine, and 20, Zegu. Of course, it's just a data simulation. The simulated battle began. Kagami watched intently. As she watched, she was dumbfounded again, because in her sight, dawn was like a golden meteor, flickering back and forth with a long tail, and it would definitely leave blooming fireworks wherever it went. From the beginning of the battle to the end of the battle, 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 50, zing, 20, zigu, all destroyed. So Kagami, it's not shameful to lose to Yang Hui. Yuzumi comforted. This. You want to learn Ms. driving. I want to oppose it, but I can't stop you. So I hope you can learn from Yang Hui. Even if you only learn some basics, it can increase your chances of surviving in battle. Father. Yang Hui. How is it possible? He is. Some people in the world are different from others after all, and Yang Hui is a true genius. No, he is no longer a genius, but a real strong man. Kagami was very confused. She knew that Yang Hui was very mature and excellent since he was a child. He has always been the child of other people's families, but she was not convinced. She was confident that she would not lose to Yang Hui if she worked hard, but, time and time again, one thing after another, completely shattered the pride in Kagami's heart. Where are you going? Yuzumi saw Kagami turn off the pad, got up and walked out of the room, and did not stop her. I'm going to train. Yes, Kagami admitted that Yang Hui was much better than her. To put it bluntly, one is a god in the sky and the other is a mortal on land, but she just didn't accept it. She just wanted Yang Hui to recognize her. No longer treat yourself with an indifferent attitude. Seeing this, Yuzumi's mouth curled up. Yang Hui was right. Kagami was spoiled by him since she was a child. She didn't have the reserve that a girl should have, nor the generosity and stability that a boy should have. She was so thick-skinned that someone needed to teach her a lesson. The Princess of Orb grew up in an environment of luxury. If she wanted to grow up, her pride had to be completely crushed, and Yang Hui was the most suitable candidate. Alice, it's a pity that these two children are not destined to be together. Gurgle 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 ha. During the break, Kira tiredly dragged his body out of the cockpit of the assault. When he came to the cafeteria, he didn't rush to get food, but drank a bottle of water, and then he found the comfort of being alive. Kira. Thor? Why are you here? And your clothes? Hearing the familiar shout, Kira turned around and saw Thor wearing Orb's driving suit, holding lunch and standing behind him. Hey, didn't Yang Hui promise us? He would teach us how to drive, Ms., but are you okay? Kira, you look very tired. Thor asked with concern. I'm fine, just a little tired, I'll be fine after a rest. Kira replied with a forced smile. Is your training hard? Thor asked. A little. Kira's smile became more forced and stiff. Is it hard? Of course. Kira didn't know much about other Miss pilots, but he had also experienced many battles. Apart from anything else, Setsuna, Lal and Tieria were definitely more powerful than Atheron. Even an Iron Man couldn't stand the bombardment of 3 people like this. You are worthy of it. Sonny and I are still wandering in basic training, and it's just a simulation. Thor said regretfully. He knew that there were prescribed procedures for training, but who doesn't want to feel the heaviness of Ms. directly? Sai. Kira was silent when Sai was mentioned. He didn't know how to face Sai, and even didn't know how to face Thor, Mirialia and Kaz. If Thor and Mirialia hadn't taken the initiative to talk to him from time to time, they would have been strangers. Even so, Kira would not take the initiative to talk to them, and even avoided them. Kira. Thor didn't know how to persuade Kira, Sai and Frey about the complicated relationship between them. It was undeniable that Kira did something unkind and dyed Sai's head with the grass color, but thinking about it carefully later, Frey experienced the pain of losing her father, and it was not difficult to understand that she wanted to find a safer support. I'm leaving first. I have work to do in the afternoon. Okay. Kira's back looked lonely and lonely. Thor opened his mouth and wanted to call Kira, but he couldn't say it. Thor? What's wrong with you? Sonny also came over with a plate. Seeing Kira's back leaving, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Sai, you and Kira. Stop talking, Thor. Okay. The two were a little excited today. Even if it was a simulation training, even if the results were not very good, they were still exposed to driving Ms. But because of Kira, the excitement in their hearts disappeared, and they ate lunch in silence. On the other side, Kira packed 2 lunches and returned to the Archangel. Frey was already waiting for him in the room. Kira, you're back. Yes, are you hungry? Yes, I'm hungry. Thank you, Kira. Kira handed the lunch to Frey and refused to have lunch with her. He wiped the sweat off his face and sat in front of the terminal, called up the file, and started working. Seeing this, Frey's face became very ugly. Since leaving North Africa, Frey found that Kira began to get out of her control. Usually, he still acted like he liked her and took care of her, but she could feel that Kira was gradually alienating her. Kira, aren't you going to meet your parents? Frey suddenly asked this question for some reason. Hearing this, Kira's hands paused for a moment, but he quickly resumed his work and answered Frey, "This thing is more complicated than I thought. I have to deal with it before the Archangel sets sail." He answered Frey's question, but it was as if he hadn't answered it. Kira deliberately avoided his parents' questions because he also had doubts and estrangements about his parents at this time. He was afraid to question his parents, and afraid to get the truth. "You're lying. You're lying." Chapter 323, Like Water and Fire. Liar. You're lying. Frey came to Kira and slammed the table, interrupting Kira's work. "What do you mean? Are you sympathizing? Are you sympathizing with me?" Frey. Kira knew that Frey had misunderstood him. Although it was not that she had no sympathy and care, it was more because Kira didn't know how to face his parents, because he had been confused by the identity of the adjuster since he boarded the Archangel. Just as he was about to explain, Frey interrupted him again. "Because no one will come to see me, you think I'm pitiful, right?" Frey. "No. What a joke. Don't try to be so mean. Why do I have to be sympathized by people like you?" Frey. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch Frey's shoulder to comfort her. He didn't know how many times he had repeated this action, but Frey slapped him away. "Shouldn't you be the one who is sad? Shouldn't you be the one who is pitiful? Poor Kira, lonely Kira, suffering from the battle, crying at every turn, woo." Frey's tone was full of sarcasm. She was mocking Kira and herself. She felt sorry for Kira and herself because she found that being pitiful, lonely, painful, and crying at every turn. What was the difference between her and Kira? What was the difference between herself and Kira? Kira still had Thor and Miria to talk to him from time to time, and Kigali's affection for him, and Yang Hui's concern and care for him. What about her? Besides Kira, what else did she have? Frey, who had given up on herself, threw herself into Kira's arms and cried, gently beating Kira's chest. But why? Why do I have to suffer the sympathy of someone like you?" Frey found that she had also changed, because her feelings for Kira were no longer to use him for revenge, but she was really moved, so she was so angry and sad, because she found that Kira cared for her and took care of her not because he liked her, but just out of sympathy and pity. Kira subconsciously raised his hand and wanted to hug Frey, but he put it down as soon as he raised it, turning his head away from the crying Frey. "Frey, it's over, we can't go on like this, we were wrong." "What do you mean? What do you mean by this?" In grief and anger, Frey pushed Kira away and fled the room, and Kira did not chase her, but stayed alone in the room with a painful look. Did he really not see through Frey's intentions? No, he actually saw through it. Frey was willing to be with him just to use him for revenge. But Kira didn't say it, nor did he refuse, because he was also in pain. He also needed a harbor to dock, needed a gentle embrace to soothe the sadness in his heart. So, between him and Frey, it was more of a cooperative relationship. But gradually, maybe it was because they shared the same pain? Or maybe it was because they fell in love over time? Not only Frey was attracted to Kira, but Kira was also attracted to Frey. Wrong relationship, wrong feelings. Kira didn't know how to face it, and he didn't dare to get deeper. Maybe if they continue to be together, they will truly fall in love with each other, but this relationship was wrong from the beginning, and the result will definitely be more and more wrong. So, since Frey gave this opportunity, let's end it. Yuzumi saw Yang Hui when he returned to the mansion. What happened again? Yuzumi knew how busy Yang Hui was now. If he could make him come to the mansion to find him in person, there must be something important. Anyway, it couldn't be a trivial matter like teaching Kigali a lesson and then asking Yuzumi for his attitude. The Yamato couple's here. You know. Hearing this, Yuzumi frowned. If you want to find out, you can still find out. What do you want to do? Nothing, I just want to meet them. No. Yuzumi would never let Yang Hui meet the Yamato couple before he figured out Yang Hui's purpose. After all, Kira's life experience involved too many things. Do you think it can be kept secret forever? Facing Yang Wei's question, Yuzumi couldn't answer, but if possible, he certainly hoped that the truth could be kept secret forever. After all, the truth was too cruel, and Kira and Kigali might really collapse if they knew the truth, especially Kira. I don't plan to use this matter to do anything, I just hope you will think about it carefully. Rather than being used by bad people in the future, it's better to tell them in advance. After saying that, Yang Hui left, and didn't force Yuzumi to take him to see the Yamato couple. It was enough to bring what he should say. As for Kira's life experience and the truth, it is indeed cruel. Yulian Xiong is indeed a beast. To put it bluntly, he is the root of the distortion of the Gundam seed world. But, the bare truth will be unearthed one day. Yang Hui didn't want Kigali and Kira to let the old lion tell them at the last moment of his life, nor did he want Kira to learn from the enemy. Now they are still in Norb. If Kigali and Kira are suffering because of the truth, Yang Hui can also help them. Once the time node of the original plot is reached, it will no longer be under his control. Just after leaving Yuzumi's mansion, when he was in the car, Yang Hui's pad rang. It was the highest level of encrypted message. Yang Hui immediately asked the driver to pull over the roadside, started the sealing program, and even took out a jammer to block all surrounding signals. After decrypting the information and seeing the content, Yang Hui's eyes widened and the corners of his mouth curled up in an exaggerated arc. Finally I got in touch with him. Plant, far away in the universe, has also undergone tremendous changes recently. The election day for the Speaker of the Plant Supreme Council has just ended. The war with the Earth Army is becoming increasingly fierce, and the situation of Zaft has also fallen into a stalemate. Patrick Serra cleverly used the apology and compensation of Heliopolis to overwhelm Siegel Klein and become the new speaker. This represents a huge change in the pattern of the Supreme Council. The moderates led by Siegel Klein have been completely suppressed by the radicals. It also represents that Siegel Klein and Patrick Serra, two friends for many years, have completely parted ways. Damn it. Patrick. As soon as Siegel Klein returned home, he locked himself in the study and threw a tantrum. He was angry at his incompetence and could not stop his friend's crazy behavior. Dong-Dong-Hu. Father, it's me. Lakis? Come in. Lakis entered the study, and Siegel Klein also suppressed his anger, but the remaining helplessness could not be hidden. What's the matter? Father, you've already lost. Are you not going to act anymore? Yes. Lux was not surprised at all by Siegel Klein's question. After all, Siegel Klein was her father. No matter how good her acting skills were, she could not hide it from Siegel Klein's eyes. She had always packaged herself as a naive and innocent daughter, and Siegel Klein was just cooperating with her. Is it so serious? Yes, everything is just as he expected. By now, you should have admitted it. Lux sat opposite Siegel Klein and said seriously. She was not innocent and lovely at all. Even Siegel Klein couldn't help but sigh that his daughter was really scary. Yes, that child, what a monster. Did she predict today's situation a year ago? What Siegel Klein also found scary was Yang Hui, who was far away on Earth. After the tragedy of Bloody Valentine, Siegel Klein secretly invited Yang Hui to meet with him and planned, and he met with Yang Hui alone. Yang Hui predicted the future development. Zaft's revenge on the Earth will cause countless tragic casualties, and the Earth Army and Zaft will be deadlocked. Siegel Klein and Patrick Serra, who are good friends, will also go their separate ways and even become enemies, because Patrick Serra will carry out racial superiority to the end and will never accept the peace talks of coexistence with natural people. As a moderate, Siegel Klein is the obstacle for Patrick Serra to completely control Plant and Zaft, and will definitely be eliminated. At that time, Siegel Klein did not believe in Yang Hui. He believed in his friend. Although he was radical, he would never do anything to him. But now, Siegel Klein's position as speaker was taken away, and he also felt a strong malice from Patrick Serra, which made him have to think carefully about Yang Hui's warning. So father, we have to prepare early. Lakis reminded. What is his plan? Transfer our power to the dark and move to L4. L4. Yes, he has provided us with support and secretly built up his own power. Orb's situation should be very bad, right? How will he support us? I don't know, but I believe him. Since he said so, he will definitely do it. Siegel Klein was stunned for a moment, and his expression became very strange. How to say? His daughter hides very deeply, knows how to disguise herself, has a long-term vision, and is a skilled politician. But every time when talking about Yang Hui, he will trust him without reservation, which is not in line with the attitude of a politician. He himself is the best example. If he hadn't trusted Patrick Sarah too much, he wouldn't have walked to the edge of the cliff now. You, like him? Siegel Klein asked Lakis. It was only possible that his daughter could trust him so much, even to the point of being unreserved. Yes, father. Lakis was not shy, nor did he hide it. He admitted his feelings naturally and frankly. But you and Aslan. If it weren't for Yang Hui, if Chancellor Sarah wasn't so paranoid, I would marry Aslan. Chapter 324, Setting Sail Again, extra chapter for Hong Si. Half a month passed quietly, and everyone was busy and couldn't get away. Finally it's fixed. Well, it's time for us to leave Orb. Malu and Bakulu were reluctant to leave. They had established a relationship with Yang Hui, but now they had to separate. In the past half-month in Orb, Yang Hui brought them a completely different feeling, peace, ease, plain but warm and happy. If they were weak-willed, they would probably have been intoxicated by it, right? But they couldn't. They were soldiers and had unfinished duties, so they had to leave. They were also afraid of their relationship with Yang Hui, afraid of sinking, afraid of forgetting their identity and their duties, so they had to part with Yang Hui. What do you think of what Yang Hui said? Malu asked Bakulu. I don't know. Pucci laugh. What are you laughing at? No, I just think you have changed, Nadal. Malu chuckled and felt very happy. She and Bakulu had always had conflicts in ideas, and the relationship between the two was not very good, but Yang Hui, as a bond between the two, connected them together. Not only that, Bakulu was indeed changed by Yang Hui. If it was before, Bakulu would definitely answer without hesitation, nonsense, obeying orders is the duty of a soldier. But now she hesitated and was entangled, which shows that Bakalulu's firm belief since childhood has been shaken. Aren't you the same? Bakalulu's pretty face was slightly red, and she asked Malu softly. Malu was stunned for a moment, and her face also turned red. Yes, isn't he such a person? Malu sighed. Most people may not see the change in Malu, but Bakalulu can see it. Malu is another traditional soldier. Although it is completely different from Bakalulu's iron-blooded style, when facing the orders of the top, she may doubt and argue, but she will definitely execute. But now, she is also entangled, and even more shaken than Bakalulu. If the military superiors issued a dispersed transfer order to them after arriving at the Alaska base, Bakalulu might just be in a dilemma, and Malu would probably do what Yang Hui said and stay on the Archangel, and even ask others to stay with her. Beep beep beep. It's me. Captain, the sailing procedures are ready, please go to the bridge. Understood, coming right up. After ending the communication, Malu and Bakalulu looked at each other and sighed at the same time. Yang Hui's words lingered in their hearts and could not be dissipated, but they were about to part ways. Perhaps this separation would be a farewell forever. They could only hide it deep in their hearts and do what they should do in front of them. As for the future, let's talk about it when the time comes. When they arrived at the bridge, everyone was already in place and looked at them. Arnold and others had some reluctance and emotion in their eyes. Who doesn't like a peaceful days? And Melia, Sonny and others had even stronger reluctance in their eyes, because Orb was their motherland. If possible, who would want to leave their motherland and become a soldier in other countries? Malu and Bakulu looked out the window through the glass of the bridge. Next to the Archangel, Yuzumi came, Kigali came, the Yamato couple came, and Thor, Murialia, Sai, and Kaz's parents all came, but the figure they missed was the only one they didn't see. Malu and Bakulu were silent. They wanted Yang Hui to see them off, but they didn't want him to see them off. But when they saw that he was not there, they couldn't help feeling lost and sad. Is he disappointed in us? Maybe, but it doesn't matter anymore. The departure procedure begins. Understood, the departure procedure begins, water filling begins. Kigali looked at the Archangel that was about to leave, clenched her teeth, and clenched her fists. Originally, Kigali wanted to go with the Archangel and even packed her luggage, but was stopped by Yuzumi. Do you want to go with that ship? Yes. Then are you going to fight the plants as a member of the Earth Army? Do you really want to fight? No. I don't want to fight. Then why? I want to help them. I want to end the war as soon as possible. Will the war end if you go to the war? But If you kill someone's husband, his wife will hate you. If you kill someone's child, his mother will hate you. If you were someone else's hand, I would hate him to the core too. Why don't you understand such a simple truth? Of course I know. But I don't want to be the only one living so comfortably in orb. What can you do with your superficial and self-righteous sense of justice? Fighting is not the only way to pick up a gun. The piece of orb is not comfortable. Didn't Yang Hui tell you that? Father. Kagani understood all these truths, but she just didn't want to admit it, because she felt she was too weak and couldn't find any other way to fight except picking up a gun. Where's Yang Hui? Why don't I see him? Kagani shook her head, expelling all distracting thoughts. She looked around and found that the person who should have come to see off the Archangel was not there. If Kagani was just hot-headed and wanted to help the Archangel, Yang Hui had sailed a long distance with the Archangel. The bond between them was not something Kagani could compare to. Not to mention, there were two women who liked him on the Archangel. He's where he should be. Tisk, cold-blooded and ruthless. Hearing this, Yuzumi sighed, knowing that Kagani was just venting her anger and had no ill will towards Yang Hui, but just this little detail could show how big the gap was between Kagani and Yang Hui. Forget it, you should just be a princess, Kagani. At this moment, Yuzumi finally made up his mind, making a decision after constantly struggling between emotion and reason. Horizontal ellipsis. The orb army sent a notice that no ships were found in the vicinity, so we will depart at the scheduled time. Tell them we know. Some people were surprised that orb actually sent a convoy to send them away, confusing the Zaft army with a number of warships, making everyone more grateful to orb. Of course, this was just the beginning. When the Archangel sailed out of the dock, the radar control became tense. The radar reacted. Heat source comparison, Ms. 4. What? How is it possible? This is still an orb. Everyone thought that the four Mrs. that came quickly were Duel, Storm, Thunder and Aegis, and were also shocked by their determination to dare to rush into orb to attack them. But soon, they found out that they were not. Database comparison. These are the four unknown Mrs. in the Battle of the 8th Fleet. What? They were not enemies, but they shocked everyone even more. The intelligence of the Tenjin mercenary organization has always been an unsolved mystery for all major forces. All major forces have been trying to get in touch with Tenjin, trying to recruit them or even destroy them, but to no avail. Moreover, all the forces are speculating that the one behind Celestial being is Orb. Orb has never admitted it, so speculation has always been speculation. And now, four machines have emerged from Orb, and in the eyes of everyone in shock, they are guarding the Archangel with the escort fleet. Isn't this a direct acknowledgement of the relationship between Celestial being and Orb? Yang Hui, Yu, Maru and Bakulu were stunned, and the emotions that they had suppressed with great difficulty suddenly burst out, and their empty hearts were filled with touching and sweetness. This is telling them with actions that they are not disappointed in them and will still protect them. Captain. Set sail. Understood. XN. In the dock, Kagani was dumbfounded as she watched the four machines, the Dawn Gundam, the Exec, the Cherubim, and the Devil Angel, suddenly appear and guard the Archangel. Her brain lost the ability to think. He is where he should be. This sentence echoed in her mind, like a deafening bell ringing nearby. This damn bastard. Kagani was upset again, because she was not told about this kind of thing in advance. Let's go, Kagani. Where to? To the command center of the Ministry of National Defense. Seeing Yuzumi's serious face, Kagani didn't dare to be willful anymore and followed behind Yuzumi obediently. She had a feeling that there would be more surprises, no, more shocks waiting for her. When she arrived at the command center of the Ministry of National Defense, Kagani was dumbfounded again. The command center was crowded with people, and everyone was working hard, turning into precise gears and rotating at high speed, driving the huge machine of the Orb Army. And the person in charge of commanding them was someone Kagani had never thought of, let alone dared to think of. Wang. That's right, the person in charge of commanding was Wang, a good friend who grew up with Kagani and thought he knew her very well. When Wang saw Izumi and Kagani coming, he didn't welcome them, but just nodded, and then continued to return to his busy work. Have the drone reconnaissance yielded any results? Beyond the Orb territories, a Zaft submarine fleet was spotted, located at coordinates 021, 023, 031, 876, 901, 010, and 755, 890. Any traces of the MIS forces? Nothing was found. Correct the route, adopt Plan B, and immediately send the revised route to the escort fleet and Archangel. Understood. Inform the Dawnbreaker, Exa, Cherubim, and Eos, and plan to proceed directly to Phase B2. Understood. At this time, Wang Liumai connected with Wang. What's the situation? Wang asked Wang Liumai directly without any greetings or greetings. The deal is done. Orb's territorial waters will be expanded outward by 10 kilometers. Very good. The first and second fleets will set sail to execute Plan C1. Understood. The first and second fleets will set sail immediately and go to the designated locations on standby. Repeat, the first and second fleets will set sail and go to the designated locations on standby. The third and fourth fleets are ready to set sail. The first and second aviation squadrons are on standby, and the first MIS strike squadron is on standby. Hold a press conference in 5 minutes to announce the news of Orb's territorial expansion to the world. Understood. Very good. Stage operation begins. Understood. XN, I've finished it. I'm working hard on typing. Come on. Chapter 325, Stage Combat. What on earth is going on? Kagami stared at everything around her in a trance. Her brain, which had been hit repeatedly, could no longer function. Yuzumi did not interrupt the other's work, and even stopped Kagami, who wanted to question him. He did not ask about the situation until the Emperor had passed on all the orders and took a short break. Are we going to start? Yuzumi asked. Well, it's time to announce Orb's toughness to other worlds. The Emperor nodded. Is it too early? No. As he spoke, the Emperor retrieved several intelligence reports and expanded the map of Orb to the entire world, marking the military deployment and marching trajectory of Zaft and the Earth Army. Since last month, Zaft has been dropping troops to Earth, and the Zaft forces on Earth have also been moving frequently, with all their targets pointed here. Panama. The Zaft forces are going to trap the Earth forces on Earth. The Panama spaceport is the last spaceport under the jurisdiction of the Earth forces. Once it is lost, the connection between the Earth and the Moon crater base will be completely cut off, and the universe will become the playground of the Zaft forces. Moreover, the Zaft forces with air superiority can also use the Earth as their backyard. Hearing this, Yuzumi knew the seriousness of the matter. Now the war between the Earth forces and the Zaft forces is still in a delicate balance. Although the Earth forces are at a disadvantage, they can still stalemate with the Zaft forces. At the same time, the Earth forces will soon have their own MIS forces. Once successful, the balance of victory will tilt towards the Earth forces, but it is also limited and will not immediately reverse the situation. The next war will enter a more tragic and fierce stage, and military competition will intensify. But once the Zaft army surrenders Panama, the Earth army will be trapped on Earth. They will have only two choices, either retake one of the three spaceports, Panama, Victoria or Chaosian, regardless of losses, or Orb. This is just on the surface. On the surface. Hearing this, Yuzumi frowned slightly. That's right. Wang nodded, and several more troops appeared on the world map, and the arrows of the marching direction changed. This is it. That's right. According to the intelligence received by Liumai, it is certain that the Zaft army will soon launch a large-scale operation, but the target is likely not Panama, but the Atlantic Federation headquarters, Joshua Base in Alaska, or both. The Zaft army is preparing to strike hard. Haha, if it was just like this, we wouldn't have exposed our strength now. Wang sneered and called up another confidential document. This. Yuzumi was horrified when he saw the document. That's right. The Zaft army is not as ruthless as the Atlantic Federation's scum. Is the intelligence reliable? Absolutely reliable. The agent who delivered the intelligence joined the operation as an engineer. What about the others? Really? The Emperor's silence told Yuzumi the answer, and it was the answer he least wanted to hear. Another unknown hero passed away. Lord Yuzumi, you should know what the future will be like once the Atlantic Federation succeeds. Yuzumi was silent. Once the Atlantic Federation's conspiracy succeeded, the flames of hatred would spread like wildfire and would be difficult to extinguish. The whole world would be caught in the vortex of war, and no one would be spared. Natural people and adjusters, Atlantic Federation and Zaft, this hatred will not be resolved. Yuzumi closed his eyes in pain. He was not only worried about the future of Orb, but also felt heartbroken for the world. Orb had set an example, So why couldn't others understand that natural people and adjusters could coexist peacefully? Stop kidding. What are you going to do? Kigali, who had been silent the whole time, roared. She could see that the piece of orb was about to be broken. The headquarters fell into a mysterious silence, and everyone looked at Kigali. You are doing this to start a war in orb? I will never allow it. You don't allow it? Then what? Wang asked Kigali calmly. What do you mean? Literally, you don't allow it, then what? Then, of course, end the war. How to do it? This. Besides, who cares if you don't allow it? Wang's indifference was like a sharp sword piercing Kigali's chest. You. Kigali was undoubtedly choked, turned around and wanted to run, but was pulled back by Uzumi. Where are you going? Of course I'm stopping you. I can't let you destroy orb. What you want to do will destroy orb. Wang folded his hands and said calmly. What did you say? Do you know how many people have given everything, and how many people have died in obscurity outside, for this day, for orb to stand on the international stage with a strong attitude, to maintain neutrality with a tough attitude, so that all forces dare not look down on orb? The Emperor's question turned into a sharp blade, cutting into Kigali's fragile heart one by one. What do you think peace is? Is it just like you, impulsive and willful, not considering anything, and doing whatever you want? I don't. Do you know yourself? Do you know how much trouble your previous actions almost brought to orb? Do you know how many people will have to pay an unbearable price to solve the trouble you caused? Watch here carefully, Kigali. Orb needs to survive and stick to its own ideas. What exactly needs to be done? As soon as the voice fell, the Emperor waved his hand, and several guards stayed beside Kigali, not letting her leave the headquarters. On the one hand, as the Emperor said, let Kigali watch the direction of orb's progress. On the other hand, they also didn't want Kigali to cause trouble at this critical time. Uzumi looked at Kigali, and finally ignored her pleading eyes, and continued to discuss the follow-up matters with the Emperor. So this time, what purpose are you going to achieve? Uzumi asked. To deter the Zaft army, so that they dare not put pressure on orb for the time being, and at the same time let the whole world see orb's tough attitude and strength, so that orb can completely step onto the world stage. This is stage combat. But the Atlantic Federation will push further. Yes, once we face the Zaft army head-on, the Atlantic Federation will definitely publicize that orb has turned to them, and will use this to increase pressure on orb. How to solve it? No need to solve it. No need to solve it. Yes, orb's philosophy is firm and unshakable, and holding a press conference is enough. As for the rest, the Atlantic Federation will not have time to do anything to orb in the short term. Once it takes action. Uzumi was silent. He knew what the Emperor was going to say next. According to the current intelligence analysis, the Atlantic Federation's action against orb is an inevitable result, so whether there's this incident as a reason and excuse or not, it doesn't matter. But we have revealed our trump card in advance. It's not a big problem. Once the Atlantic Federation takes action, we can't stop it, whether there is a trump card or not. The Emperor said a little dejectedly. After this, Uzumi was silent, and everyone in the command room was silent. Very unwilling, very angry, but this is the reality. Orb is too small, facing the Atlantic Federation. Orb is like a small boat in a storm. It may capsize at any time. I know. Uzumi patted the Emperor's shoulder and looked around at everyone. Follow your plan. I am still the head of orb. Even if the sky falls, I will help you hold it up. Lord Uzumi. Lord Uzumi. Lord Uzumi. Everyone, orb is in your hands. As soon as the voice fell, Uzumi took Kigali out of the general command room. What should be asked, understood, and said was all done. Next, the young people can only go out to make a living. Father. From now on, either go back to your room or go to the Dawn Society. You are not allowed to go anywhere else. Father. You don't have the right to refuse. But if I do that, orb, you don't need to worry about orb's affairs, and you can't worry about them. But, okay. Kigali, orb is already standing at the crossroads of fate. It will either be destroyed or stand out. I was too indulgent to you in the past. From now on, every step of orb will be difficult, and I will never let you be willful again. Father. Kisaka, keep an eye on Kigali. Yes. Father. Uzumi left with his bodyguards, and Kigali wanted to chase them, but was grabbed by Kisaka. Let me go. Kisaka. Father is wrong. He shouldn't do this. They will destroy Orb by doing this. In the face of Kigali's pleading and crying, Kisaka remained unmoved, just closed his eyes and grabbed Kigali. He has watched Kigali grow up since she was a child, and has always acted as a guard, but he is more like a big brother taking care of Kigali. With Yuzumi's tacit consent, Kisaka has also allowed Kigali to do whatever she wants, such as running away from home and running to North Africa, but now, he can't let Kigali be willful anymore. Amid crying and begging, Kigali was forcibly taken home by Kisaka, and a large number of people were arranged to put Kigali under house arrest. There was no need for her to go to the Aurora Society to practice misdriving. It was enough for Kigali to be a princess quietly. The Archangel slowly approached the edge of Orb's territorial waters. The Zaf troops who stayed outside the territorial waters were eager to see it. Both sides were very nervous. As long as the Archangel's legs stepped out of the border, the battle would begin. But at this moment, a sudden press conference disturbed everyone's thoughts, especially the Zaft fleet. What did you say? Yes, Orb is holding a press conference to announce to the world that the surrounding countries will give up part of their territorial waters to Orb as a token of gratitude for the humanitarian assistance provided by Orb. How could it be? Suddenly, Aslan thought of a very serious problem and immediately asked, "Are we in Orb now?" Everyone was stunned and could not react for a while. No one answered. Aslan immediately opened the terminal and watched the press conference being held by Orb. He happened to see the area where Orb's territorial waters were expanding, and then thought of their location. Issue a red status alert. Chapter 326 The Awakening Lion. Notice the Zaf troops in the territorial waters. You are in the territorial waters of the United Emirates of Orb. Tell them to withdraw from our territorial waters immediately. Otherwise, we will regard your behavior as a provocation and will expel you by force. I repeat, withdraw from our territorial waters immediately. Damn it. It's too late. Withdraw from the territorial waters immediately? Are you kidding? From their current location, it would take about 10 minutes to withdraw from Orb's territorial waters. Moreover, Orb's escort fleet is guarding their target in the center so openly. Isn't this a slap in their face? Aslan. Prepare for battle. Aslan hesitated for a moment, took all the possibilities into consideration, and made a judgment immediately. What? Wow? I'm impressed with you, Aslan. You can be so bold. Isaac and Diego agreed with Aslan's decision. They had been unhappy with Orb for a long time, especially since they were discovered by the other party not long after they infiltrated and were secretly expelled. This was like OMS, which deeply hurt their pride. But this will cause international disputes. Nicole said worriedly. Prepare for battle, they won't let us go. Aslan didn't want to fight with Orb either. Aslan is indeed simple, but definitely not stupid. The expansion of territorial waters was made public in the form of a press conference. This is definitely not a small matter. It stands to reason that a lot of preparations should be made. At least, the power plant will be generated in advance, otherwise it is impossible to ignore that their location is exactly within the scope of the new territorial waters. Timing, location, target, everything is too coincidental. In the end, Aslan could only come up with one answer. The sleeping lion woke up and had opened its sharp teeth towards them, using them to announce the awakening of the Beast King. Zaf troops are moving. Submarine forces are indeed difficult to detect, but knowing that the Zaf troops surrounding Orb are submarine forces, would Yang Hui be unprepared? He had already prepared means of sonar detection and had already locked the positions of all Zaf troops. Stage operation has begun. Disperse. Understood. X3 The Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom, and Angel of Virtue broke away from the formation and rushed to the other three directions. The Dawn Gundam spread its wings and stood on the deck of the Archangel, folding his arms, as if the gods in the sky looked down on the creatures on the earth. The Archangel has been trying to connect to the communication of the Dawn Gundam, but Yang Hui did not accept it. From now on, it is not just as simple as escorting the Archangel away from Orb. Stage operation, let Orb step onto the world stage, take advantage of the Archangel's departure, and the Zaft army will arrange a fleet to block it, create an excuse to launch an attack on the Zaft army, and announce to the world that Orb is no longer a soft persimmon that others can bully at will. Orb is small, certainly not as good as the Earth Union and planned, but it is not at the mercy of others. Anyone who wants to bully Orb should be prepared to have a piece of meat bitten off. Within the distance visible to the naked eye, the blue sea was polluted by shadows. A total of 3 Vosgulo-class submarine carriers surfaced, the MIS catapult deck was opened, and Dean and Gun all attacked. At the same time, Duel, Storm, Thunder and Aegis 4 aircraft stepped on the aircraft and mixed in the Dean formation in the sky. The battle began, and the non-stop communication was finally connected. Before Malu asked what was going on, Yang Hui directly issued instructions to the Archangel. The Archangel is moving towards Alaska. We will open the way for you. Don't get involved in other things. But, beep, the communication was hung up directly. Malu and others were still confused. They didn't know what happened at all, but there was one thing they all knew, that is, Orb's fleet was not as simple as simply escorting them away from Orb. Hey, what's going on? When are we going to attack? Mew asked the bridge. The Strike Gundam and the 2 Sky Kings were ready to attack. They had long been prepared for a tough battle after leaving Orb, but they had been nervously waiting until now, and still hadn't received the order to attack. We should not attack, Maru said helplessly. What do you mean? Maru smiled bitterly and shook her head, recounting everything that had just happened, and then connected the real-time footage of what happened outside to the screens of the 3 machines. This. Haha, it's really a great gift, and I don't know how to repay it. Seeing this, Mew took off his helmet and smiled bitterly with his face covered. Orb joined the battle. Thor and Kira, who were the pilots of Sky King No. 2, were both incredulous, but the bloody facts were in front of them. In addition to the Archangel, Gun attacked as the vanguard, and all the torpedoes locked onto Orb's warships. Just when they were about to launch, the alarm was bright red and the beeping sound kept ringing. What? Ah! Boom boom boom. Before the torpedoes were launched, Orb's warships launched an attack first. Countless anti-submarine missiles fell from the sky, like fish diving into the water, accurately hitting all targets. The missiles were not only aimed at the Gun in the water, but also at the Dean troops in the air. However, compared to the Gun in the water, which was stunned, the Dean formation immediately launched a counterattack when the missiles were launched. They fired anti-aircraft shrapnel on several guns continuously, knocking down the incoming missiles one by one. Only 1 or 2, Dean, were shot down by the missed missiles. Damn Orb! They actually launched an attack without saying a word. Kill them. Isaac and Diego were completely furious. They were about to rush out of the Dean formation and crush the Orb fleet to ashes, but Aslan stopped them in time. Don't rush too far. Get out of the way. Aslan. Don't mistake our opponents. Scatter. Pink beams came in succession. Fortunately, the 3 aircraft reacted quickly, otherwise they would have been hit. But after they dispersed, the Dawn Gundam's shooting did not stop. 2 beam submachine guns fired in succession, and dense beams rained down into the Dean formation, exploding 4 or 5 gorgeous fireworks in an instant. The Dawn Gundam spread its wings, the flames shone, and it flapped its wings and leaped, turning into a meteor dancing in the air. The golden light once again brought the divine judgment. Go, Bit. Be careful. That's coming. Seeing the familiar golden light, the emotion called fear surged in their hearts. Duel, Storm, Thunder and Holy Shield, as well as all the Dean's quickly retreated and dispersed, pulling away from the Dawn Gundam. But, is only Dean qualified to compete with the Dawn Gundam in speed? And it is the Dawn Gundam equipped with a nuclear engine and full firepower. Elegantly shuttled through the intertwined firepower network, the golden light ends flew everywhere, and just passing by, several Dean's turned into sieves and then exploded. Damn it! Ah! The fear reached its peak, and the outburst could bring endless courage. The Dual Gundam emptied all its ammunition in an instant, drew its sword and charged towards the Dawn. The pink beam sword slashed at the golden wall formed by bits, and the collision of energy brought real aftermath. The Dawn Gundam was unmoved, just slightly turned its head to look at the Dual Gundam, its wings flying, swinging the Dual Gundam away, and the pink sword tip was about to pierce the Dual Gundam's armor. Isaac. At this time, the Thunderbolt Gundam rushed out from the side, pushed the Dual Gundam away, and let the sharp sword tip pierce its right shoulder. With a turn of the wrist and a raise upward, the Thunderbolt Gundam's right arm was completely broken. Nigel. The cover shot of the Storm Gundam arrived, and the Dawn Gundam immediately protected its wings in front of it. The light of bits resisted the crazy fire suppression, and the golden light balls continued to explode. The huge impact force pushed the Dawn Gundam back. The Aegis Gundam took the opportunity to come to the side of the Thunderbolt Gundam and protected it as it retreated. The Dual Gundam on the other side also came to its senses and followed suit. Retreat. Atheron. We have no chance of winning. Retreat. Thinking that he had the experience of escaping death, Atheron was confident that he would not be killed by the Dawn Gundam again. If the four machines of the Sarah team maintained a good formation and implemented fire suppression on the Dawn Gundam, there would be a chance to defeat it. But reality shattered his plan. Isaac's recklessness not only destroyed the formation and lost the opportunity, but also caused the Thunderbolt Gundam to lose an arm, and it was only the most important arm. Most of the Thunderbolt Gundam's weapons are on the right arm. Without the right arm, the claw-shaped anchor of the wolf chain on the left arm can't restrict the Dawn Gundam at all. For now, the only solution is to retreat. As long as they withdraw from Orb's territorial waters, they will be safe. Damn it. I must kill it today. Isaac was relentless, and the Thunderbolt Gundam used its remaining arm to hold the Dual Gundam tightly. Let me go. Nicole. I want. Be careful. It's coming. While the three were struggling to retreat, the fire suppression of the Storm Gundam weakened, and the Dawn Gundam launched a new charge, rushing towards the three machines like a meteor. Atheron. Isaac. Diego. You retreat. I'll hold it back. Nicole. Ignoring Atheron's obstruction, the Thunderbolt Gundam had already launched a reverse charge, and the claw-shaped anchor was fired, and it was cut in half as soon as it approached the Dawn Gundam. But the Thunderbolt Gundam did not give up. The gentle Nicole burst out with unparalleled courage and determination. Ignoring Bit's attack on the Thunderbolt Gundam, he came to the front of the Dawn Gundam in the dense explosions with his only remaining hand, and the fire behind him burst into flames, and he fell to the bottom of the sea with the Dawn Gundam. 3, 2, 1, boom. An explosion occurred in the water. Nigel. Are you kidding? Damn it. The world seemed to have gone quiet. The Dawn Gundam and the Thunderbolt Gundam fell into the water. It was unknown who would win or lose in the huge explosion. Both of them were in danger of death. Isaac was extremely angry. It was all because of him that Nicole had come to this point. He wanted revenge. He wanted to kill all the Orb fleet present. But the Storm Gundam held the Dual Gundam tightly and retreated with it and the Aegis Gundam. Let me go. Diego. Let me go. Don't let Nicole's sacrifice go to waste. A sharp shout dispersed Isaac's madness. He could only curse and knock on the control panel with tears of regret. The three aircraft retreated, and the few Deans struggled to block the pouring of missiles and cover the evacuation of the three motherships. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 327, Arrogant Gina, extra chapter for Mr. K. The Zaf troops retreated one after another. The Orb fleet did not pursue them, and the Archangel did not go to Alaska through the passage opened by the Orb army for them, because Yang Hui's life or death was unknown. Where is that machine? Where is Yang Hui? How is he? The interference has not yet dissipated, there are too many noises, and we can't confirm the situation. Unknown machine. Yang Hui. Yang Hui. Answer me if you are still alive. Let me attack. I'll go find your Yang Hui. Just as the assault was about to attack the sea, the Dawn Gundam rushed out of the sea. Its gray wings were stained with charred black, and some places on the surface of the armor were deformed. In its hand, it was dragging the Thunderbolt Gundam with only half of its limbs left. Huh? Seeing that the Dawn Gundam was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Hui. You bastard. Bakalulu didn't care whether Yang Hui answered or not, and cursed directly. Yang Hui really didn't dare to respond. He smiled awkwardly in the cockpit. In fact, he would not be dragged into the sea by the Thunder Gundam. At the moment when the Thunder Gundam was about to touch the Dawn Gundam, with Yang Hui's ability and the performance of the Dawn Gundam, the Thunder Gundam could be destroyed in an instant, whether it was Bit's fierce attack or the slash of the beam sword and the physical sword, but Yang Hui didn't do it. First, he didn't intend to kill Nicole and planned to save this tragedy. Second, stage combat was just to deter the Zaf army, not to make a deadly feud. If he didn't let it go, it wasn't Yang Hui's conceit. The four machines of Dual, Storm, Thunder and Aegis, none of them would survive. That's it. Saving Nicole in this way can also arouse the grief and indignation of Athrun, Isaac and Diego, and bring the last trial for Kira's transformation. Set sail, Archangel, we will meet again if we are destined. The Dawn Gundam did not return to the Archangel, but simply left a final blessing, and landed on the Orb battleship with the wreckage of the Thunderbolt Gundam. At this time, the Orb escort fleet also stopped advancing. They had not yet reached the border, but their mission had been completed. The Archangel would not encounter any more enemies before leaving Orb's territorial waters, and the stage operation was also successful. So together with the Dawn Gundam, they watched the Archangel leave. I hope everyone will be safe and sound. Yang Hui sighed. The trajectory of the future has changed dramatically, and Yang Hui could not predict it. Now that Nicole has not died in the battle, will Thor also die in the battle? Will Kira and Aslan fight to the death? Will Kira be sent to plant for treatment and then get the Freedom Gundam from Lakis? Without the Freedom Gundam, can the Archangel still successfully survive the disaster in Alaska? All of this is beyond Yang Hui's control. Commander, please give instructions. The communication sounded, and the fleet commander of the escort fleet, Hu Gao, asked Yang Hui for instructions. Commander. Hearing this title, Yang Hui frowned slightly. Yes, just now, Lord Uzumi announced the order that you will serve as the commander-in-chief of the entire Orb army, with the rank of general, and Miss Wang will serve as the chief of staff of the entire army, with the rank of lieutenant general. After a brief silence, Yang Hui grinned. It seems that Uzumi has already received an explanation from Wang. Yang Hui also had to sigh that Uzumi's actions were really fast, and he immediately cooperated with him. Yang Hui and Wang's status in the army had been recognized by all officers in the past few years, but they had never held military positions in public. First, Yang Hui and Wang could not stand in public, and second, they were too young. The officers recognized them, but the grassroots soldiers might not. After all, their status was too low and they could not have too much contact with Yang Hui and Wang. In addition to the grassroots soldiers who don't know Yang Hui and Wang, the top leaders of Orb are not monolithic. If Yang Hui and Wang were allowed to ascend to high positions and take charge of Orb's military power, many people would use this as an excuse to impeach Uzumi. Now, Yang Hui and Wang have appeared in a formal military operation for the first time, showing their abilities to everyone. The grassroots soldiers will no longer question Yang Hui and Wang, and the top leaders who want to make trouble have lost their excuses. How are the battles in the other three directions? All over, our army has won a great victory. Hu Gao's voice trembled a little. He is almost 50 years old, and he, who has always been known for his calmness, can hardly suppress his excitement. Why? Orb has always been too aggrieved. The Zaft army and the Earth army have fought near Orb's territorial waters more than once or twice. Every time, the Orb fleet can only watch the situation expand and affect Orb's territorial waters. They can't wait for the order to launch an attack, and can only go home and see the powerless condemnation and protest in the news. This time, the Orb army finally vented its anger and punched the Zaft army in the face. It was no longer just watching politicians talking at the press conference while they were frustrated and lamenting at home. All troops are returning. Yes, all fleets returned to the port, and the Dawn Gundam returned to the Aurora Society with the Thunderbolt Gundam. Everyone was cheering along the way. Yang Hui looked at the celebratory scenery with a smile and did not spoil the fun. He had received the combat report. It was an unprecedented victory with minimal losses. The Ms of the Zaft army suffered heavy losses and stood on the world stage with an absolutely strong attitude. Orb needed such a victory to inspire the morale of the entire army and vent the frustration in its heart, even if Orb would face a crisis 10 or even 100 times greater next. This is really a bad start, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. Yang Hui rolled his eyes unhappily. He was scolded by Erica Simmons as soon as he landed, and he was speechless. But it's not without gain. I brought back some souvenirs. Although the wreckage of the Thunderbolt Gundam is not intact, the torso is still intact, and the right arm can be salvaged later. Although the Akabano Society does not have spare parts for the Thunderbolt Gundam, the technology has been acquired, so it is no problem to repair it completely. For the Akabano Society, the PS armor is not a big deal. This technology has been acquired a long time ago. The most important thing is the unique Mirage system of the Thunderbolt Gundam. By releasing phantom particles that deflect light and absorb radar waves, The phantom particles are attracted around the fuselage by the magnetic field, making the fuselage invisible and even unable to be captured by radar, thus achieving a completely invisible effect. This system has many disadvantages. The biggest disadvantage is that it cannot be used together with a PS armor, resulting in the body's defense being as brittle as thin paper when the Mirage system is activated, and the energy consumption is quite high. The Thunderbolt Gundam can only maintain the Mirage system for 80 minutes. Moreover, this system also has many countermeasures. For example, in the original plot, Mary used anti-beam particles to invalidate the long-range beam attack of the Thunder Gundam, and then used anti-aircraft shotgun shells to cover the approximate location to deal with it. But to be honest, this system has more merits than flaws, especially for performing secret missions. It is an absolute weapon. The deformed cockpit door was cut open, and the staff carried out Nicole, who is unconscious due to excessive blood loss, and immediately sent him to the infirmary for treatment after emergency treatment. How long will it take to completely repair this machine? I don't know, we already have a lot of work to do here. Erica Simmons replied helplessly. The Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom and Angel of Virtue also returned. There was no major damage, but they still needed to be prepared and repaired. Following closely behind were damaged M1 Heretics one after another. This stage operation did not completely expose Orb's MIS troops. The participants were all the first batch of elites who were selected. This level of damage was expected when driving MIS on the battlefield for the first time. 3 squadrons attacked in total, and 4 machines were lost. Everyone else came back alive, but repairing the machines is also a job. Well, prioritize the maintenance of Dawn, Exa, Cherubim, and Devil. Send a team to crack the Thunderbolt's technology, especially the Mirage system, which must be obtained. Then deal with the damaged M1 Astray. As for the repair of the Thunderbolt, we'll talk about it when we have time. Understood. It is undeniable that the Thunderbolt Gundam is an excellent machine, at least so far. Excluding the 4 machines that do not belong to this world, the Dawn, Exa, Cherubim, and Devil, the Thunderbolt Gundam, which is C+, is already the peak at this stage. But unfortunately, Orb currently cannot find a pilot suitable for driving the Thunderbolt Gundam. The only ace pilot is Barry Howe. After the transformation and upgrade, the Astray Gundam Green is not much worse than the Thunderbolt Gundam, and compared with the Thunderbolt Gundam, the Astray Gundam Green is more suitable for Barry Howe. By the way, the Thunderbolt's arm has been found, but Gina wants it. You know. He won't allow his machine to always be a one-armed hero. PFFT haha. Something that originally made Erica Simmons very entangled became very funny when it came out of Yang Hui's mouth. Let him take it, it's just an arm. Not to mention that the Golden Machine is equipped with the arm of the Thunderbolt Gundam and has completed the installation of the Mirage system. Even if it is equipped with a complete form of the Disaster Life Sword and Disaster White Spear, Yang Hui doesn't care. I know. In fact, Erica Simmons is also very embarrassed. She is willing to follow Yang Hui. After all, she is just an employee. The Sahuk family is also her immediate superior. Even if she is dissatisfied with Gina, she must take into account the other party's identity. If the other party makes a strong request, she cannot violate it. Ha. This battle was fought beautifully. Yang Hui. Speak of the devil, Gina was full of praise for Yang Hui, but everyone looked at him with unfriendly eyes, because Gina's tone made him sound as if he was the protagonist, the biggest contributor to stage battle, and even put himself above Yang Hui. Gina. Well done, you fought like Orb. Pa. Thank you Mr. K for the 5,000 reward, more chapters to come. Chapter 328, Gina's End. When Gina's hand was about to touch Yang Hui's shoulder, it was slapped away. Everyone fell silent, even the machines stopped running, and the Dawn Society was silent. After a brief moment of daze, Gina's expression became quite ugly. What do you mean? What do you mean? Gina's attitude made Yang Hui very unhappy. From beginning to end, he was just a spectator and had no contribution to stage combat. Even Gina's existence had no meaning to the entire orb, except for making trouble. Such a person actually arrogantly thought that he was above everyone else and treated Yang Hui with the attitude of a superior. What right did he have? Yang Hui would not indulge him. If it was before, Yang Hui might have ignored him directly, but he was now the commander-in-chief of the entire orb army. He represented the entire orb army and even the face of the entire orb, and he would not allow anyone to despise him. You. Humph. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Shouldn't you be the one who does whatever you want, Gina? What? After all, you are just one of the candidate heirs of the Sadhok family, with no official position, not to mention that you have not made any achievements in this battle, so, put away your ugly face that is so high and mighty. Yang Hui. You. Compared to your sister, you are far inferior, Gina. Yang Hui. If the previous scolding was just a slap in the face of Gina in front of everyone, then comparing him with Mina, or even saying that he is not as good as Mina, is to tear off his face and throw it on the ground and trample on it. Gina, who was furious, lost his mind and pulled out his pistol to kill Yang Hui. Commander. Stop. Gina's actions were so fast that no one reacted, but Gina was fast and Yang Hui was even faster. The moment the muzzle of the gun was pointed at Yang Hui, Yang Hui's hand reached out like lightning, grabbed Gina's wrist, and twisted it in the opposite direction. Ah! Ugh! The intense pain made Gina let go of the pistol, but before it hit the ground, Yang Hui caught it in midair. As Gina screamed, the dark muzzle of the gun pierced into Gina's mouth, and the pain stopped abruptly, replaced by painful whimpers. A kick hit Gina's knee, causing Gina to kneel on one knee in a twisted posture. What is the crime of assassinating the commander-in-chief of the entire army? Yang Hui looked down at Gina coldly and asked. Ugh. Unable to answer, not knowing whether to defend or curse, the violent struggle not only failed to break free from Yang Hui's iron clamp, but only brought more pain. Yang Hui let go of his hand and disassembled the pistol into parts in front of Gina, and did not let the guards come forward to arrest Gina. For your sister's sake, I'll let you go this time. As he spoke, Yang Hui leaned closer to Gina, his eyes cold and chilling. You want to be high and mighty with your status as an adjuster? Plant and Zaft are more suitable for you. Yang Hui. Gina looked up at Yang Hui in the most humiliating posture for him, with strong anger and hatred in his fearful eyes. Come on, take him down, no one is allowed to let him out without my order. Yes. Gina was taken away. In the ironic eyes of everyone, he felt that everything around him was so hateful, and his chest was burning with raging flames, wanting to devour everything. Yang Hui. Mina, and these untouchables, one day I will make you pay 100 times. Is this enough? Erica Simmons came to Yang Hui and asked. That's it. Yang Hui sighed. According to Gina's behavior, Yang Hui would have no problem executing him on the spot, and even old Sadhok would not raise any objections. Erica Simmons's meaning was very clear. She hoped that Yang Hui would never have any trouble again, because Gina was obviously out of control. After the humiliation just now, he would not be grateful to Yang Hui for sparing his life for Mina's sake. He would only hate Yang Hui and Mina even more, and even everyone present. Yang Hui could not have been unaware of this truth, but he still softened his heart. Gina was Mina's twin brother. Even if Mina knew that Gina would pay for her mischief one day, she would still be sad if something happened to Gina. This could be considered as taking care of Mina's feelings, but it was only once. If Gina still tried to make trouble, Yang Hui would not let Gina go again, no matter whether old Sadhok or Mina begged for mercy. You shouldn't let him go. He is an uncontrollable factor. Tieria said to Yang Hui. I know, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, he won't be able to jump around for much longer. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before we receive intelligence that the Earth Union is building a large artificial floating island in the Pacific Ocean in the name of a civilian project. Now that Gina is in prison and the golden machine has been seized by him, he naturally can't participate. But Yang Hui believes that Gina will definitely get out of trouble, and then confront Luo and Kong Yun in the universe, and then die in their hands. Are you fishing? Lyle asked. I guess so. This is also one of the reasons why Yang Hui didn't kill Gina, even though he knew that Gina was out of control. There must be people in Orb who support Gina, or even people from other forces who are in contact with Gina. Compared with Gina, the Orb Dance King, these people lurking in Orb are the real-time bombs. Using Gina, who can't make much waves, to fish these people out is a big profit no matter how you look at it. Of course, the rats that can be fished out by Gina are definitely not all, but what Yang Hui really wants to see is whether he can use Gina to get the mastermind behind the scenes that he has been investigating but has not been able to investigate. Librarian, Wang Liu's agents have found clues to this terrible organization. Even if Gina dies, he will return as a photocopy with endless anger towards Yang Hui. So, can we find more information about Librarian through Gina's body? Yang Hui doesn't know, but it's free to try. The next day, after learning that Yang Hui had put Gina under house arrest, old Sadhok came to the door. You should know the result. Without waiting for old Sadhok to speak, Yang Hui said to him directly. Yes, I know. Why do you still come? As a father, I have to come. As the patriarch of the 5 major families, I have to come. Hearing this, Yang Hui nodded silently, sneering in his heart, because old Sadhok's father-son relationship with Gina is not very strong. As a father, he has to come because he cannot show his indifferent side to others. Whether he succeeds or not, as Gina's adoptive father, he must find Yang Hui and make a gesture of pleading for Gina. That's right, it's the adoptive father. The twins Gina and Mina are not the biological children of old Sadhok, but the twins of adjusters he adopted, in order to realize the long-cherished wish of the Sadhok family, to get out of the shadow of Orb, and more ambitiously, to replace the Asha family and become the leader of Orb. However, old Sadhok now knows that no matter how rotten Kigali is, and no matter how good Gina and Mina are, the next generation leader of Orb cannot be one of Gina and Mina, because Yang Hui, a monster, has emerged in the younger generation. Yuzumi now promotes Yang Hui to the commander-in-chief of the entire army, appoints Wang as the chief of staff, and supports the plan that no one is optimistic about, which is paving the way for Yang Hui. As the patriarch of the 5 major families, he had to come because his son made an act of intending to assassinate the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Although there is no collective punishment in this era, Gina's behavior will definitely affect the reputation of old Sadhok and even the Sadhok family. Therefore, even though he knew it was impossible, he still had to visit Yang Hui and show his attitude to everyone. This was also a statement from old Sadhok to Yang Hui, indicating that the Sadhok family supported Yang Hui's rise to power. When old Sadhok was young, he was also ambitious and opposed Uzmi everywhere, but now that he is old, he cannot fulfill the long-cherished wish of the Sadhok family and can only pass it on to the next generation. Gina is already useless, and Mina has always maintained a good cooperative relationship with Yang Hui. From Mina's mouth, old Sadhok also knew that Yang Hui promised to let the Sadhok family stand in the sun, which was enough for old Sadhok to make up his mind. Moreover, old people are wise, and old Sadhok feels that the relationship between Yang Hui and Mina is not just as simple as cooperation. If possible, old Sadhok stayed in Yang Hui's mansion for a while and then left. Except for a few words at the beginning, he did not mention Gina at all. He was just killing time in private. After old Sadhok left, someone else found Yang Hui. It was not Mina as expected, but Yang Hongyu. This time, is it too much? Yang Hongyu asked. Gina dared to point a gun at me. I just put him under house arrest. Is that too much? You know I'm not talking about Gina. If it doesn't go to this extent, it's not enough to show Orb's determination. Early this morning, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs received a condemnation and inquiry from Plant. There should also be a request for an alliance from the Atlantic Federation, right? Yes. As expected. Don't ask how we respond. I believe you can handle it, Dad. Brat, you don't look serious at this time. Yang Hongyu was so angry that he laughed, but he still enjoyed Yang Hui's flattery. We directly hit back at Plant's condemnation. It is an indisputable fact that the Zaft army entered Orb's territorial waters without reason, and the Atlantic Federation directly refused. Dad is so domineering. Shut up. You little bastard, it's all your fault. Plant and the Atlantic Federation can only engage in a war of words. They don't have time to take care of us now. What Orb has to do is to control public opinion. The domestic situation has been arranged. As for the foreign situation, let Liuma assist you. I've been waiting for you to say that. Be careful, Dad. Don't tire out your future daughter-in-law. Get out. I care about such an outstanding daughter-in-law more than you do. Isn't it just that Mom wants to hold her grandson, and she knows she can't persuade me, so she lets you come and get some fresh air? Have you been sleeping in the study for a few days? Get out. Get out. Chapter 329, The Existence That Has Always Been Ignored. 2 days later, Nicole, who had been in a coma due to excessive blood loss, had woken up. Except for the sickly pale face, all the wounds on his body had healed. Nicole looked at the person in front of him with a complicated expression. He had experienced an unfriendly meeting half a month ago, But he didn't expect to meet again half a month later at a time he didn't want and in an occasion he didn't want to appear. How do you feel? Not bad. That's good. If you died, it would be very troublesome. Why did you save me? Why not? You are very valuable. Nicole was silent. Is he very valuable? Although his father Yuri Amalfi is one of the 12 members of the Supreme Council, Nicole believes that his father is not a person who would cause losses to plant for personal reasons, and the Supreme Council will not allow it, so his value is not high, and is not even as valuable as the wreckage of Thunder Gundam. He can think of this, and he doesn't think Yang Hui can't think of this. Rest well. I have called the Zaft army. Someone will come to pick you up in a while. Nicole needed to rest, so Yang Hui did not disturb him for too long. He stood up and left, but when he reached the door, he paused. Thank you. He paused, smiled with his back to Nicole, waved and left the ward. Just as Nicole guessed, Yang Hui saved him, but he really didn't intend to trade him with Plant. He just wanted to save a tragedy, without expecting any return. However, after rescuing Nicole, Yang Hui also found that doing so was still rewarding. Nicole was still alive, and sending him back to the Zaft army safely could restore the Zaft army's good impression of Orb to a certain extent. It was only a little bit, but it was better than nothing. Moreover, Nicole was the son of Yuri Amalfi. When Yuri Amalfi learned that his son not only did not die in the battle, but also returned safely, the radical emotions that had just risen in his heart would instantly dissipate, and he would continue to follow the Klein family and become the backbone of the moderate faction. If that's all, it's impossible to dispel the Zaft army's anger towards Orb, and it's even more impossible to make everyone dispel the idea of Orb joining the Earth Union just by a press conference and diplomatic response. Then, the next action is enough. Beep beep beep. It's me. We got the information about the giant artificial floating platform. I see. Maybe we have to hurry up. What's wrong? The Zaft army also got the information and is preparing to send troops to destroy it. Okay, I'll arrange the personnel as soon as possible. There's another piece of information that you may be interested in. What information? Your acquaintance has been commissioned to protect the giant floating platform. Haha, a good helper. Now we have a better chance. After hanging up the call, Kaganali hurried over, looking panicked. Yang Hui. Yang Hui. Seeing Kagali, Yang Hui frowned. If he remembered correctly, Kagali should have been under house arrest by Yuzumi, but seeing Kisaka and several guards following closely by his side, he was relieved. It turned out that house arrest also has a suspended sentence. Be quiet. This is a hospital. Yang Hui lowered his voice and scolded. Oh, wait. Now is not the time to talk about this. Something happened to Kira. Huh? Yang Hui looked at Kisaka. What happened? There was a violent explosion in the Marshall Islands. Judging from the scale, it should be caused by the explosion of the Ms. Well, without the original plot, according to the Archangel's speed and direction, the Archangel should have arrived near the Marshall Islands at this time. Yang Hui, please go and help them. Kaganali begged Yang Hui in a crying voice. She was still under control and could not do anything. When she thought that something happened to the Archangel and Kira, her heart ached. I understand. I'll arrange for someone to investigate the situation. You go back first. No, wait, I want to go too. You. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash. Kisaka and the others will keep an eye on me. Really, please, let me go with you. Kaganali begged. Yang Hui looked at Kagali deeply, then at Kisaka. Can you do it? Yes. Kisaka nodded solemnly. Okay. Yang Hui believed Kisaka, immediately took out his pad, and contacted the Ministry of National Defense. Commander. The 7th Escort Fleet will immediately go to the Marshall Islands to investigate the situation. The 1st Squadron of the 2nd MIS Battalion and the 6th Air Force will accompany them. Whatever they find, bring it all back to me. Yes. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui nodded to Kagali. Go. Really? You really allow me to go? Kagali looked up in disbelief. She had been prepared for Yang Hui to reject her, and even prepared to pester him to make him agree to her. She didn't expect him to agree so easily. Then don't go. I'll go. Kisaka, let's go. Fearing that Yang Hui would regret it, Kagali grabbed Kisaka's hand and ran. She ran a few steps and then stopped. She looked at Yang Hui with a red face and said in a low voice, "Thank you, you are a good person." Puff cough cough. The sudden good person card hit Yang Hui's head, and he almost choked to death on his saliva. Yang Hui looked at the direction where Kaguli took Kisaka away with a strange expression, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. What is going on? But, it's good, the good person card is here, and this girl won't have that idea anymore. Fortunately, Yang Hui gathered his mind and began to think about the Marshall Islands and the Archangel. Did it happen again? Kira and Athrin should be fine, but the others? Nicole's life or death is unknown, and Orb has sent a telegram to Zaft and planned that Nicole survived and is willing to return Nicole. Logically, Athrin and the others should have received a notice. Could it be? Yang Hui thought that it was very likely that someone else replaced Nicole, and Thor might have also had an accident. The two became the fuse of the death battle, so, Diego? Isaac? Or? Without getting any results, Yang Hui put the matter aside. He was going to the Aurora Society to supervise the preparation of the Dawn Gundam, Exa, Cherubim and Devil. Once the preparation of the 4 machines was completed, they would immediately attack to seize control of the artificial floating island. The next day, the 7th Escort Fleet that explored the Marshall Islands returned. The bad news was that in addition to the Strike Gundam, the Aegis Gundam, there were also the wreckage of the Sky King and the wreckage of the Storm Gundam. The good news was that in addition to Athrin, Thor and Diego, who were seriously injured and dying, were also found. How is he? After receiving the news, Yang Hui immediately returned to the hospital and asked about the conditions of Aslan, Diego and Thor. This person is in good condition. He will wake up after a few days of sleep. First, the doctor explained Aslan's condition, then Diego, and finally Thor. This person's condition is also relatively good. He has lost too much blood and has multiple fractures, but his vital signs are stable. He can recover as before after a good rest for a period of time, but what's wrong? Just tell me. He needs to find someone to take care of him for the rest of his life. Yang Hui flipped through the diagnosis report and his pupils shrank. He knew how serious Thor's condition was. The lumbar nerves were completely damaged, causing paralysis of the lower body, and his left arm was broken. Because he soaked in the seawater for a while, the wound became infected, so he had to amputate. His right face was also destroyed. According to the doctor, he was lucky to be able to save his life. I understand. Do your best to cure him. I'll pay for it. I understand. Thor's condition is serious, but Yang Hui secretly brought a treatment chamber produced by Promise Fortress. It may not be possible to regenerate broken limbs, but it is no problem to repair nerves and restore facial appearance. As for the missing arm, if Thor is still willing to continue fighting, there are ways to cure him when he returns to Promise Fortress. Oh, right. How could I forget about him? Thinking of Aslan, Yang Hui thought of Kira, and thinking of Kira, Yang Hui thought of the person he had always ignored. Melchior Revend, known as Melchior Mentor, is a blind natural person who lives on an isolated island in the Senior Orb and takes in some orphans who lost their relatives in the war. This person rarely appeared in the original plot, but now thinking of this person, Yang Hui found that this person is not simple. A blind natural person actually has a considerable influence in both the Earth Union and Planned, and is deeply trusted by both sides. How did he do this? Wang Liumai's intelligence organization has collected intelligence on people who have great influence in major forces on Earth. Yang Hui has also read them all. There is absolutely no one who can be linked to Mentor Malchio. So how did he do it? Especially even Plant trusts him very much, which is completely unreasonable. Thinking of this, Yang Hui immediately contacted Wang Liumai. Malchio Revend, I want his information, the more detailed the better. Who is he? This is exactly what I want to find out. Who is he? The information we know so far is that he is a blind natural person named Malchio Revend. He should live in the Marshall Islands. He is the island where the 7th Escort Fleet found Strike and Aegis. He has adopted many orphans. Check all his information. I will arrange it immediately and give it to you the day after tomorrow at the latest. Okay. After hanging up the call, Yang Hui patted his forehead and cursed himself for ignoring this person. This person is definitely the most mysterious person who has appeared in the original plot. For such an existence, it should not be ignored. Mysterious, this word stimulated Yang Hui's nerves. He found that he had been ignoring him all along. This was very unnatural. There was a strange sense of disobedience. All these told Yang Hui that there was something wrong with this person. There must be something wrong. Teacher Markio, who are you? Chapter 330, Death Fight, Luo's Wavering. A few days later, Aslan and Diego woke up one after another, and Yang Hui brought some fruits to visit them. Why are you here? I was going to ask you something, Kigali. I heard that you have been staying here these days. Aren't you afraid of rumors? Yang Hui asked Kigali with a smile. He knew that there would be sparks between Kigali and Aslan, but others didn't know. If it was reported that the princess of the Abasha family and the son of the Zaft military defense chairman had a romantic scandal, it would be very troublesome. It's because of you that I can't go anywhere. Where else should I go if not here? Locked up in the room. Why were you locked up? Don't you know? Humph. Yang Hui shook his head, put the fruit on the bedside, and asked Aslan, how is your recuperation? Yang Hui. Facing Yang Hui, Aslan had complicated feelings. On the one hand, he was angry because Nicole's life and death were unknown, and he was also angry that Yang Hui joined the war and was his enemy. On the other hand, he couldn't let go of the friendship of his old friend. Nigel is still alive, in the ward next to yours. Huh? Diego is fine too, his ward is right across from you, it's just that the three of you can't get out of bed yet and need to rest, so you didn't know. This is true. Aslan was excited to hear that Nicole and Diego were still alive, but he soon calmed down because he thought Nicole and Diego were dead. He was overwhelmed by hatred and anger, and not only killed Kira's good friend, but even Kira. Yang Hui. Kayang's was killed by me. Aslan said with difficulty, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, and the Sky Overlord, that is, your companion. I have no choice, we are. They are enemies, so I don't blame you. Yang Hui added for Aslan and comforted him. Why? Aren't you sad? They are your companions and friends. Aren't you sad? Don't you hate me? Why should I be sad? Why would I hate you? Are you so cold and heartless now? Aslan asked with gritted teeth. He and Kira are good friends and enemies at the same time. He killed Kira, and he was sad and heartbroken. Why didn't Yang Hui, who is his companion, feel anything? Shouldn't I hate myself at this time? If you don't hate me, how can I convince myself? It's normal for friends to kill each other when they are in the enemy camp, because you are all soldiers. If Kira really died in your hands, that would be the best ending. After all, I would rather he died in your hands than in the hands of someone I don't know. Yang Hui. You. And Kira hasn't been confirmed dead yet. What? Impossible. But. Aslan couldn't believe it. In order to kill Kira, he used the Aegis Gundam to self-destruct at zero distance. The cockpit of the strike Gundam was damaged. At that distance, Kira couldn't be alive. Kaylee, do you remember the scene? Yang Hui asked Kaylee. Yes, it was very tragic. Did you find any bodies in the cockpit of the striker? No. That's right. No bodies were found in the cockpit of the striker. At this time, Kaylee discovered something was wrong. Even if the Aegis Gundam self-destructed, it would not be possible to turn the body into ashes. At least there would be traces left. However, no traces of the body were found in the wreckage of the strike Gundam that was brought back, which means it should be someone who saved him. Anyway, we can't be sure that Kira is dead now. Athrin lowered his head and began to cry, muttering, Great. Really? Great. Kira is still alive. I didn't kill him. Great. There is one more thing I think you need to know. Thor is not dead either. Thor. That's the pilot of the Sky Overlord you shot down. How is it possible? Athrin was stunned again. Thor and Kira were in completely different situations. After Athrin activated the Aegis self-destruction program, he evacuated and was stunned by the impact of the self-destruction. He couldn't confirm Kira's life or death, but Thor was killed by him. The shield of the Aegis Gundam was thrown towards the Sky Overlord and hit the cockpit of the nose directly. How could the pilot still be alive? My lower body is paralyzed, my left arm is gone, my right face is ruined, but I'm lucky to have survived. Aslan was silent. He was still alive, but it didn't matter anymore, because such injuries would be worse than death. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Don't be too pessimistic, Aslan, you're just too naive. Don't forget that whether it's Kira or Thor, they're your enemies, at least before. But I don't know why you chose to join the war, what you're fighting for, but I know Kira and Thor. They both hate fighting, but for their friends and to protect their companions, they know the danger and have to go to the battlefield. This is their awareness. Your regret and self-hatred after the fact are just insulting them. Yang Hui scolded Aslan seriously. What about you? Why did you do all this? Kagami questioned. She had never considered why Yang Hui did all this before, and just unilaterally regarded Yang Hui as a traitor. But these few days of house arrest made her think a lot, and at the same time, Yang Hui's words just now made her figure out some things. Me? Haha. Yang Hui laughed at himself. I just don't want to hide under the table and shiver when danger comes, and put the hope of survival on others. What did you say? What about Orb? Anger burned in Kagali's chest. She never thought that Yang Hui had tossed so many things in Orb just for this selfish idea. Orb, isn't it an enlarged version of me? Yang Hui turned his head and looked at Kagami and asked. This. Kagami couldn't find a reason to refute, and Aslan was silent. They knew that what Yang Hui said was the truth. Isn't Orb just as Yang Hui said? Slogans and positions are empty, but there is no corresponding power. Isn't it just as Yang Hui said? When danger comes, you can only hide under the table and shiver. Have a good rest. We have notified the Carpinteria base. They will come to pick you up in a few days. Yang Hui. The next time we meet, it will probably be on the battlefield. I hope you can think carefully about why you are fighting. I don't want to kill you who are hesitating. That will not give you any sense of accomplishment. After saying that, Yang Hui left the ward, leaving Kagami and Aslan with complicated thoughts. These words were not only said to Aslan, but also to Kagami. In Yang Hui's eyes, everything Kagami did was nonsense. She didn't know what she was doing or why she was doing it. It was just a moment of willfulness. Yang Hui was also telling Kagami implicitly that he was not eliminating the possibility of Kagami fighting, but hoped that she would know the reason for fighting. If she insisted on fighting meaninglessly, she would not have the opportunity to step onto the battlefield. Of course, whether Kagami could understand what Yang Hui meant was another matter. After leaving Aslan's ward, Yang Hui went to see Diego and Nicole again. Seeing that the two had recovered well, he was relieved and just had to wait to return the three people to the Zaft army. After the visit, Yang Hui came to the Dawn Society, but he unexpectedly ran into Luo and his team in the Dawn Society. Why are you here again? Didn't you just update the equipment of the red machine? Yang Hui asked. You don't know. What do you know? The giant floating platform. The giant floating platform was commissioned by Mentor Malchio to our scrap recycler to build it. Oh, I really don't know. Yang Hui really didn't know this. He only knew that the Atlantic Federation used private enterprises to build the giant floating platform, but didn't know that it was commissioned to a scrap recycler. Well, I thought you knew everything. I'm not a god. Is there any difference between you and a god? When I found out that you were the pilot of that machine, I was almost scared to pee my pants. Luo said exaggeratedly. Is it that serious? Yang Hui covered his face with a smile. Why not? Don't you know what people say about you? Angel, god, devil. Anyway, none of them are human. Luo spread his hands and teased. At first, he was just interested in Yang Hui's machine, but after learning about the battle record of the Dawn Gundam from the professor, he was really scared. Haha, do you think I have wings? Or a halo on my head? Or a tail and sharp horns? Yang Hui rolled his eyes. Who knows if you are hiding? Let me look for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo started to touch Yang Hui all over, as if he would not stop until he found the wings and screamed. Get out of here. Yang Hui cursed and kicked Luo in the butt angrily. Just kidding. Get lost. Okay, you're not such a petty person. Luo put his arm around Yang Hui's shoulders and said with a smile, but his expression immediately became serious. By the way, Yang Hui, I heard that Orb accepted prisoners from Zaft. Yet, Yang Hui responded subconsciously, but was immediately surprised. No, when did you care about these things? I watched a fatal fight and was a little shocked. Luo explained. When the Strike Gundam and the Aegis Gundam were fighting, Luo happened to be nearby and watched the whole fight. It was full of murderous intent, and he didn't care about his own pain. He would not stop until he killed the other party. So what? What do you want to say? Nothing, it's just, why do you think there must be war in this world? Chapter 331 Target, Giant Floating Platform. This is not like you, Luo. Yang Hui said in surprise. It was not the first day that Luo had seen the cruelty of war. Did he still do what he liked heartlessly all day? How could a fight to the death make him waver? Really? I also feel that I am not like myself. Luo laughed self-deprecatingly. Haha, you should just be yourself, Luo. You are something that many people envy. Yang Hui patted Luo on the shoulder and comforted him. Yang Hui was telling the truth. Luo was an optimist. Although he was just a scrap recycler, his goal was to be the strongest scrap recycler, but Luo was able to maintain an optimistic attitude all the time. He would face any obstacles with a smile, and he would successfully overcome them and walk firmly on his own path. This kind of life was really envied by many people. By the way, there is something I think you should know. What is it? It's about the pilot of that machine, Strike. What happened to its pilot? When I found it, I found that the PS armor was still activated. It was turned off after I rescued the pilot. It protected its pilot very well. Luo sighed. He was different from many people, even different from Yang Hui. Luo did not just regard Ms. as a machine or a weapon, but as his companion. Maybe many people regard their own machines as the most important companions, and Setsuna regards Gundam as his goal, but there is an essential difference between them and Luo, that is, they treat Ms. as life from the bottom of their hearts. In Luo's view, if you believe in your Ms. will definitely respond to you. This kind of thing, except Luo, no one can do it. Where's the pilot? After being rescued, he was sent to the hut on the top. A blind man took him in. He should have been sent to plant for treatment now, right? Really? That's good. Yang Hui was happy that Kara was saved as in the original plot, but he also felt a little regretful. At this time, Mentor Malchio had already left. He had originally planned to find an opportunity to visit him and test his true strength. Could this old fox know that someone is investigating him and take this opportunity to run away? Yang Hui couldn't help but have such an idea, otherwise why would it be so coincidental? He left just as he was about to take action. Okay, since the machine has been recovered by you, I'll give it to you. It's a great machine. Luo patted Yang Hui on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I will definitely repair it like a new one. Well, then we'll leave first. By the way, Luo. Anything else? If you and I become enemies, what will you do? Yang Hui asked Luo with a smile. Needless to say? Of course I'll beat you up. Ha ha ha, who's going to beat whom is still unknown. The two parted with smiles, but they all knew in their hearts that they might really have to fight each other. After Luo left, Yang Hui found Erica Simmons. How is the repair gone? It's completed, and the preparations for the Angelus and Angelus are also completed. Okay, then we'll set off. Aren't you going with others? Erica Simmons worried. Although it was established under the pretext of civilian use, the Atlantic Federation would never leave it alone and would definitely deploy defense forces. At the same time, the Zaft army, which had obtained intelligence, would definitely send troops to sabotage. If Yang Hui and others participated in the battle, they would definitely be attacked by both sides. It's too dangerous to go with only 4 people. No, the Zaft army has assembled and is preparing to launch a large-scale war. The Earth army must also be on guard against the Zaft army's actions. Even if there are troops, there won't be too many. The 4 of us are enough. Okay, since you said so, I won't persuade you. Well, the family is left to you, Director Simmons. Step up the training of Miss Pilots. We really don't have much time. Understood. After explaining everything clearly, Yang Hui changed into his pilot suit and came to the secret hangar, and found that Setsuna, Lyle and Tieria had been waiting for him here for a long time. Too slow. Tieria scolded. You are too early. Yang Hui shrugged and smiled, and each boarded the plane. All planes, this mission is to seize the giant floating platform. Whether it is the Zaft army or the Earth army, drive them all out and try to ensure the integrity of the giant floating platform. Yang Hui started the system and issued orders. What about the third-party intrusion forces? Setsuna asked. If they don't move, leave them alone. If they move, mark them as enemies. Understood. X3 Yang Hui and his men are veterans of the battlefield. They are not as naive as Aslan. As long as someone stands in front of them, he is an enemy. If they judge him as an enemy, they will not be troubled by the feelings of the 4 people. They can only exclude this option. The approach is cleared. Dawn, please attack. Erica Simmons' voice came from the communication. Understood. Dawn, attack. The Dawn Gundam was on fire behind it, and it suddenly rushed out of the hangar from the exit above its head. Next is Exa. The approach is cleared. Please attack. Understood. Exa, attack. Dot. The 4 Gundams attacked in turn and headed in the direction of the giant floating platform. As the commander-in-chief of the entire army, Yang Hui's attack was no small matter. Everyone in the Ministry of National Defense looked in the direction where the 4 Gundams left. The grassroots soldiers who did not know the truth did not know what new combat operations the Ministry of National Defense had. They just gave their blessings to Yang Hui and the other 4 and returned to their intense training. The officers and non-commissioned officers who knew something clenched their fists tightly, feeling ashamed and guilty. They should have been the ones to carry out military operations in Orb, but because they were not capable enough, the commander-in-chief had to take risks. Okay, everyone, focus on the work at hand. Wang and Erica Simmons said to their subordinates at the same time in different places, if you are unwilling, then train seriously. We can't help now, but it doesn't mean that we will never be able to play a role. Yes. XN. What Yang Hui didn't expect was that just a simple combat mission coincidentally inspired the morale and positive attitude of the entire army. The construction location of the giant floating platform is in the center of the Pacific Ocean, close to the border of the Zaft Army and the Atlantic Federation. It will not take long to see it from Orb. Hush, this scale is really not small. Lyle exclaimed when he saw the unfinished giant floating platform from the monitor. This is the mobile spaceport prepared by the Atlantic Federation. It is to build a mass accelerator. How can it be small? T-Iria complained. I know, I'm just amazed that they really think about it. How much manpower and material resources are needed to build a movable spaceport on the sea? So we have to grab it, so that Orb will have a second spaceport. Won't this cause more fear from other countries? Asked Setsuna. So we can't own it openly, at least not now. This is still a civilian facility and has nothing to do with us, Orb. Yang Hui said. If we grab this giant floating platform and directly put a label on Orb, it will really accelerate the demise of Orb. Before Orb stands up completely, it cannot be announced to the public that it belongs to Orb. So Yang Hui's plan is to take advantage of the Atlantic Federation and Zaft Army fighting, intervene militarily under the pretext of humanitarian aid, and directly eliminate both sides, and at the same time send Orb's people and troops to occupy this giant floating platform. In this way, not only can we grasp the handles of both the Atlantic Federation and the Zaft Army, so that they cannot point the spearhead at Orb, but we can also clear ourselves and win a movable territory for Orb. Why not? Although this territory cannot be made public, it is still under the control of Orb. It is claimed to be a private organization. Anyway, the people of the Waste Recycling Merchants Union are on the giant floating platform, so they can be used as a cover. Yang Hui is most familiar with transactions. The reason why Yang Hui must seize this giant floating platform is not because of the spaceport, but because of the area of this giant floating platform and the number of people it can accommodate. The Alaska attack is about to begin, followed by the Panama campaign, and then, it is time for the Atlantic Federation to take action against Orb. In order to protect the citizens, Orb will definitely issue an evacuation order in advance, and where will the citizens of Orb go to take refuge? Of course, they will disperse. Although this move will definitely cause population loss, it must be done for the safety of all citizens. In addition to ordinary civilians, there are also some people who cannot be lost, such as the technicians of the Dawn Society, and the elites in the military, political and business circles. These people must not be let go, so how should these people be settled? Although Orb still has the Heavenly Pillar is just a space fortress. How many people can it accommodate? How many people are willing to live in the universe? So this giant floating platform is the best place. During the period from the destruction of Orb to the reconstruction of Orb, Yang Hui's goal is to use this group of people to build a giant floating platform into Orb's second territory. Yang Hui, the Earth Army and the Zaft Army are fighting. Then let's start. Familiar slogans. Yang Hui teased. Okay, I haven't heard it for a long time, arrange it. Then, the mission begins. Celestial begins to intervene by force. Understood, Archangel, start to expel the target. It still feels good this way. Cherubim, start sniping the target. That's Locken's line. Forget it, Angel of Da, start bombarding the target. Secret. I almost forgot that Secret Angel is gone. Dawn, start to intervene by force. Different worlds, different members, familiar lines, the same passion. That's right, they are celestial, they will be celestial for their whole lives. The meaning of their existence is to fight violence with violence. Use force to cut off the distortion point of the world, and open up a brand new future. I'd like to explain in advance that Mr. Hongxi has received rewards, and he has directly become the leader. According to the regulations, he should have added more chapters directly, but Mr. Hongxi requested that the chapters be updated on May 1st. Is this not arranged? P.S. I'd like to add one more sentence about a mentor issue. Hehe. Chapter 332, Heaven, began to intervene with force. 4 machines entered the arena and joined the melee, attracting everyone's attention. That's Orb's Ms. Damn it. Is Orb going to join the war? Attack. Start attacking. The Earth Army and Zaft Army, who were originally fighting to the death, tacitly separated a small group of troops to block the 4 Dawn machines. Their current battle has entered a stalemate. If Orb joins in, the situation will be seriously out of control. Oh, this road is blocked. Before the divided troops had time to approach the frontmost Archangel, several beams of light outlined the body of Archangel and penetrated the enemy planes in front. Archangel took this opportunity to suddenly jump from the aircraft, and the 6 beam daggers on his waist were overdrawn and pierced into the chests of the 6 Deans, and then retracted along the trajectory of the steel cable. The Deans, with arcs and sparks leaping, fell to the ground, and the fireworks exploded before they touched the ground. Instead of returning to the aircraft, the Archangel landed directly on the ground. The beam rapid-fire cannons on the shoulders of the Archangel fired continuously, destroying all the chariots and fighter planes around the Archangel's landing point. He also jumped off the aircraft and stood beside the Archangel. Charge for 30 seconds. After receiving the communication from T-Area, the Archangel did not hesitate at all, drew out his sword and wandered around the Archangel, either sweeping with the beams or unsheathing his sword, destroying all the approaching enemy planes. The ground forces were cleared of an area, and the fighter planes and Dean in the sky felt the threat of death from the shining light of the gun muzzle in the hands of the Archangel. They gave up their enemies and surrounded the Archangel. At this moment, a golden stream drew an elegant arc in the sky, shuttling back and forth among the approaching enemy planes. When he stopped again, the fireworks behind him continued to bloom, and fragments and debris fell like raindrops. T-Area. Charge complete. Beam rocket launcher, sweep mode, fire. A thick green beam broke through the clouds, splitting the world in half. Idiot, you can't aim. What? Idiot, if you can't hit, no matter how powerful it is, The bombardment of the Angel didn't hit anyone, and the enemies were still laughing at T-Area's stupidity and poor performance. Unexpectedly, the Angel's bloated body twisted flexibly, rotating with a thick beam, turning the bombardment into a slash, sweeping across, helping the sky regain its blue and purity. Stop. At this moment, the Astray Gundam Red rushed out from the side, and the precious sword, Kikachimanji, swung down towards the Angel's head. Dang. At some point, the Angel of Exa inserted itself between the Angel and the Astray Gundam Red, raising its sharp sword to block the slash of Kikachimanji. You can actually block the sword of the Angel of Exa. Setsuna frowned slightly. The physical sword of the Angel of Exa is a high-frequency vibration sword. Even the PS armor can't hold on for long. Ordinary armor is as fragile as tofu. But the physical knife in the hand of the Red Gundam can actually block the high-frequency vibration slashing ability, and even hold on. What on earth are you going to do? Do you have to kill people? Luo's voice sounded at the same time in the communication channels of Dawn, Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom and Angel of Virtuosity. Yang Hui. Make him lose his combat ability. Understood. Yang Hui. Answer me. Luo was still questioning Yang Hui, but the next second he didn't have the leisure to do so. The abdomen of the Astray Gundam Red was hit hard, and the huge force carried it backwards. The Angel of Exa took a perch and threw 6 beam daggers again. The Astray Gundam Red, which lost its balance, avoided 3 beam daggers in a weird manner at the time of crisis, and used Kikuchimanji to cut off the one that stabbed its head, and then reached out and held another one. In the end, only one pierced the thigh of the Astray Gundam Red. The Astray Gundam Red was still planning to pull the beam dagger in its hand to pull the Angel Exa towards him, and then defeat it with a lightning ball on its left arm. To Law's horror, the moment the Astray Gundam Red held the beam dagger, the Angel Exa cut a steel cable connected to the dagger at the same time. Ugh! Damn it! One of the legs of the Astray Gundam Red was no longer usable, and it fell to the ground without the ability to stand up again. Seeing that the Angel Exa was approaching rapidly, Law poured all his energy into his left arm, and the lightning ball was ready to be launched, just waiting for the Angel Exa to approach and then slap it with a palm. Now, the Angel Exa approached and entered the raid range of the Astray Gundam Red. The Astray Gundam Red suddenly propped up its body with its right hand, and the engine burst into fierce flame, causing the Astray Gundam Red to pounce on the Angel Exa, and the energy ball shining with terrible lightning was pointed directly at the Angel Exa's head. I succeeded. What? In Luo's incredulous eyes, Exa tilted her body slightly and tilted her head at the same time, letting the lightning ball pass by her head. With a flash of cold light, the left arm of the Gundam Astray was broken at the root, and the fracture was smooth and flat. Without stopping, Exa bent her knees and bent her waist, flexibly circled to the back of the Gundam Astray Red, stabbed it in the head with one sword, and cut off the other arm with one sword. Mission accomplished, huh? Exa, who was planning to remove the last leg of the Gundam Astray Red, suddenly sounded an alarm and withdrew. The next second, several missiles drew an edge around the Gundam Astray Red, accurately controlling the range of the explosion, which could force Exa back without hurting the Gundam Astray Red. This attack, it was him. Seeing the enemy's precise control of the explosion range, Setsuna immediately guessed who the attacker was. Sure enough, a figure broke through the ocean and landed next to the Gundam Astray Red. The appearance was the same, but the color was blue. Yang Hui. Setsu, you retreat, I'll deal with them. The Earth Army and Zaft Army have already started to retreat. Clean up the remaining troops. Understood. The Angel of Exa turned around and left, and the Blue Astray Gundam took the opportunity to launch missiles to prevent the Angel of Exa from leaving, but just when the missiles were halfway to the position, the rain of light beams fell from the sky, hitting the flying missiles one by one. Do you want to get involved too? Yang Hui asked after the Dawn Gundam fell from the sky. It's just a mission, otherwise I wouldn't be your opponent. Kong Yun-hee replied calmly. He didn't mean to say how deep his friendship with Yang Hui was. His relationship with Yang Hui was just an excellent partner, not too deep, so what he meant was that he always felt that Yang Hui was very dangerous, and he didn't want to be an enemy of Yang Hui unless necessary. But Kong Yun-hee is Kong Yun-hee, even if it is very dangerous, since he has accepted the commission, he must complete it. What is your commission? No comment. Really? Run. You can't beat him. Luo shouted in the communication channel. He knew Setsuna, Kong Yun, and Yang Hui. Kong Yun was very strong, but at most he was on par with Setsuna, while Yang Hui was stronger than Setsuna, and his machine was even more terrifying. He didn't think Kong Yun was Yang Hui's opponent. I know, but I accepted the commission. Really? I know, then stay with Luo. As soon as the voice fell, the Dawn Gundam moved, rushing forward with a little starlight. The sharp blade was unsheathed, shining with a cold light that stung the skin. Kong Yun had his own intelligence channels and knew some information about the Dawn Gundam. At the same time, his years of experience and sixth sense warned him that it would be very dangerous if he let the Dawn Gundam get close to him, so the Astray Gundam Blue Machine quickly retreated in another direction, and the beam gun, bazooka, and missile compartment fired at the same time. Unexpectedly, the Dawn Gundam didn't even dodge, and rushed up directly, staring at the firepower suppression of the Astray Gundam. That's beam weapons. When retreating, Kong Yun observed that tiny spots of light kept breaking away from the large group and sticking to rockets and missiles, and then exploded in the next second. The beam shots were also blocked and scattered. Kong Yun immediately judged that the spots of light that kept scattering from the wings were a special weapon that could attack and defend. It was precisely because of this that Kong Yun was shocked. Both the Atlantic Federation and the Zaft Army had just completed the miniaturization of beam weapons, and the weapon in front of them was already a very powerful advanced technology. So how strong is Orb's technological strength? How much is it beyond Zaft and the Atlantic Federation? What a terrible person. This is Kong Yun's evaluation of Yang Hui, because he knew that the country of Orb was completely different since Yang Hui appeared. But the shock came and went quickly, because the Dawn Gundam was approaching the Astray Gundam Blue Machine, and there was no energy to waste. Then, try this. The missile pod on the shoulder fell off and was grabbed by the Blue Astray, which threw it towards the Dawn Gundam along with the rocket launcher in its hand. At the same time, the beam rifle fired, and the missile pod with residual bullets and the rocket launcher were hit together. The explosion directly engulfed the Dawn Gundam. Chance. The Blue Astray did not stay where it was, nor did it continue to retreat. Instead, it drew out its beam sword and rushed forward with the cover of the fire. Since it is a beam weapon, it is energy, and energy will definitely be consumed. The violent explosion may not cause any damage to the Dawn Gundam, but it will definitely open a hole in the golden passport. While the hole is not closed, one strike will determine the outcome. It's a good idea, but everything is within Yang Hui's calculations. The beam sword stabbed and rushed into the fire, but who knew that a cold light flashed, splitting the fire in two, and cutting off the right palm of the blue astray holding the sword. Tisk! The assault failed, but the blue astray did not give up. It raised its left arm to grab the beam rifle at its waist, but its hand was cut off by the Dawn Gundam while it was still open. It's over, Mission failed. Shua shua shua, the sword light was dazzling, and the blue astray fell to the ground with only its broken body left. Chapter 333, A New Commission. The Earth Army and Zaft either fled or died, leaving only 4 misses on the giant floating platform: Dawn Gundam, Exa, Cherubim, and Devil. Of course, if the blue and red machines that became human sticks are also counted, there are 6. Because of the battle, the giant floating platform was impacted and damaged, but generally speaking, it was not a big deal and only needed simple repairs to recover. In order to prevent the Zaft Army and the Earth Army from returning, and to prevent the people of the scrap recycler from suddenly attacking and hurting Yang Hui, Cherubim and Devil were on guard nearby. Setsuna accompanied Yang Hui to meet the scrap recycler and Kong Yun. Yang Hui, why do you do this? Luo asked Yang Hui with a bitter face. This giant floating platform is a civilian project. The purpose of its establishment was to create a spaceport for civilians to use safely during the war. No reason. It is good for Orb to seize this giant floating platform, so I did it. Yang Hui replied calmly. But this platform is prepared for many civilians. If you do this, Luo, I know you are not stupid, so can you stop pretending to be stupid in front of me? Luo remained silent. In fact, he knew from the beginning that the giant floating platform was a brand new spaceport built by the Atlantic Federation under the guise of civilian use. After all, under the guise of civilian use, it can avoid the intrusion of the Zaft Army to a certain extent, leaving a backup, so that the Earth Army will not be completely restricted to the Earth after the fall of Panama. However, he also has his own plan. Most of the Earth Army's current forces on Earth are in the Panama base, and the rest are the most basic garrison troops in each base. This part of the troops cannot be transferred at will, so there are definitely not many troops to supervise them. The Zaft Army can also get intelligence about the giant floating platform, and will definitely send troops to fight for or destroy it, but since the Zaft Army is about to engage in large-scale operations, the troops sent will definitely not be many. So during this period of time, Luo and the scrap recyclers have discussed and planned to build a giant floating platform with all their strength. After both sides are defeated, they will drive away all the Zaft and Earth forces, and then complete the giant floating platform in the shortest time possible, and make it move before the 2 armies come to their senses, so as to get rid of the tracking of the 2 armies. In this way, the giant floating platform can be prevented from being used by the Atlantic Federation in the war. Who knows, the appearance of Yang Hui and others disrupted his plan and made his goal fall short. What about you? Seeing that Luo didn't speak, Yang Hui looked at Kong Yun again. I have nothing to say about losing to you, but now it seems that my commission has been completed. Kong Yun answered calmly. He knew that Yang Hui didn't kill him in the Miz battle, and he would not kill him now. It seems that the client is the Atlantic Federation, protecting the floating platform from being destroyed, right? Yes. But the giant floating platform was taken away by me, so you shouldn't get the commission money, right? Yes. Kong Yun was also helpless. Although the commission was completed, the giant floating platform was not intact, but it was safe and sound. But the Atlantic Federation had lost control of the giant floating platform, so he definitely couldn't get the commission money, but he was used to it. The commissions of the Atlantic Federation and the Eurasian Federation had been refused by the other party for various reasons several times. How about I pay it? What do you want to do? Kong Yun did not accept it immediately. There is no free lunch in the world. Yang Hui was so straightforward to him, there must be conditions. Go back to the universe now, go to the L4 universe, and contact this person. He will tell you what to do next. Yang Hui handed the note with the contact information to Kong Yun. I have the right to refuse the commission. The reward will be increased. You can go to Heaven's Pillar to repair the blue machine first, and get a combat backpack for space battles at the same time. What exactly do you want to do? Kong Yun asked. He didn't accept any commission. He would usually refuse such unclear commissions directly. The reason why he asked Yang Hui twice was because of their previous friendship. It's a backup plan. The world will soon be in chaos. I know, but I reserve the right to refuse. If the follow-up content is too extreme, I will leave directly and pay you back the money I owe you later. No problem. After solving Kong Yun's problem, Yang Hui looked at the people of the scrap recyclers. The leader was Madonna, the president of the Earth faction. The two Madonnas rarely appeared, so there was no need to worry about confusion. Strangely enough, Madonna and Maddock were twin brothers. It was unknown why they fell out, which caused the scrap recyclers union to split into two factions, and the relationship was very bad. Master Yang Hui, I don't understand the righteousness and war. I only know that we won't get paid for doing this. Madonna said to Yang Hui. I know, but I don't intend to compensate you. Then we won't do it. At most, we will work for free. People like us are not valued by you big guys anyway. It's just that the future transactions, Madonna's meaning is very clear. If Yang Hui doesn't provide them with compensation, Orb will be an unwelcome customer of the Scrap Merchants Association in the future. I don't care. If you don't welcome me, there will naturally be people who welcome me. To be honest, your brother has wanted to take over all my orders more than once. So your threats are meaningless to me. It's impossible for me to compensate you. Orb's current capital and material needs are also very large, and there is no more to give you. In this case, then But I have another deal. I don't know if you are interested. Just as Madonna was about to leave with the indignant scrap recyclers, Yang Hui suddenly said, sorry, Master Yang Hui, you are no longer a qualified customer in our hearts, and we don't care about transactions. You continue to build this giant floating platform, and we will reserve a place for you on this giant floating platform. What do you mean? Madonna was stunned, and there was a guess in his mind that forced him to continue listening. After the giant floating platform is built, you can reserve a place as the headquarters of the Earth faction. Orb will issue you a certificate of legal operation, which will cover your independence and autonomy, and you will also be protected by Orb. How about it? Are you willing to accept this reward? I agree. This is no longer a heartbeat, but putting the whole heart on the mass accelerator and ascending directly to heaven. Madonna could not refuse this reward anyway, because most of the scrap recyclers are homeless and abandoned by the world. Otherwise, who would do this? The Cosmic faction has built its own dock and base after years of hard work, but the Earth faction cannot do it, because the Earth is not like the universe. All the land has an owner, and few countries are willing to accept them as a group of rag-picking hyenas. Even if there are countries willing to accept them, they all aim to annex them directly. After all, there are still many capable people among the scrap recyclers. They are used to freedom, so it is naturally impossible for them to agree. Therefore, the scrap recyclers of the Earth faction really have no fixed headquarters. Most of them are scattered, and they have the opportunity to get together, hold large-scale exhibitions and other activities, and then disperse again. But no matter how much people like freedom, they also hope to have a stable home, and go home to rest when they are tired of drifting outside. And what Yang Hui provides is this opportunity, so that they have a home to return to. This temptation, except Luo, no one can refuse. As for being annexed by Orb, at least in terms of promises, Yang Hui has never disappointed people. Instead of being hostile to Orb and Yang Hui now, why not take a gamble? It seems that the deal has been reached. Some people will move in a while, including management personnel and the military. At the same time, the design drawings will be changed to some extent, but the general changes will not be made. You can continue to work. Don't worry, we won't cut corners. The deal was reached, and the scrap recyclers dispersed, leaving Luo alone looking at Yang Hui with a complicated expression. Pack up your body, let's go back to Orb. No, I'm afraid you will cheat me again. Luo refused. What do you have now that is worth cheating? Yang Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I don't know, but I have a hunch that if I go with you, you will definitely cheat me. Are you going? No. Yang Hui took out his pad and dialed a number. What a rare guest, you actually contacted me directly. I didn't want to either. Luo is scared by me now, so I can only contact you directly. Luo looked at Yang Hui in amazement, Because the voice coming from the pad was the professor, he didn't expect Yang Hui to be so unethical. Although Law is the leader of the team, he has always respected the professor. The professor rarely gives orders to Law, but as long as there is a request, he will do it. Really? It seems that Law has grown up. Can you stop talking like a bad guy? Aren't you? Okay, then Professor, I want to entrust you to send us and the machine back to Orb. The reward is the repair and modification of the red machine. How about it? Okay, I agree. Professor, can you repair the red machine as good as new? The professor asked Law. Oh, no. Law is a super mechanic, no one can question this, but he is really not a magician. He can create something out of nothing. The Astray Gundam is broken like this. There is only technology but no matching spare parts. Even if it is repaired well, it is not the original Astray Gundam, but a hodgepodge of broken pieces. Law, who regards the Astray Gundam red machine as more important than his own life, cannot accept this result. Then come back, we have accepted Master Yang Hui's commission. Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Luo looked at Yang Hui with a resentful face and begged him, can you stop cheating me? I'm really scared. Okay. Don't laugh. I'm even more scared seeing you laugh. Ha ha ha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 334, Go or Stay? Yang Hui and his companions returned to Orb and ordered Erica Simmons to help Lore repair the Astray Gundam Red, which was met with a bunch of cold stares. Master Yang Hui, you are not a human being, but please don't treat others as human beings. After seeing the Astray Gundam Red, which was only a spare part, the diligent Erica Simmons finally couldn't help but explode. Originally, Yang Hui had assigned them enough work, and they kept adding more. This is not how the donkeys in the production team are used, right? Ahoho, this is an accident. Who asked Luo to stand in front of us? Yang Hui explained awkwardly. Then please be gentle. Do you know how much work it will take to restore it to its original state after it is so broken? With your driving skills, there are many ways to make Luo lose his combat capability while preserving the machine, right? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It was Setsuna who did it. Setsuna, I did it. It's the best choice under the current circumstances. Setsuna glanced at Yang Hui and admitted it calmly. I don't know you guys. Without Master Yang Hui's permission, would you do this? Haha, see. Yang Hui, you will be punished if you do too much evil. I let you trick me and let you destroy the red machine, now you are getting your retribution, right? Lyle and Luo stood on the same front, and saw that Yang Hui failed to pass the blame and made up for it without any hesitation. Unexpectedly, Yang Hui's sidelong glance made the two of them stop laughing. Lyle, I think you are quite free, the training assessment of the Ms. unit is handed over to you, Setsuna and Tiria are very tired recently, they can take a break, and Luo, I suddenly thought of another project you can help with. I resign. I'm determined. Reject, either be a traitor or do it, and Luo, I will discuss it directly with the professor, don't worry, you can't get away. Yang Hui. Are you a devil? The two looked at Yang Hui with a sad face. In their eyes, Yang Hui's bat wings were stretched out, the sharp corners on his forehead flashed with cold light, and his slender tail was swinging happily. Not going yet? Well, let me think if there is anything else. Lyle and Luo ran away in a flash. They were really afraid that Yang Hui would cheat them out of everything. Haha, you little brat, you want to fight me? Yang Hui raised his head proudly, but when he turned around, he found that everyone around him had stopped working and stared at Yang Hui with dead fish eyes. You. Hula the passers-by who were watching the melons fled in all directions, and Erica Simmons, Setsuna and Tiria all took a step back. What do you mean? Nothing, I'm going to work. I'm going to see the Angel of Exa. I'm going to see the situation of the independent Ms. Brigade. Without giving Yang Hui a chance to speak, everyone left, and even those who passed by took a certain arc around Yang Hui as the origin, ensuring that the area within a 50-meter radius of Yang Hui was in a vacuum zone. I am not. Yang Hui wanted to explain something, but every time he opened his mouth, everyone quickened their pace and left, leaving behind only vicissitudes and sadness. Forget it, let's go find Wang. Yang Hui gave up treatment. It seemed that his image as a black-hearted capitalist could not be washed away for the time being. He came to the Ministry of National Defense and found Wang and Wang Liumei, and told them about the situation of the giant floating platform. Then the plan can begin. Wang directly announced her revised plan. Originally, we planned to let all of the Aurora Society go to Heaven's Pillar, but now there is a second option. The Aurora Society will be split into two parts. The battleship field will be sent to Heaven's Pillar, as usual, to assist Mina in forming a space fleet. The technicians and other fields will be sent to the giant floating platform, and large equipment will be dismantled and sent there if it can be dismantled. This matter should be informed to Yuzumi. The dispatch of management personnel requires his permission. Wang Liumei added that although Yuzumi had delegated power to them, important decisions still needed to be informed of Yuzumi, and the positioning of the giant floating platform was the second land. It was not enough to just have ordinary members of parliament. Someone who could control the situation must be arranged, preferably one of the patriarchs of the 5 major families. They were not qualified to transfer such a high-ranking political official, so they needed to negotiate with Yuzumi and the patriarchs of the 5 major families. The defense force cannot be mobilized. Wang called up some intelligence, which evaluated the combat power of the Earth Army in Zaft from 10 years ago. The military strength of Orb is already very limited. If we divide the troops, the mainland will not be able to stop the attack of the Atlantic Federation or Zaft Army. It can't be stopped even if we don't divide the troops. Yang Hui interrupted and said his own opinion, which was also the most accurate judgment. Wang and Wang Liumei were silent. Their plans were not exactly the same as Yang Hui's. They wanted to defend the mainland of Orb. But Yang Hui didn't think about defending the mainland of Orb in the first defense of Orb at the beginning, because he knew it was completely impossible. There is still a chance. Wang Liumei said, although the agents lurking in the Atlantic Federation suffered heavy losses, the agents of other forces are fine. When the time comes, I can order them to act, intensify the conflict between the Earth Army and the Zaft Army, and divert attention to each other. It's useless. Yang Hui shook his head and denied Wang Liumei's plan. The key point is, Kyugui, Orb's mass accelerator. As long as Kyugui is still there, they will not let Orb go. Panama. Wang solemnly called up the map and locked his eyes on Panama. That's right. Yang Hui marked the locations of Panama Base, Alaska Base, Gibraltar Base and Carpinteria Base on the map, and called up the currently known military deployment, not only the military deployment on Earth, but also the Zaft fleet in Earth orbit. The target of the Zaft Army this time is not only the Joshua Base, but also the Panama Base. The ground forces will attack the Joshua Base, and the space fleet will overlook the Panama Base. Now the main fleet of the Earth Army is about to arrive at the Panama Base. They will take the opportunity to attack the Joshua Base with empty defense forces. Once the main fleet returns to defend, the space fleet will immediately launch a landing operation. By then, it will be too late for the main fleet to return to support either side. At the same time, once the Alaska Base and Panama Base fall, the troops on both sides will attack the main fleet from front and back. Yang Hui marked several arrows on the map, pointing directly at the main fleet of the Earth Army. If the main fleet is completely destroyed, the Earth will become the back garden of the Zaft Army. At the same time, Yang Hui converted the map to the universe and marked the Earth Army's lunar crater base. Without the support from the Earth, the crater will be a turtle in a jar, and even if you are trapped, you can trap them to death. The problem is here. The Emperor clicked on the map a few times, and the picture returned to the Joshua Base in Alaska, Earth. The Atlantic Federation has learned about the Zaft Army's plan in advance, and even the trap is ready, so what you mentioned will never happen. Then have you thought about it? The Atlantic Federation's conspiracy was successful. What would the Zaft Army do? Yang Hui asked the Emperor. Shrink the troops, stabilize the defense line, and rest and fight again. No, they will turn grief and anger into strength and attack the Panama Base. Yang Hui said. Yang Hui told them the upcoming trajectory before, but because the real world is not an animation, it is just for reference. It is normal for the Emperor to draw different conclusions, because her judgment is the most objective and stable result. Generally speaking, the commander will do this. But she ignored something very important, human nature. The war between the Zaft Army and the Earth Army has not only been an extension of politics, but has risen to the height of racial hatred. The Atlantic Federation has been promoting the idea that the adjusters are monsters all day long, and they must be completely eliminated for the sake of a pure blue sky, while on the plant side, the radicals have won a complete victory, and the moderate members of the parliament have either been placed under house arrest or demoted to insignificant positions. The radicals are also racists, advocating that the adjusters should be superior to natural people, and they are the more perfect race. Yang Hui couldn't help but regret that he had already rescued Lenoa Sarah in advance, and Patrick Sura still took the old path, maybe not so crazy, but his extreme ideas have not changed at all. Hearing Yang Hui's answer, Wang and Wang Liumai were silent. Control of the battlefield is also control of human nature, Wang. This point cannot be ignored. I know, I will leave enough troops to resist the first few waves of attack, and the remaining fleet will secretly move to the giant floating platform. Well, now I declare that the White Dove Plan has entered the 4th stage. After a bumpy and long journey, they finally arrived at the Joshua Base in Alaska. This voyage was really too difficult for them. They were short of manpower, worried, and their companions had sacrificed. But beyond their expectations, their arrival was not welcomed and relaxed as they had imagined, but was questioned and questioned by the top leaders. The top leaders of the Atlantic Federation determined that when Malu was the captain, he not only exposed the confidential matters of the military by letting civilians board the ship, but also let the top leaders of other countries make decisions, which made the Atlantic Federation lose face. What they were most dissatisfied with was the loss of the assault, which led to the complete failure of the G plan. They spent so much manpower and material resources to implement the project, but only got the data, and there was no physical gain. This made everyone angry, including Baki Lulu, because the G plan was originally a project established by Dwayne Halberton on his own. They didn't contribute at all and were still dragging their feet. How could they have the qualifications to say such things? Another point was the insult to Kira, just because Kira was an adjuster. No one present could accept it. Although Kira was an adjuster, they had established a deep bond with Kira during the long voyage, and without Kira's protection, they would never have been able to reach Alaska. But they had no choice but to be angry but not to speak, because they were soldiers and the other party was their superior. After the inquiry, Bakalulu, Mu and Frey received the transfer order, which made Malu and Bakalulu silent, because they thought of Yang Hui's request to them before they parted. Chapter 335 Meeting the Old Fox. There were only Malu and Bakalu in the captain's room. What should we do? Malu asked Bakalu with a complicated expression. It would be a lie to say that they had accompanied each other all the way until now without any feelings. Moreover, Bakalu and Yang Hui, like herself, had a complicated love. Because of Yang Hui's influence, Bakalu was not on bad terms with Malu as in the original plot. Instead, they were considered besties in private. So she did not pack her bags and accept the transfer order from the top to leave the Archangel as in the original plot. We are soldiers. Bakalu has been using this reason to convince herself. But it was really difficult. Yang Hui opened her eyes along the way, and Bakalu also found many inappropriate things about the military top brass, such as this inquiry. No, it should be said that it was an interrogation. They had fought hard all the way to Alaska, and the enemy and us had a huge gap in combat power in every battle. It was a miracle that they could come back. However, not only did they not welcome them, but they were treated like prisoners. This made Bakalu feel chilled and even more disappointed with the military top brass. But Bakalulu still remembered her identity as a soldier and adhered to the military discipline, so she still planned to accept the transfer order. Natal. Of course, I can only represent myself. As for the ideas of Major Flacca and Private Alsta, I will not interfere. Bakalulu said. Major Flacca should also accept the transfer order, but Frey. Alice. Speaking of Frey, Malu and Bakalulu couldn't help but sigh. They really felt sorry for this poor girl. She watched her father die in battle and became homeless. Then her boyfriend was also included in the MIA list. She wanted to reconcile with her ex-boyfriend but was rejected. It was as if she was abandoned by the whole world. Frey, who had lost everything, was left with the Archangel. Only these familiar people could bring her a sense of security and reliance. But, even if she doesn't want to leave Archangel, there's nothing we can do. Bakalu said with a wry smile. This transfer order was issued directly by the headquarters. We can't refuse it even if we want to, unless we defect. That's true. Just as Malu and Bakalu were still worrying about how to help Frey stay on Archangel, The final preparations were being made deep underground in the Alaska base. How is the situation? Very smooth. I believe everything will start and end as planned. The gloomy environment, the gloomy smile, a conspiracy is about to unfold. Orb welcomed a special guest. A Vosgulo-class submarine mothership of the Zaft Army docked at the port of Hatsushima. Under the protection of heavy troops, Yang Hui returned Aslan, Diego and Nicole to the Zaft Army. First meeting. Is that right? Sir Yang Hui? It is indeed the first meeting, Captain Cruz. Yang Hui and Cruz, the two biggest behind-the-scenes chess players in the world, finally ushered in their first face-to-face meeting. Thank you for taking care of my subordinates. Our country is only acting in accordance with international law, Captain Cruz. You are welcome. Then I will take them back. Thank you for your warm reception. Are you leaving now? I have prepared a welcoming banquet for Captain Cruz and the soldiers of the Zaft Army. I am very sorry, Sir Yang Hui. The military order is urgent. We have to return immediately. That's a pity. To be honest, I have heard of Captain Cruz for a long time and hope to communicate more with Captain Cruz. Me too, but unfortunately time does not allow it. After the war, if conditions permit, I may come to visit you. Really? I am looking forward to it. Goodbye. Goodbye. The first friendly exchange between Yang Hui and Cruz ended with a handshake. Yang Hui looked at Aslan and others again. Take care, Aslan, Nicole and Diego too. Take care. The three responded at the same time. Although they had all been prisoners of Orb, except Nicole who was captured by Yang Hui himself, Aslan and Diego were both saved by Orb, and they were not harassed by Orb during their recuperation. They were also well fed and well provided, which made it impossible for them to feel bad about Orb and Yang Hui at this time. Watching the Vosgulo-class submarine carrier leave the port under the escort of the fleet, Yang Hui kept a mysterious smile on his face. Returning directly to the Ministry of National Defense, Wang and Wang Liumi found Yang Hui. How do you feel about this first contact? Wang asked Yang Hui. Old fox. Yang Hui covered his forehead, his tone mixed with depression and fatigue. Yang Hui's first contact with Cruz seemed to be a friendly conversation, but only the two of them knew how many hidden arrows were hidden in the short exchange. At the beginning, Cruz openly thanked Yang Hui for taking care of his people, but in fact, he was mocking Orb for playing tricks and causing Zaft to suffer a big loss. Yang Hui tactfully told Cruz that Orb still adhered to the international neutrality law, and their behavior was reasonable and legal. Then Yang Hui hoped that Cruz would stay and have more contact, but Cruz also shirked on the grounds of military orders, which was a hint to Yang Hui that the Zaft Army's action was about to begin and they had no time to delay. This was also a way to quietly reveal the information to Yang Hui, on the one hand to express apologies for not being able to accept the invitation, and on the other hand to show goodwill to Yang Hui, indicating that there was a possibility of cooperation between them. It seems that he has disappointed you. Wang and Wang Liumi covered their mouths and chuckled. No, on the contrary. Yang Hui retorted, with a satisfied gleam in his eyes, he has been moved, otherwise he would not have actively leaked information to us. Now we just need an opportunity. Our true strength? Wang Liumi asked. That's right. Yang Hui stood up and looked out the window. He was moved, but he didn't believe us yet, and he didn't think highly of us, so he was waiting for us to reveal all our cards to see if we were qualified to make him give up his crazy plan and cooperate with us, or continue to speed up his plan to force us to reveal our cards. Wang added that in Yang Hui's description, Cruz was a madman, but not completely crazy. His madness came from his limited lifespan, because Cruz was a clone, born with a shortage of mitochondria and a short lifespan. As long as his life could be extended, his madness would be solved. But the problem was that the shortage of mitochondria in clones was not a cold or fever, which could be cured just by saying it would be cured. Cruz also had a friend who was an expert in the field of genetics, but they were unable to solve Cruz's pain, and could only develop a special medicine to delay it, so he didn't believe that Yang Hui and others had the ability to solve his mitochondrial shortage. He was moved because there was no way out, and he wanted to grasp every ray of hope. He didn't believe it because he didn't understand Yang Hui. In Cruz's eyes, Yang Hui was always shrouded in a thick fog, which made him unable to see through it. The more he understood Yang Hui, the more he felt a sense of disharmony, but he couldn't tell the origin of this disharmony. It seems that both of us have no time. Wang Liumi teased. The world is about to be in chaos. The test of orb is about to come, and Cruz's deadline is approaching. Yang Hui and others want to win over Cruz and must gain his trust before he dies, so there is no time to waste for both sides. Lakis sent a message that Kira Yamato has been received. Then, Wang Liumei reported the important intelligence received in the past few days to Yang Hui and Wang. Is that completed? Yang Hui asked. It's completed, with 4 machines. 4 machines. Hearing this, Yang Hui frowned. Yes, the construction plan is for 5 aircraft. 9, 10, 11, and 12 have been completed, and 13 is not far from completion. Are we still going according to the original plan? Wang asked Yang Hui. Yes, let's go according to the original plan, and let Lakis hand over 10 to Kira when the opportunity arises. Do the other 4 aircraft need to be? No. Your memory can only be a reference, not reality. I know, but it doesn't matter. Even if they are all enemies, it doesn't matter. The first defensive orb was a large-scale war between the 2 top powers in the world. Even if it was an ace aircraft, a single digit would hardly affect the situation. Even if Aslan became an enemy and Kira did not help orb, Yang Hui was confident that he could withstand 1 or 2 attacks and then take off with a spark. But in this way, Lakis will be completely exposed. Wang Liumei said with a serious expression. Except for the 3 people present, no one knew that Lakis had established a moderate secret organization, Terminal, with the help of Yang Hui and others, and no one knew that Lakis had actually been a member of Celestial Being all along, and was the highest level intelligence officer planted in plant by Wang Liumei, responsible for all the agents planted in plant by Celestial Being. That was why Wang Liumei disagreed with Yang Hui's instructions, just to hand over the new machine to Kira and win over Kira. It was not worth exposing Lakis. Once Lakis was exposed, their many years of layout in plant would suffer heavy losses. Even if she is not exposed, Lux will have to evacuate. The radicals have an absolute advantage. Old Sarah is not Aslan. He has just taken over the position of speaker and has some restrictions. When he takes full power, the first target will be Seagull, and then Lakis. So it doesn't matter whether she is exposed now or not. I see. Wang Liumei nodded. I will send a letter to Lakis to let her be prepared. All plant agents are silent, and Seagull's evacuation plan must also be prepared. Well, let's arrange it this way. Focus on reminding that goblin not to make trouble. Hehe. Wang and Wang Liumei laughed while covering their mouths when they heard it. They knew that Yang Hui had been calling Lakis Liao behind her back, not only because Lakis was indeed a goblin, but also because Lakis didn't like to play by the rules and always liked to do something surprising. By the way, we have found some clues about the identity of Mentor Malchio. Chapter 336. How big is Yang Hui's appetite? After picking up Aslan, Diego and Nicole, Cruz returned directly to the Carpinteria base, but only let Aslan, Diego and Nicole get off the ship before setting sail again. On the way back, Cruz had told the 3 of them that they would be transferred from the Cruz team to the Special Forces directly under the National Defense Committee, and would return directly to their country to receive the latest machine. At the same time, they were awarded the Nebula Medal. This result made the 3 of them a little overwhelmed, especially Nicole and Diego, because Aslan deserved to be rewarded. After all, he killed the striker, but they did not achieve much. Nicole was directly captured in the Orb Sea, and Diego was even worse, almost dying at the hands of the striker. But Cruz knew what Patrick Sala was thinking. Wasn't it to win over the remaining members of Parliament and completely squeeze Seagull Klein out of the Supreme Council? Nicole's father was a moderate member, Diego's father was a neutral but also close to the moderates. He took the opportunity to bring the 2 back to their country safely to promote them, and at the same time transferred them to his special forces for control. Here is a joke. Among the first 4 red-clothed people, only Isaac's mother was a loyal follower of Patrick Sarah, so he didn't need to use this method to win over and control Isalia Jewel, so Isaac was excluded by Patrick Sarah. Congratulations, Isaac, you've been promoted. Diego teased. Diego. You bastard. Isaac's mood at this time can no longer be described by the word grievance. He was very happy when he learned that the 3 were still alive, but it didn't take long for Cruz to inform him that he was promoted and became a captain. Isaac thought that the other 3 had the stain of being captured, and only he was intact, so Aslan was demoted. He took off and was excited that he finally beat Aslan once. The next second, he was petrified. Cruz told him that Aslan and the other two were transferred to the direct troops of the National Defense Committee, and he was the only one left in the Sarah team. If the three of them left, what was the point of his promotion? Question mark. He wanted to ask Aslan, Diego and Nicole why they abandoned him. Question mark. Okay, Diego, don't provoke Isaac. Nicole advised. He didn't understand why the upper echelons would issue such a transfer order, and he didn't want to be separated from his close companions, but there was no way. As a soldier, he had to obey orders. Take care, Isaac. Humph. You don't need to say it. Without me to hold the stage, just don't embarrass yourself. Puff. Looking at Isaac at this time, Aslan, Diego and Nicole found that the nickname Yang Hui gave Isaac was simply perfect. Due to the tight time limit of the transfer order of the National Defense Committee, the three did not bring more. They simply packed up and said goodbye to Isaac and boarded the transport plane to Kaohsiung Port. Wait, I'll be there soon. Next time I'll make you my subordinates, don't die before that. Isaac made up his mind as he watched the three people leave on the transport plane facing the sunset. On the other side, the Vosgulo-class submarine aircraft carrier the Cruz was on met with a submarine fleet hidden in the deep sea and quietly moved towards Alaska. Cruz himself was explaining the combat plan to everyone in the combat meeting room. It is said that the Joshua base in Alaska has a structure that is strong enough to withstand nuclear strikes, but nuclear weapons cannot be used now, and ZAF does not intend to use them. If we want to carry out a strike, we have to attack the internal space called the Big Hole, which is by no means easy. As a reconnaissance unit, our troops cannot act rashly. We must always grasp the latest intelligence in Alaska. This reconnaissance is a special mission. We must act in secret. If we want to share our adventure stories with others, we have to wait until after the war. Yes. And after all, you can never guess where the information will be leaked. Cruz whispered to himself, with a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. Yang Hui, I've made a move, what are you going to do? In the Orb Defense Department, Yang Hui walked quickly into the General Command. What's the situation? The Zaft space fleet has stopped, and there is a problem with the stop position. Wang marked the position of the Zaft space fleet on the battle map. This position is about to start. Looking at the mark on the battle map, Yang Hui's eyes were solemn. Your Excellency the Commander, Your Excellency the Chief of Staff, the Intelligence Department and the General Staff have analyzed the results, and the Zaft Army's target is indeed Panama. A staff officer said to Yang Hui and Wang. No, it's not Panama. Wang shook his head in denial. This. How can it not be Panama? All the officers present looked at Wang in disbelief. The staff officer also marked the trajectory of the Zaft fleet's landing operation, and the landing location was exactly the Panama spaceport. You have a preconceived idea. Yang Hui shook his head and said, Zaft has been sending signals from the beginning, telling everyone that they are going to launch a massive attack on Panama, so you all fell into the misunderstanding as expected by Zaft. After saying that, Yang Hui drew a descent route based on the existing markings, which shocked all the officers present. Zaft's target is the Atlantic Federation headquarters. Joshua in Alaska. This is the brilliance of Patrick Serra. Before they launched the attack on Panama in Alaska, no one knew what their target was. As he spoke, Yang Hui called up the battle map of the Earth and marked the deployment and mobilization status of the Earth Army and Zaft Army. Now, the main fleet of the Earth Army has gone to Panama. The Alaska base has no other guarding forces except the most basic garrison troops and defense facilities. Wang said to everyone, so the Zaft Army will never miss this opportunity. The probability of targeting the Joshua base in Alaska is 90%. Commander, Chief of Staff, what should we do? The officers asked Yang Hui and Wang with bright eyes. They're Orb people. They don't like war, but after learning that Orb will definitely be caught in the vortex of war, they are not afraid of war. The whole army is stepping up training, especially the coordinated operations of the MIS units and other units. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets will go to coordinate S-41 to stand by to prevent the Zaft Army at the Carpinteria base from retaliating. The fleet commander is Major General Celta. The 4th and 5th fleets will be deployed horizontally from A-09 to A-34, and the 1st MIS battalion will accompany them to prevent a battle in Alaska from spreading to Orb. Major General Tagayo, you will be the fleet commander. Yes. X2 commander, is there anything else to add? Wang asked Yang Hui. Although Yang Hui had handed over the command of the army to Wang, Yang Hui's rank and status were higher than hers, and even an unmarried couple had to show off. The Special Miss team will go with the 4th Fleet and wait for an opportunity to perform secret missions. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Fleets will bring the 1st Special Miss Battalion and the 2nd Miss Battalion. Major General Celta, if there is a chance, use the excuse of humanitarian aid to take down Port Morebus and Papua New Guinea. Except for Wang, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yang Hui to have such a big appetite. But Commander, that is the Zaft-occupied area, and it is too close to the Carpinteria base. What if the Zaft army turns around and attacks us? A staff officer asked. I want to blackmail the Carpinteria base so that they dare not act rashly. Yang Hui said with a fierce look on his face. Yang Hui has been coveting this land near Orb for a long time. If he takes over Papua New Guinea, he will control the Torres Strait, and the Gibraltar base will lose the ability to move eastward. Being across the sea from the Carpinteria base can also limit the actions of the Zaft army. At the same time, it is the largest land around Orbu besides Australia. It is too big for Orbu to take, but small Papua New Guinea is still no problem. It will be Orbu's 3rd land and an important population gathering place. If Orbu wants to be on top of the world, it will not be able to rely on its current size. If it wants to increase its size, it must expand. If Australia can't take it, it will take over other land countries in the Oceania Federation. Excluding Zealand, which is too far away from Orbu, Yang Hui's plan is to take over Papua New Guinea all the way to India and west. And now taking over Papua New Guinea is also to accommodate more Orbu citizens. After all, Orbu will be occupied by the Atlantic Federation in a short time, but the giant floating platform cannot accommodate so many citizens. In order to retain the few Orbu citizens, it is necessary to find another piece of land. The Oceania Federation is now occupied by the Zaft army, and the government has fallen apart. Seizing this opportunity to erode their territory, the local people will only regard Orb as a liberator, not an invader. As long as the subsequent officials can keep up and the local power holders are deposed before they can react, these lands will completely belong to Orb. Moreover, the location of this piece of territory is special, just blocking all the eastward marching routes of the Australian Zaft army, becoming a stumbling block between the Zaft army and the Atlantic Federation. Yang Hui believes that the Atlantic Federation will not mind Orb being this stumbling block for them. As for what the high-ranking officials of the Oceania Federation who fled abroad think, who cares? Understood. Major General Gatter accepted the order. He was actually very excited, because this was a huge credit, and it just fell on his head. Let's all go and execute it. The code name for this operation is Recovery Operation. Yes. And after the operation meeting, Yang Hui and Wang immediately went to find Uzmi. Not only Uzmi, but all the patriarchs of the 5 major families of Orb were present. This matter was related to the foundation of the country and whether Orb could take the first step to the top from a shrinking island country. They had to get their approval. However, it was not unexpected at all. When they told the patriarchs about Recovery Operation, everyone disagreed except old Sadhuk. Are you crazy? Chapter 337. Does it matter if you disagree? The 5 people present, including Yang Hongyu, except for old Sadhuk, glared at Yang Hui. I can agree with everything before, but what you are doing now is to actively start a war. It is destroying the ideals of Orb. Uzumi roared to show his dissatisfaction in his heart. The stage plan, not long ago, had already touched his bottom line. Although it was justified, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was the Zaft army that took the initiative to calculate, but just had an excuse as a cover. But this time it was not like that. The Orb army would take the initiative to attack the occupied area of the Zaft army, which was a blatant declaration of war against Plant. Orb must take this step, otherwise Orb has no future. Yang Hui said to the 4 people in the most serious voice. If you want to go against Orb's ideals, you'd better not have such a future. So in your eyes, your dignity and your ideals are more important than the country of Orb and all its citizens. Now the situation is very clear. If our guesses are correct, the Earth Army and the Zaft Army will kick off a full-scale decisive battle. Given the Atlantic Federation's temper, will they let Orb go? Once the Earth Alliance is defeated, will Zaft let Orb go? In troubled times, no one can stay out of it. You can't, I can't, and Orb can't. If Orb wants to maintain its ideals, it must become stronger. So strong that no one dares to provoke us, and no one can afford to provoke us. Yang Hui said to them in a sonorous voice. Always remain neutral? With the current orb? Why? Question mark. In the age of war, remaining neutral will only make both sides unhappy, and be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of other forces, isolated, and besieged. If they want to keep going, they can only become stronger and stronger, strong enough to have the power to fight against the whole world, standing high in the clouds as the judge, or even the domineering king. Did you choose the Earth Union? Yuzumi asked. No, I didn't choose any party. Yang Hui replied. Then why did you target Zaft? Yuzumi asked. From the beginning of the stage operation to the upcoming recovery operation, Yang Hui's opponents were all Zaft troops, and he even took the initiative to help the Earth Union share the pressure. If this is not choosing the Earth Union, what else can he do? Because Zaft ran into the muzzle of the gun. Yang Hui gave a very casual answer, but it was also true. Who made Yang Hui's target just happened to be occupied by the Zaft army. And just when Orb needed to show off his muscles to the world, the opportunity was presented to them. Who else should he fight? What about the Earth Union? What about the Atlantic Federation? Not far away, as long as they dare to come, I will dare to fight. Madman. You are a madman. A clan leader pointed at Yang Hui and cursed angrily. In his opinion, Yang Hui was really crazy. He actually provoked the two strongest forces in the world at the same time. This was to lead Orb to destruction. Lord Yuzumi, I propose to immediately dismiss Yang Hui from his position as Commander-in-Chief, and also dismiss the Emperor's position as Chief of Staff. Yuzumi ignored the clan leader's proposal, but looked at Yang Hui with burning eyes. Do you think Orb can survive under the double attack? Yuzumi questioned Yang Hui. No, the current Orb can't do either side, let alone both sides. In that case, why do you do this? Because Orb needs a new life? Yang Hui handed out a document. This was a public opinion survey he conducted secretly. Regarding the topic of war, for a long time, Orb seems to be peaceful, stable and prosperous, but in fact it has been corrupted. This is it. The 5 people looked at the survey summary in their hands, and their faces became uglier than eating shit. There is only one question in this public opinion survey. If a war breaks out in Orb, what will the citizens do? According to the survey results, about 50% of the citizens will choose to leave the country for asylum, about 20% of the citizens are willing to support Orb financially and materially within the conditions, and about 20% of the citizens will choose to rely on other countries and abandon their identity as Orb citizens. Only the remaining 10% of the people are willing to rise up and resist and live and die with the country. The people of this country have been smoothed by peaceful life and their bloodiness has been extinguished. When the motherland is in danger, the first thing they think of is to go abroad for asylum instead of staying to help. Even if such a country can continue to be peaceful, what can it do? Orb needs a war to inspire the bloodiness of its people, a screening to remove those who will do anything to save their lives, and a rebirth to gain new vitality. If Orb perishes, how can it be reborn? The Yanhurong of the East Asian Federation has a saying that I think you should all learn from. If you save the people and lose the land, both the people and the land will survive. If you save the land and lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. The giant floating platform is the second piece of territory I got for Orb. When necessary, it can accommodate refugees and wait for the rebirth of Orb. Then it can be developed into a brand new industrial and military area as one of Orb's deterrents. The current goal is the third one. But we can't start a war directly. We can conduct political consultations and diplomacy. That piece of land is for Zaft. Haha. Yang Hui sneered at the speech of the patriarch. What do you mean? Feeling mocked and insulted, the chieftain slammed the table and pointed at Yang Hui and yelled, "Don't forget that I am your elder." Haha. Yang Hui's attitude remained the same, not because the chieftain was stupid, but because he was mocking him for not even finding an excuse to cover up his cowardice. Is there any fool who can become one of the 5 chieftains? Just look at the map to know what this piece of land in Papua New Guinea means to the Zaft army, and what it means to be taken away by Orb. Will they let it go just because of a few words from you? What a joke. This kind of excuse that even dogs don't believe is simply self-insulting when it is said in the current situation. You. Enough. Yuzumi shouted angrily, making the quarreling chieftain sit back again, and they could only express their dissatisfaction by glaring. Is there any other choice? Yuzumi asked Yang Hui in a deep voice. Yes, he joined the Earth Union and became a lackey of the Atlantic Federation. You guys go down first, we need to discuss it. As soon as possible, we don't have much time. After Yang Hui and Wang left a meeting room, the patriarch went berserk again, venting his anger on Yang Hui on Yang Hongyu. Look at the good son you taught. How does he talk to his elders? What does he want to do? Make a fuss? I will never agree with him. Haha, do you think your disagreement is useful? Yang Hongyu didn't care about the patriarch's attitude, but shook his head in self-mockery. What do you mean? Yang Hongyu. Speak clearly. Yang Hongyu ignored him, but looked at Uzmi and old Sahok. They were the ones who had the most contact with Yang Hui. The other two didn't see it, but they must have seen it. Haha, the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, and the young people nowadays are incredible. Old Sahok also smiled self-mockery and expressed his attitude. Sit down, it's meaningless to argue now. Uzmi eased the atmosphere on the scene. Lord Uzmi, are you going to support his crazy move? This is. Representative Yang Hongyu is right. It doesn't matter whether we agree or not. Uzmi smiled bitterly. How could this be? He is just what? Just a child? Haha, can you fool yourself with these words? Old Sahok mocked. You. When Lord Uzmi appointed him as the commander-in-chief of the entire army and Wang as the chief of staff, our opinions were no longer important. But we are still the leaders of Orb and have the right to dismiss them. Then what? Will Orb split? Or will it directly launch a coup? Do you know how high the prestige of Yang Hui and Wang is in the army? There are also people in other departments. We were sidelined 2 years ago. After thinking this through, old Sahok leaned back leisurely. He no longer wanted to care about these things because he couldn't care. He has no power in Orb. Even if Yang Hui wants to attack their people, he can't threaten him. At most, he can just go back to Heavenly Pillar to hide. Moreover, he knows that Heavenly Pillar will soon become mine as one-man show. He, an old man, has been forced to retire. The only ones who are still resisting are the big cats and small cats following Gina. So old Sahok decided to retire in advance. Is there really no way? The representative who spoke slumped back in his chair, his eyes filled with despair. It's impossible to stop them. He came to us to inform us rather than to ask for our consent. Uzmi said. Lord Uzmi, what should we do next? Yang Hongyu asked. He and Uzmi are old friends. He knows that Uzmi will not sit idly by. However, he is not secretly hindering Yang Hui's plan, but secretly providing help. Instruct all departments to fully cooperate with their plan, provide them with people and money, and do whatever they say. Prepare a press release and release it to the public at the beginning of the recovery operation, in my name. Lord Uzmi. We are all old. The young people have great ambitions. Let them work hard to achieve them. As their elders, what we have to do is to do our best to clear the way for them. Uzmi said to the 4 people. The 5 people present may fight privately, but as long as it involves Orb, everyone will unite together. I know, Lord Uzmi. I will tell the people below. The meeting was adjourned. The other 2 left early, and Uzmi, old Sahok and Yang Hongyu stayed. Uzmi, we have been fighting for a lifetime, but we didn't expect that we would be driven off the stage by a young man before the winner was decided. Old Sahok said self-deprecatingly. Don't you see whose son that is? Yang Hongyu said proudly. He was indeed dissatisfied with Yang Hui's radical plan, but Yang Hui's excellence was obvious to all. The biggest stain on your son's life is having you as a father. Compared to that, my adopted daughter is not bad either, at least she is much better than a certain ignorant and willful little girl. Are you so idle? I was forced to retire. Old Sahok spread his hands. Lord Uzmi, even if we are willing, the people below. Although Orb is headed by the 5 major families, it does not mean that the political situation is peaceful. Needless to say, the conflicts between the Asha family and the Sahok family, there are also many nobles waiting to take the throne under the 5 major families. Do we need to worry about it? Uzmi smiled indifferently. Shinran. I hope those guys will behave themselves, otherwise. Chapter 338. We were all deceived. At this time, Yang Hui and Wang walked side by side on the path where the setting sun was shining. They walked very slowly, because they had to get busy when they returned to the Ministry of National Defense. They took advantage of this time to enjoy the warmth. What do you think they will do? Wang asked Yang Hui. I finally got a chance to be lazy, and you told me this. Yang Hui asked Wang with a resentful look on his face. Wang smiled happily, then hooked his hands around Yang Hui's neck and offered his soft cherry lips. So, what's your answer? Are you sure you want to waste the good time you squeezed out with great difficulty? Yang Hui said depressedly. The hard work now is for a better future, isn't it? Wang smiled gently, and gently stroked Yang Hui's face with one hand. I'm really scared of you. Then you're, Just when Wang was about to let go of Yang Hui suddenly attacked, holding her waist tightly with one hand, and then kissed her domineeringly. The golden boy and the jade girl hugged each other tightly in the flying pink petals, warm, happy and beautiful. After a long time, the lips parted, Wang's pretty face flushed, and she punched Yang Hui's chest unhappily. The force was more comfortable than massage. I have to collect some interest first. You took all the interest, and I haven't got the answer I want. Leaning in Yang Hui's arms, Wang said coquettishly. Aren't you asking this now, Ingli? Yang Hui was amused by Wang. This question was a knowing question from the beginning, but he insisted on answering it. Really? It seems that we are exposed. Wang answered playfully. The exposure, she said, was not the exposure of Yang Hui and his true identity, but the exposure of the Heavenly Man organization that they had established without telling them. As expected of an old fox, no one can be underestimated. An old man who is still alive is a thief. Who can live to this age in that position is simple. Think about Wang Lao, Professor Elfman, and Old Man Iolia. Each one is more cunning than the other. When mentioning Wang Lao and Professor Elfman, Yang Hui's face was full of resentment. When he was in the Gundam world, he was rude to everyone but his two teachers. Because of this, he was often educated by the two and forced to be a tool. Thinking about it now, tears welled up in his eyes. Really? You too? The Emperor didn't forget that Yang Hui is now over 100 years old. If he is old, he is only slightly older than Iolia Hutchenberg. Didn't he scold himself as well? Oh, I'm only 16 years old, still young. Yang Hui was stunned and said with a thick skin. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the two separated in front of the Ministry of National Defense. From now on, until the fall of Abu, Wang will stay here. If something unexpected happens, she must be the first to know and modify the plan. Yang Hui went to the Aurora Society, ready to drive the body to follow the 4th Fleet to attack. Is the target still that ship this time? Setsuna, Lyle and Tieria have already changed into their driving suits and are waiting for him. Yes, but only one of them. Yang Hui said. Understand. Understand what? Setsuna's sudden interruption made Yang Hui, Lyle and Tieria look at him with strange expressions. Intervene with force to cut off the dispute. Pa. Before Setsuna could finish, Yang Hui couldn't help but slap Setsuna on the back of the head and staggered expressionlessly. This mission is a rescue mission. Yang Hui, you can't take a joke. What's wrong? Are you kidding? I see, isn't it funny? PFFT. Cough 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 cough. Ho ha ho ha, Yang Hui, you have calm to this day. Ho ha ho ha. Lyle's stomach hurt from laughing, and Tieria, who was used to having a cold face, couldn't help but turn around and laugh secretly. They all thought that Setsuna was still so stupid, and his mind was full of military intervention and combat missions, but they didn't expect that he was actually joking. Although it was cold, Yang Hui was actually fooled, and he taught Setsuna a lesson seriously, and was finally complained by Setsuna. This was the most interesting thing. You are awesome. Yang Hui was so angry that he gave Setsuna a thumbs up, and walked towards the Dawn Gundam in a rage. This is really a perennial falcon being pecked by an eagle. Is he so incapable of taking a joke? Setsuna asked Lyle and Tieria. PFFT ha ha ha. Setsuna, you are getting better and better. Lyle also gave Setsuna a thumbs up. Not enough, I'm still far from it. Setsuna thought Yang Hui was angry because of his joke, and walked towards the Archangel with some disappointment, thinking that he would ask other people for advice on how to joke when he had time. Do you want to learn from Setsuna? Lyle nudged Tieria with his elbow. I can't learn it. It would be more useful to destroy more enemy planes if I have that spare time. So you can't compare to Setsuna. Yang Hui didn't see it, but Lyle and Tieria knew why the serious Setsuna suddenly joked to Yang Hui. Setsuna also heard from somewhere that joking with friends can relieve the pressure on the other party, and then today's incident happened. Plant's Klein house, where Mr. Malchio, who was the focus of Yang Hui's attention, lived. In order to avoid a large-scale battle between Zaft and the Earth Army, He first went to Albany, the headquarters of the Earth Union, and made great efforts to win the concession of the Earth Union. As a result, when he saw the peace terms proposed by the Earth Union, Mr. Malchio knew that his efforts would not be rewarded. But he still did not give up. He took this condition and went to plant without any effort. He proposed the Albany concession case to the Supreme Council, hoping to use his eloquence to persuade the Supreme Council to agree to the conditions of the Earth Union and avoid a war. But, as expected, he was rejected. In addition, the Zaft Army's breakthrough operation was about to begin. In order to prevent any possibility of information leakage, Patrick Serra issued a ban, and all shuttles to the Earth were stopped at the port. In desperation, he could only live in Klein's house and wait for release. Sitting in the glass house, quietly listening to the sound of rain outside the house, the gloomy weather seemed to be a true portrayal of his heart. Feeling the rainy day with Mentor Malchio, there were Lakis and Harrow, as well as Kira, who was sent to plant and hide in Klein's house for treatment. Kira, do you like rain? Lakis noticed that during the period of recuperation, Kira seemed to be uninterested in everything in the world. Whatever he was asked to do, he accepted the instructions like a puppet, and only when it rained would he be a little more angry. I just find it incredible. Looking at the heavy rain outside the window, his heart was shrouded in a fog and he couldn't see anything clearly. I don't know why I'm here. Then where do you want to go? I don't know. Don't you like it here? Is it really okay for me to stay here? I don't mind. Where should I go and what should I do? One day you will naturally understand it, because you are the holders of seed. At this time, Teacher Marchio said to the two, mainly to Kira, he couldn't see, but because of this, he could better understand Lakis's maturity. She had already made clear her direction. Speaking of which, teacher, I have a friend who has always wanted to see you, but it's a pity that you can't return to Earth now. Lakis suddenly said to Teacher Marchio. Hearing this, Teacher Marchio's body stiffened slightly, but soon recovered. Is your friend on Earth now? Yes. Lakis pretended not to notice his abnormality and continued to talk to him with a smile. Are you talking about Yang Hui? Kira asked at this time. Yes, Yang Hui. I am really honored to be invited by him. Teacher Malchio replied, but his smile was a little stiff. You also know Yang Hui? Kira was surprised. Yes, a very outstanding young man. His words should bring great changes to the world. Hearing this, Kira lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. However, Lakis noticed that Kira's expression was a bit complicated. He was probably worried about Yang Hui. After all, the world was about to be in chaos, and orb would not be spared. Kira wanted to help Yang Hui, but thought that Yang Hui was so powerful that he should not need the help of a coward like him, right? At the same time, Lakis noticed that Teacher Malchio, although he still maintained the same expression, Lakis could sense something wrong from the slight muscle stiffness. This wrongness started when Kira said Yang Hui's name. Teacher, what secret do you have? For a moment, the three people present had different thoughts. For a moment, no one spoke, and only the heavy rain was falling. At this time, Siegel Klein came and broke the silence. It's still not possible. As long as it's a shuttle to Earth, even yours can't be allowed to pass. Siegel Klein, who resigned as the speaker, is now at home. After all, few people support him when he speaks in the Supreme Council, so he took advantage of this time to go back and forth, just to send Mentor Malchio back to Earth as soon as possible. Zaft is no longer acceptable, and he wants to see if he can get back in time to do the work of the Earth Union to avoid this war. However, after running all his connections, he still couldn't get the permission to pass. Really? That's really a pity. Beep beep beep. At this time, the communication in the glass house rang. It was the only supporter of Siegel Klein in the Supreme Council, Irene Kanaba, who called. This is Klein. Siegel Klein, we were deceived by Sarah. Irene Kanaba said anxiously as soon as the video call was connected. Kanaba, calm down and explain yourself slowly. Their breakthrough operation is not aimed at Panama, but Alaska. He intends to wipe out the Earth Army headquarters in one fell swoop. The Council has not approved such a thing. What did you say? Hearing this, Siegel Klein could no longer remain calm. Kira was also unable to remain calm. His companions' faces kept flashing in his mind, and the memories on the Archangel appeared before his eyes one by one. His hand loosened and the teacup shattered on the table. Chapter 339 Free Kira. Above the Earth, The Zaft fleet was deployed densely, and the missiles as dense as locusts took off from the catapult deck and then took position in the landing capsules in the belly of the battleship. The operation will begin at the scheduled time. All personnel please complete preparations quickly. The deployment of the landing troops has been completed. Everything is normal in the combat area. Laser communication line, final inspection, no abnormalities. Not only in the universe, but also on the ground, the Zaft army was mobilized. A large number of troops attacked from the Carpinteria base and headed towards Alaska. After receiving the report that everything was ready, Patrick Sala stood up from his seat and announced the start of the operation. May this operation bring an early end to the war and show the world true freedom and justice. Operation Breakthrough begins. Operation Breakthrough begins. Target Alaska, Joshua. Action Plan Number 6 of the Bureau of Affairs, approved for unsealing. Operation Codename, Breakthrough, Target Alaska, Joshua. Joshua. How could it be? What? Earth Army Headquarters. Isn't it Panama? In addition to the Space Command Headquarters, the Zaft Fleet, Carpinteria Base, and the Zaft troops that had already attacked were all very shocked, because the orders they had received before this moment had always been to attack Panama. In order to directly destroy the Atlantic Federation's Earth Army Headquarters in this battle, Patrick Sala deliberately released false news and made many false moves to successfully deceive everyone, and kept the real target of this Operation Breakthrough as the highest level of confidentiality, and did not unseal this secret until the start of the operation, just to keep it secret. Compared with the Panama spaceport, the Earth Army Headquarters is more important. As long as the operation is successful, the Earth Army's senior officers will be wiped out, and the Earth Army's command system will be paralyzed instantly. At this time, the troops that had been prepared at the Gibraltar base launched a lightning attack on Panama before the other side came to their senses, and would capture it in one fell swoop. In this way, the Earth Army can already declare defeat. But what he didn't expect was that the intelligence had been leaked long ago, and the Earth Army had also prepared traps for them to step on, and Patrick Sala's wishful thinking would eventually fail. The rain stopped, and the sky returned to bright and clear, but people's mood did not change because of the warm light. After learning about Patrick Sala's crazy behavior, Siegel Klein immediately returned to the Supreme Council to question what was going on. He was accompanied by Mentor Malchio. Although he was not a member of Plant, his prestige could still play a certain role. Lakis found Kira in the glass house, but found that he was crying. I want to go. Where to? To Earth. I have to go back. Why? Even if there's one more person with you, the war won't end. Kira nodded to Lakis's advice, but still did not change his determination. But I can't continue to stand idly by here. If I believe that I am powerless and do nothing, I will be even more powerless. Then nothing can be changed and nothing will end. Are you going to fight Zaft again? No. Then is it against the Earth Army? No. What should we fight against? I seem to understand a little. Huh? Yang Hui once told me that his fight is to protect everything he said he cherished, and to control his own destiny, so that when danger comes, he can only hide under the table shivering and praying for others to save him. I didn't understand it before, but now I think I understand this feeling. After experiencing life and death and coming to Plant, he always felt that he could let it go and his duty was over, but he was very confused. He found that now he could do nothing but fight, and he didn't want to do anything. After hearing about the attack on the Alaska base, Kira thought of his companions who went to Alaska, and the two warring parties. He accidentally killed Aslan's companion, and Aslan killed his companion in anger. He and Aslan were fighting to the death. Why did all this happen? He now understood a lot of things. All these tragedies were caused by the war. Without the war, he would still be studying and living happily with his companions in school. Without the war, his meeting with Aslan should be a beautiful reunion. Without the war, there would not be so many tragedies. I understand. Lakis could feel that Kira had really grown up, and a big stone in her heart was put down. Although I have always disagreed, it's time to give you the things that Yang Hui asked me to prepare for you. Yang Hui? Things prepared for me. Yes, I told Yang Hui about you on the first day you arrived in Plant. He also asked me to prepare some gifts for you and asked me to give them to you when you needed them. To be honest, I refused at first. Lakis. Because you are kind, Kira, and too naive, you are not a qualified warrior. You have finally escaped from that vortex, and you should not return to the place that you hate so much. So I have never mentioned anything about the Earth or the war to you, just hoping that you can continue to live a normal life, but now I feel your awareness, so I will give you that thing as agreed. Lakis said seriously. Lakis, you and Yang Hui. We are like-minded comrades, working together for a peaceful world and a better future. Lakis said, but added in her heart, just for now. I see. Kira knew a little about the relationship between Yang Hui and Lakis. Anyway, the closeness is definitely not as simple as comrades. Besides, Lakis is also Aslan's fiancé. It's a bit confusing, so I'd better not ask. Thank you, Lakis. Thank you for saving me. Thank you for everything you have done. Kira bowed to Lakis to express his gratitude. You're welcome. This is what I should do. We are friends, aren't we? Friends? Yes, we are friends. And Yang Hui. As for Yang Hui, you need to go back to Earth to thank him in person. I'm afraid he might laugh at me. It seems that you really know him well. Come with me. There is no time to waste. Okay. When they came to the house, Lakis handed him a set of Zaft red uniforms. Kira, put on this. Lakis said to Kira, and then ordered the butler, please contact there, Lakis Klein will sing the song of peace. Yes, miss. The butler left. Kira took the military uniform without asking any more questions, and put it on obediently, and followed Lakis to a military base with a high level of confidentiality. As he stopped, the darkness in the room was dispelled by the light. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Kira exclaimed, "Eh? Gundam. Not quite the same." Lakis knew the origin of the name Gundam. It was Kira's abbreviation of the first letters of the full name of G. This is not G, but it's almost the same. This is ZGMF, X10A Freedom. It incorporates the performance of the Earth Army MIS. It is the latest Zaft machine developed by the new speaker Sarah. Yes, this is the gift Yang Hui prepared for you. He told me that you will definitely be able to use it and use it to do the right thing. It's not enough to have faith alone, and it's not enough to have power alone. It's the unity of knowledge and action. Oh? Do you know this sentence too? Lakis said with a little surprise. Well, when I was in elementary school, Yang Hui told me. So go ahead, go wherever you want to go, do what you want to do, with this freedom. Thank you, you should be safe too. Well, I look forward to seeing you next time, Kira. You too, Lakis. Kira got on the Freedom Gundam and started the system. Generation Unsubdued Nuclear Drive Assault Module, isn't it also a Gundam? Kira laughed at himself. He didn't expect that he would get the power he hated the most, and he had to use this power to do what he wanted. Anti-neutron jammer. So powerful, the power is more than 4 times that of the assault. After checking all the systems of the Freedom, Kira started the PS armor. When the Freedom Gundam started, the base had already noticed the Freedom Gundam situation, and it was immediately in chaos, and called the nearby patrol troops to intercept it. The air gate opened, and the Freedom Gundam soared into the sky. When it rushed out of the base, it was intercepted by 4, Zine. Don't stop me. I have to go. In the eyes of the pilots of the Zine, the Freedom Gundam was flying back and forth like a meteor, with a fire net woven by heavy machine guns. Kira pushed the control lever and stepped on the pedal to the bottom. The fire behind the Freedom was blazing. In the blink of an eye, it came to the front of the 2, Zine, S. The sharp blade at the waist was unsheathed, and the light flashed. The heads of the 2, Zine, S were cut off along with their right hands and weapons. The pilot sat in the cockpit, dumbfounded and didn't know what happened. At this time, a shuttle passed by the Freedom Gundam. Aslan, who was sitting by the window, only saw Blue Phantom flashing by. He thought he was dazzled and was about to take a closer look at what it was. How long will it take to return to my country? I can't wait. Diego held his head with both hands, and his lazy voice mixed with expectation interrupted Aslan's thoughts. Don't worry, Diego, you will be able to return to your country soon. Nicole comforted. That's true, but I don't know what mission Speaker Sarah will assign us. Diego looked at Athrin while speaking. I don't know either. Really? That's a pity. On the other side, after the Freedom Gundam was activated, Lakis left the military base under the escort of the soldiers. Miss Lakis, we have to evacuate. What about father? Someone has been sent to pick him up. Okay, let's go to and lurk in Junius. But Miss Wang's order. When a general is away from home, he is not subject to military orders. Lakis stuck out her tongue playfully. Chapter 340. As expected, an accident happened. Orb's fleet is about to arrive at the designated coordinates. The first, second, and third fleets are on full alert, and everyone is waiting for orders. Although the fourth and fifth fleets have not received orders to take the initiative to attack, they are also very nervous. After all, the Earth Army headquarters that the Zaft Army is going to attack must be large in scale. Once the battlefield expands, they will face the impact of both sides. What's the situation? Yang Hui came to the bridge of the flagship and asked Hu Gao. It will arrive at the scheduled coordinates in 5 minutes, but you and the Chief of Staff are right. Hu Gao admired. At this moment, there is no need for news from the intelligence department and the command center. You can already see the Zaft Army passing by and heading straight to Alaska. In order to prevent Orb from taking advantage of the situation, Orb and the Earth Army have reached a secret agreement to stab them in the back. They have left a troop to confront them. Have they contacted us? Yang Hui asked. We have already contacted them. I also sent them a telegram to tell them that we are only defending the border. Then they will not leave. What should we do? Hu Gao asked. Yang Hui, Setsuna, Lal and Tieria were going to carry out a confidential mission. Although Hu Gao did not know the content of the mission, his years of experience told him that this mission must be related to the upcoming large-scale battle in Alaska. They will thank us. Yang Hui said. Ah. Yang Hui smiled and did not explain. They would know when the Alaska battle was over. Beep beep beep. Okay, stand by at the border. All artillery fire is locked on the Zaft fleet, but do not take action. Put pressure on them. Pay attention to the situation in the sea to avoid being attacked by the special MiZ in the water. If the other party moves close to the border, fire 2 shots as a warning. Yes. After instructing Hu Gao, Yang Hui returned to his room and connected Wang Liumi's communication. There's some action on the plant side. The guests have received the gifts, and the song of peace is being sung. I see. Inform Mina and prepare to assist. Yang Hui. Who's in trouble? Seagull. Wang Liumi interrupted him, saying that an accident happened on the plant side. Seagull Klein has been evacuated safely, but, knowing that Seagull Klein was fine, Yang Hui was depressed. She's making trouble again. Well, she didn't evacuate directly from the plant mainland, but went to Junius. Haha, is she really a demon? Yang Hui smiled depressedly. He had a bad premonition before, so he specifically told Wang Liumi to remind Lux not to mess around, but, as expected, an accident happened. What should we do now? We can't get in touch with her anymore. Wang Liumi said worriedly. Forget it, leave her alone, she'll be fine. Yang Hui gave up. The evildoer wanted to do evil, and the emperor was far away, so he couldn't control her. It was better to let her do whatever she wanted. Anyway, the intelligence network and agents of plant were under her command, and there were many people sent by Klein. She wouldn't be in trouble if anyone got into trouble. Okay, that's it. Wait, how is that thing going? No progress has been made for the time being. It's not easy to get into that place. Don't worry, let them put their own safety first. Understood. After hanging up the communication, Yang Hui went directly to the hangar to prepare, as if he had forgotten about Lakis's accident. Indeed, he had forgotten about it. With Lakis's style of doing things, she would not stay if she was not absolutely sure. Since she was well prepared, what was there to worry about? It's better to worry about yourself. The war is about to start here. I heard that there are Zaft troops blocking us in front. Lal, who had checked the condition of the machine, came over and asked. Well, they are afraid that we will stab them in the ass. That small number of troops can't stop us. Tieria and Setsuna also came over. They are not our responsibility. When the mission begins, we will rush over directly and leave them to Hu Gao to deal with. The MiZ troops have been training for so long, it's time to see blood. Yang Hui said the most cruel words in the most calm tone. The three of them tacitly agreed with Yang Hui's statement. After all, training is just to let them master driving skills, but it is not enough to rely on training to really use them proficiently. They need the urgency of actual combat to oppress them. There will definitely be casualties. It is a process that the army must go through. Yang Hui and others have done everything they can for them. The next road needs to be walked by themselves. When will it start? Setsuna asked. Based on the position and marching speed of the Zaft army, the battle will start tomorrow. Understood. Another day passed. After packing their luggage, Baki Lulu, Mew and Frey came to the secret dock with a transfer order. When Baki Lulu and Mew found that they were going to board a submarine, they subconsciously realized that something was wrong. I forgot to take something. I forgot to take something. Baki Lulu and Mew said at the same time, looked at each other, saw the silent tacit understanding, and pulled Frey back to the base. Hey, what happened? Frey asked at a loss. Did you drop your things too? Let's go back and get them together. Baki Lulu said to Frey. I didn't. Yes, I remember that it wasn't this hairband I wore yesterday. Didn't you say that hairband is very important? Mew interrupted Frey and gave her a look, asking her not to speak for the time being. Seeing this, Frey really quieted down. She had always resisted the transfer order. Although she didn't know what happened, it would be best if Baki Lulu and Mew could take her back to the Archangel. The three of them shuttled through the base together. In order not to arouse suspicion, they deliberately took a detour, but they kept getting closer to the Archangel. It was not until there was no one else around that Mew asked Baki Lulu. What did you find? Something is wrong. If it is a normal deployment, they should not leave on a submarine, and there are too many people. If they are all transferred, so many people should not be transferred together. Baki Lulu analyzed. Could it be that there are still troops going to Panama? Mew asked. No, did you notice that all the people waiting to get on the ship are officers, at least second lieutenants? The war in Panama is about to start. Why are so many officers transferred there? Shouldn't they be combat troops? If there's a big shortage of officers in Panama, they should be the first batch of people going to Panama. I noticed it too, and I saw Alman in the crowd. Who is Alman? He used to be the sick of the 7th Fleet, and he is an old acquaintance of mine. After the Battle of Endymion, he was transferred here to convey orders at the headquarters. If he wants to leave here. Sure enough, there is a problem. If it was all speculation before, then now it is 90% certain. She suddenly recalled Yang Hui's request to her and Malu. Did he know that there was a problem with the Alaska base all along? Question mark. Well, Lieutenant, you take Frey to find the Archangel first. I'll go to the headquarters to see what happened. Okay, be safe. What? What happened? Are we going back to the Archangel? Frey asked at this time. Well, let's go back to the Archangel first. Great, we don't have to leave the Archangel. Frey cried with joy. Since her father died, Frey has always lacked a sense of security, so she found Kira. While using Kira to take revenge, isn't it also looking for a warm embrace as a pillar of life? Then Kira disappeared, and his life or death was unknown. She lost her support again, so she wanted to reconcile with Sai, but Sai rejected her and asked her to lock herself in the room. The small space, with traces of Kira, made her make something out of nothing. But with the arrival of the transfer order, she was unprecedentedly panicked and resisted. Although there was no one on the Archangel who could give her support, the people on the Archangel were her support in the only familiar environment she was now, so she refused to accept the transfer order and refused to go to a strange environment. She couldn't refuse before, but now that Baki Lulu and Mew both said that she could return to the Archangel, she was naturally ecstatic. At this moment, the base suddenly sounded an alarm. What's going on? There's an enemy attack. Baki Lulu, Mew and Frey. Major Flecka, the top priority is to return to the Archangel as soon as possible. Baki Lulu said. The enemy attack has arrived, but the situation is unclear, and now the entire base is filled with a weird atmosphere. For safety reasons, it is not suitable for them to disperse again. No, let's go to the headquarters together. We must find out what happened. Mew said firmly. They are now far away from the Archangel. If it is really an enemy attack, then the Archangel will definitely attack as a garrison to meet the enemy. Even if they go directly to the dock now, they will not have time to board the ship. Then, going to the headquarters to confirm the intelligence has become the first choice. Only when they know what happened can they decide what to do next. Okay. What happened? Aren't we going back to the Archangel? Frey asked in a panic. Wait a minute, it's too late to rush over now, let's go another way. Hearing this, Frey shut up obediently. She was panicked, but she didn't know what to do, so she could only follow Baki Lulu and Mew to find a sense of security. Sure enough, as they headed towards the headquarters, they didn't meet anyone along the way, which made them feel more and more that something was wrong. This feeling. Suddenly, Mew stopped while running. It's Lao Lu Cruz. What's going on? Baki Lulu asked. I can't explain it clearly, but I know that Cruz is nearby. What? What's the basis? Between him and me? Forget it, I really can't explain it, but I'm sure he must be nearby. Seeing Mew so determined, Bakalulu had to believe it even if she didn't want to. Although Mew usually looked sloppy and didn't look like a soldier at all, he was still very reliable at critical moments. Together with Mew, they took out their pistols and were alert to the surroundings. Sure enough, when they arrived at the headquarters, they met Cruz. After a brief exchange of fire, Cruz escaped in the dim environment. Tisk, it's him. It's an enemy attack, but the big gate shouldn't have been breached. How did he get in? And what's going on here? Why is there no one here? Bakilulu looked around. The command room, which should have been bustling with people, was extremely silent, and even the lights were very dim. It was obvious that the people here had disappeared long ago. This is... Major, did you find something? What is this? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 341 The War Begins. The two looked at the content on the monitor, and cold sweat immediately covered their foreheads. Damn. These bastards. No wonder. No wonder. Now Bakilulu and Mew already know what happened in Alaska. The target of the Zaft Army's attack is not Panama, but Alaska. In addition, the Atlantic Federation also received intelligence in advance and prepared a terrible trap for the Zaft Army. As long as the Cyclops system that had been set up underground is successfully activated, everything within a radius of 10 kilometers will turn into charcoal. So the people in the space have already run away. The submarine carrying them is not a ship to accept the transfer of personnel, but a ship to take them away. The top leaders used Alaska as bait to lure the Zaft Army into the trap, but they couldn't let them see the clues, and they couldn't even capture the Alaska base too quickly, because they needed to give them enough time to withdraw from the range of the Cyclops system, so they left a part of the guard fleet as a discarded child. At the same time, Bakalulu thought of their transfer orders. She knew very well that there were countless talented people on the Archangel. Those who could experience such a difficult journey and arrive in Alaska safely were all elites. But why were only she, Mew and Frey transferred away from the Archangel? Because Mary and others were not on the interests of the Atlantic Federation's top leaders. So she was transferred away because her family was a military family, so Mew was transferred away because Mew was the last combat force on the Archangel and whose driving experience was also valuable. So Frey was transferred away because Frey's father was the deceased former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. As long as she was used properly, she could play an unimaginable value. And Mary and others who were left behind became abandoned pawns. The Archangel must be notified. This battle cannot be fought. Bakalulu said. That's right. There are friendly troops left behind. We must break through. We'll go find the Archangel right now and catch up. Wait. The Archangel should be sailing now. How can you get on the Archangel? Mew suddenly thought of this problem. If he was alone, he could find a swordfish and fly back, but it was not safe. It must be a mess outside now, and he didn't dare to guarantee his own safety. Not to mention Bakilulu and Frey. The swordfish can only seat one person, and Frey has not received training in flying fighter jets. How can they return to the Archangel? Give them a pair of wings and fly by themselves? Let's go to the port first, there should be a way. Bakilulu said. This was the only way. According to the time, the last submarine should have left. If they continued to stay here, they would only wait for death. Okay, let's set off immediately. On the other side, the Orb fleet also received the news. Has the war started? Yes, the Zaft Army has already launched an attack on Joshua. It's our turn. All members are on level 1 combat configuration. After we attack, we will help you disrupt the formation of the Zaft fleet. It's up to you, Tadaka. Understood, please rest assured, Commander. Clear the approach, Dawn, attack. Stepping onto the deck, the Dawn Gundam spread its wings and soared into the sky with fierce flames. Following him were the Exa, Cherubim and Virulence, who all attacked in their aircraft. Their actions were noticed by the Zaft fleet and responded quickly. The fleet's MIS launch bay doors were all opened, and the MIS troops were urgently dispatched to intercept the 4 Gundams. Their reaction speed was fast, and the speed of the Dawn Gundam and other 4 machines was even faster. Many Deans were pierced by beams as soon as they were ejected, and they exploded before they spread their wings, causing a huge commotion for a while. The commander has secured an opportunity for us. The 1st MIS Battalion will attack urgently. Target is aft fleet. Our ship will retreat. The 6th and 7th escort fleets will be deployed horizontally in front of our ship. The Atami, Kashima, and Yamazaki will deploy mine arrays. Tadaka is worthy of being one of the top commanders in Orb. After the 4 Dawn Gundams attacked, he quickly issued accurate orders. He was steady and had mobilized the joint formation in advance and arranged underwater defenses. After all, Orb did not have a dedicated underwater MIS, so the biggest threat to them was Gun and Zano. Main guns ready. Target is aft fleet. All ships fire. Bang 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 bang. The Zaft fleet was still dealing with a surprise attack of the Dawn Gundam and the other 4 machines, and the Orb fleet's bombardment had already arrived. At the same time, the Dawn Gundam and the other 4 machines also broke through the Zaft army's interception and appeared behind them. For a time, they were caught in a situation of being attacked from both sides. They had no choice but to interrupt Dean's attack program and quickly dive. Haha, now they are in trouble, they are surrounded by us. Lyle teased. Stop it, Toga's arrangements have been completed, let's go, the battle over there won't wait for anyone. Understood. They thought that the 4 monsters would turn around and continue to slaughter them, but what they didn't expect was that they actually looked at their butts and left straight away, without paying any attention to them. How are they saved? The commander of the Zaft fleet wiped his cold sweat and felt relieved. The Dawn Gundam and other 4 Gundams appeared twice in total, and each time brought huge casualties to the Zaft army. The battlefield dominance of any machine was terrifying, not to mention that all 4 machines were there. And now they are heading towards the Alaska base. Ignoring them, the commander felt a sense of relief for surviving a disaster. But this relief did not last for a few seconds before it was broken by the report of his subordinates. Orb-MIS troops are dispatched. 60 in number. What? 60 MIS? Question mark. Or Orb's new machine? Question mark. Are they taking out all their belongings? Brother, we are just a small fleet, it's not worth it. Although he was roaring in his heart, he did not sit still and wait for death. After the Dawn Gundam and other 4 machines left, no one interfered with the MIS troops' attack, especially Gun and Zano. The enemy's MIS did not have a dedicated water MIS, so Gun and Zano could easily deal with the surface fleet. What about Gun and Zano's attack? Completed. Good. Target the enemy fleet, sink them all. Yes. Gun and Zano, who received the order, were often in the deep sea, approaching the Orb fleet quickly like a fish. They were full of confidence and were already imagining how much credit they could make, but the next second, boom boom boom. Huge splashes continued to rise on the sea surface, and the logos of Gun and Zano quickly disappeared in the detection. What on earth happened? It's the minefield set up by the enemy. How? How could this happen? The commander slumped in his chair, and the whole person lost the color of life. In the other direction of Orb's territorial waters, Jelta also received an order from the Emperor and immediately ordered the fleet to advance at full speed. What is the movement of the Zaft army? Jelta asked. The garrison at the Carpinteria base is being dispatched urgently to intercept us. Send one last telegram and tell them that we are only accepting Papua New Guinea's request for support and providing humanitarian assistance. If they make any other unusual movements, we will regard it as an act of declaration of war. Yes. The second fleet will go to coordinate S-79 and deploy horizontally, setting up a line in the Torres Strait to block the Zaft army. The 1st Squadron and the 2nd Squadron of the 2nd MIS Brigade will go together. The 3rd fleet will be divided into 2 routes. One route will go to Osprey Reef to threaten Cape Tribulation and Cook, and the other route will occupy Port Moresby. The headquarters fleet will enter from the Gulf of Papua. Sir, will our landing forces be sufficient in this way? The adjutant worriedly. The MIS force is the main force for land suppression. If 2/3 of them are separated to support the 2nd fleet, they will not have many left. The goal this time is to completely occupy Papua New Guinea. If this cannot be achieved, even if the 2nd fleet destroys more Zaft troops, it will be of no avail. Isn't there the 1st Special MIS Battalion? It's called a battalion, but the number is. Don't worry, they are all the trump cards selected by the commander himself. With them cooperating with the landing troops, there will be no problem. Yes. Alaska, Joshua Base. The battle between the Zaft Army and the Earth Army has entered a white-hot stage. Although those who stayed behind were abandoned, they still played their own style under the premise of a completely chaotic command system. With only a few warships, fighters, tanks and ground-to-air firepower, they blocked the fierce attack of the Zaft Army. As the most advanced warship, the Archangel showed unparalleled combat effectiveness even without the cover of Mu and Kira. However, there were too many enemies, and the first bird to come out will be shot. An excellent performance means being besieged by more enemy aircraft. Heroic No. 1 and 2 have no response. The damage rate to the hull exceeds 30%. Kumare felt helpless. Just 10 minutes ago, she had been trying to get in touch with the command center. From the time she went into battle until now, she had not received any detailed orders, and she had been repeatedly expecting their hard work. Yermak and Yaroslav were sunk. Have you contacted the headquarters? No. No matter which channel we are in, the same message will be automatically replied. All units maintain their defenses and act accordingly. The chain of command has been severed, Captain. If this goes on. Boom. Woo. Where are the reinforcements from Panama? I can't even see a shadow. Missiles are approaching. Malu was exhausted both physically and mentally, and was almost losing the ability to think. She also realized that something was wrong. Why had she lost contact with the headquarters since the beginning of the war? The entire army was in chaos, fighting each other. Until now, no one had stepped forward to command the fleet, and when Colonel Cesarin gave them orders, he was obviously not at the headquarters, so. At this moment, Malu suddenly thought of Yang Hui's request to them. Could it be that? This is Natal Bakalulu, Archangel, please reply if you receive it, Archangel, please reply if you receive it. Natal. Where did the communication come from? Hearing Bakalulu's voice, Malu came back to her senses in an instant and asked anxiously. It's a friendly transport plane, it's nearby. Take it. After the communication was connected, it was indeed Bakalulu's face. With her, there were Mu and Frey. The three people who should have been transferred were all present. Lieutenant Bakalulu, Major Flaka, and Frey, you. Now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and take us in. Then stay away from Alaska. What? Be careful. Malu wanted to ask in detail what happened, but saw that Jen had approached the transport plane, and the dark muzzle locked them. Damn it. Mu, who was driving the transport plane, was also desperate, because they had no time to dodge. Just as they closed their eyes and waited for death, a beam of light came from a distance and pierced through the heavy machine gun in Jen's hand, and then another beam of light pierced through its waist and abdomen. Boom. That's Yang Hui. Chapter 342 Freedom from Heaven. The Dawn Gundam took the lead, and with the Exa, Cherubim, and Dias, they sped through the sky, and soon saw the fierce battlefield in the distance. All machines, the battle begins, and the priority is to protect the Archangel. Understood, Exa, start to expel the target. Alright, Cherubim, start sniping the target. Dias, start to destroy the target. That's not the case, hold back, T-Area, we are here to save people this time. Tisk. Disperse. Understood. The 4x3 machines dispersed, and the Cherubim's two guns were put together, locking on the distant Zine, and the beam shot directly through the weapon in Zine's hand, and then the next beam pierced through the chest. The Dawn Gundam spread its wings and soared, cutting into the battlefield at the fastest speed. Its wings constantly shed sacred golden light, and sent down judgment along the way, protecting the safety of the Archangel. Yang Hui. Are you okay? Yang Hui immediately contacted the Archangel and protected it by his side. No. It's okay. Why are you here? Orb. If you have any questions, we'll talk about it later. Now. Beep beep beep. At this time, another communication request came in. It was the transport plane that Lyle had just rescued. After the call was connected, Yang Hui saw that Bakalulu, Mu and Frey were all on the transport plane. He was stunned for a moment, and then turned into surprise. Because Bakalulu's fate was changed by him, she did not leave Alaska, and would not become the captain of the Archangel in the future, and finally died heroically. You. Don't talk first. Get away from Alaska. Bakalulu interrupted Yang Hui and shouted. What? Yang Hui's eyes were solemn, and everyone on the Archangel was surprised after hearing what he said. Listen carefully. The basement of the headquarters has set up a Cyclops system. Once it is activated, the radius of 10 kilometers centered on the base will turn into a furnace. Huh? With the current combat power, Joshua can't be defended at all, and the reinforcements from Panama can't catch up. The garrison will be wiped out sooner or later, and the gate will be lost. The headquarters will activate the Cyclops system and blow up everything along with the facilities. They want to take away most of Zaft's troops with this. This is the script written by the top leaders for this. How could it be? Meru couldn't believe it was true. She had noticed the troops, but she didn't expect the top leaders to be so crazy. We all saw it with our own eyes. The command center is empty. The only ones left to fight are the troops of the Eurasian Federation and the Archangel, which they see as a discarded child. Anger, unwillingness, disbelief, despair. All kinds of negative emotions filled the entire bridge, especially Meru and other soldiers who were originally from the Earth Army. They fought hard all the way, faithfully carried out orders, and brought the Archangel back to Alaska after paying a huge sacrifice. However, what awaited them was not cheers and applause, but suspicion and questioning. Now they were abandoned as abandoned pawns. Their loyalty became fragmented at this moment. They could not imagine what the value of everything they had worked for was. Does that mean that we should die here? Arnold asked unwillingly. He hoped that he had just heard an auditory hallucination, and everyone thought so too. We have to fight to the death. Baki Lulu crushed their luck and told them that this was the reality, lest the enemy find out that they have evacuated. Is this the so-called tactic? At this time, Melia's calm voice sounded, but the reason why she was calm was not because she had seen through everything a long time ago, but because she was discouraged. So she cried in the calm, because it is a war, because we are soldiers, receiving such an order, do we have to obey and die? No. Just when everyone was desperate, Yang Hui's firm voice gave them hope and courage again. Whoever wants to execute this shit order can do it, the Archangel will break through immediately. But. No buts. Or do you want to die here for those bastards? Yang Hui asked harshly. He knew that no one would die, and they were even more unwilling to die for those who abandoned them, but for a while they had not been able to change their thinking, so Yang Hui was so overbearing and asked them to listen to him directly and do whatever he wanted them to do. As for what to do in the future, we have to survive first. Captain. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Meru gritted his teeth and made a decision. If the purpose of this battle is to lure the Zaft army into a trap, then the mission of this ship has been accomplished. This is the personal judgment of the captain of the Archangel, Meru Ramius, and all crew members do not need to bear any responsibility for this. Captain. This ship will abandon the current battle area and leave the battlefield. Telegraph to the friendly forces, follow us. Immediately recover the transport planes of Major Fleka, Lieutenant Bakalulu and Private Ulster, turn left at full power, and break through the left bay. Just go, we will help you stop the enemy from chasing. Yang. There is an object approaching rapidly in the sky. It's a Miz. No. So fast. Is it the enemy? Here it comes. The red meteor broke through the clouds, pulled out a pink blade and fell vertically, and saw the afterimage flash by, and the heads and arms of the two, Zion, were cut off. The Phantom rose and lined up in front of the Archangel with the Dawn Gundam. This is Kira Yamato. I'm here to cover you. Retreat now. Kira. It's Kira. Kira? Ra. Really, is it him? Everyone on the Archangel was stunned, because they all thought Kira was dead, but he was still alive and came to their side when they needed help the most, continuing to protect them. Really, you're too slow. The Dawn Gundam connected to the Freedom Gundam's communication and teased without any hesitation. Yang Hui. How about it? Are you still willing to be used by me? Just now. Okay, Archangel will lead the friendly fleet to break out to coordinates Z01. Exa, Cherubim, and DS are responsible for opening the passage. Kira. What's going on? Why do you want to break out? Kira drove the Freedom and fired all his ammunition at the surrounding Zaft army, clearing a large area of enemy planes and asked, if you want to retreat, shouldn't you retreat back to the base? The headquarters has set up the Cyclops system, underground. They are being used as bait to die. Now they must withdraw 10 kilometers from Joshua. Yang Hui explained while driving the Dawn Gundam to clear the enemy planes on the right. I understand. Knowing the truth, Kira, who was determined, once again exerted the power of the colorful cannon and rushed into the center of the two armies. Notifies AFT and the Allied forces that the Alaska base is about to activate the Cyclops system and self-destruct. Huh? X and everyone who received the communication on the battlefield was shocked. While sweeping the enemy with fierce colorful cannons, he issued an evacuation notice to both armies. Both armies, please stop fighting immediately and evacuate here. Repeat, the Alaska base is about to activate the Cyclops system to self-destruct. Both armies, please stop fighting immediately and evacuate here. This kid, it seems that he has found his way, but the Dawn Gundam's wings flew up, and golden light spots were swaying like raindrops, dyeing the surrounding enemy planes golden, quickly turning red, and finally exploding. No one will believe it, right? Cherubim landed on the deck of his Archangel and shot down all the enemy planes approaching the Archangel. Naive. The Angel came forward, beam rocket launcher fully charged, sweeping across the enemy planes and ships in front of the Archangel, tearing open a huge gap. Exia circled the Archangel, suddenly jumped from the aircraft, cut two Deans in half, and used another Dean as a step, jumped back, and while doing a backflip, swept across with a beam submachine gun, shooting it down, and returned to the aircraft to find the next target. Since he has chosen this path, let him go. As soon as the voice fell, the Dawn Gundam rushed towards Kira in the center of the battlefield, and came to his side and stood back to back with the Freedom Gundam. Yang Hui. I'll go help him. After saying that, the Dawn Gundam also opened the public channel and initiated communication with both the Zaft Army and the Earth Army. I am Yang Hui. I can prove that the intelligence just now is true. If you don't want to die, stop fighting immediately and withdraw 10 kilometers away from Joshua. If Kira is a stranger driving an unknown machine, then they basically know Yang Hui's identity. He is a monster that has brought the same nightmare to the Zaft Army twice. Beep beep beep. At this moment, the alarm sounded and danger came. The two machines started and separated at the same time, and pink blades fell from them. Who would fall for your trick? Duel. Because of Yang Hui's existence, the civilians received by the 8th Fleet did not die at the hands of Isaac. Kira had no hatred for Isaac, just a familiar old opponent. The Freedom Gundam drew its sword and charged, and was deadlocked with a duel in the air. The Dawn Gundam seized the opportunity and appeared behind the duel. The sword was unsheathed and slashed at the duel's waist and abdomen from behind. Ah! The alarm sounded. The dual Gundam could not move due to the restrictions of the Freedom Gundam. Isaac could only watch death coming. I was kidding you. At this moment, the trajectory of the sword shifted downward, and the target changed from the waist to the legs. Ugh! The Freedom Gundam and the Dawn Gundam worked closely together, releasing the dual Gundam. The two swords flashed, destroying the assault corps suit on the arms and shoulders. The Dawn Gundam kicked the dual Gundam in the back and kicked it towards Dean. You guys. Dear little white-haired, it's not time for you to die yet. Yang Hui. You bastard. After dealing with the dual Gundam, the Freedom Gundam and the Dawn Gundam looked at each other and nodded. After closely following the Archangel and the Earth Army's fleet, they no longer needed to continue to stop the enemy, because although Yang Hui's proof did not end the battle directly, it also shook everyone present. Chapter 343. Welcome back. Under the hard ice, several submarines were sailing closely. In the most gorgeous conference room of one of the submarines, two high-ranking officials of the Atlantic Federation sat side by side. Each of them had a box full of machinery in front of them. It's almost done, right? Can we start? Yes. The two took the same small key from their necks and inserted it into the keyhole in front of them. May this sacrifice end the war soon. For the pure blue world. 3, 2, 1. The keys turned at the same time, and nothing happened on the scene, but thousands of miles away in Alaska. The Archangel led the surviving friendly fleet to break out of the gap torn for them by the Angel of Deity without stopping. The Angel of Exa, the Angel of Wisdom, and the Angel of Deity guarded around the fleet. The Dawn Gundam and the Freedom Gundam fell behind, alert to possible pursuers. But after Yang Hui confirmed the news announced by Kira, although the battle did not stop directly, it was no longer so fierce. The offensive momentum of the Zaft army slowed down, and even enemy planes continued to return from the breached gate. The Earth Army ignored all this and tried every means to follow the breakout fleet and leave this troubled place. It's almost done, we'll be safe soon. Beep beep beep. Before Malu finished speaking, he received a report. Strong energy radiation has been observed in the Alaska base, and the Cyclops system has been activated. Full power. Evacuate immediately. The powerful storm composed of microwaves swept everything, and the machinery, human bodies, and buildings were all reduced to ashes in an instant, turning into dust in the extremely high temperature. The dust was fused together and turned into charcoal. The violent flames soared into the sky, and a gorgeous mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky. Ah! How could it be? The commander of the Zaft army, who was still hesitating, was dumbfounded. He was still hesitating whether to order all the troops to withdraw, but it was his hesitation that missed the best opportunity to retreat. If it weren't for Yang Hui's influence, the Zaft army would have lost more than 70% of its troops here, but now it has only lost 50%. If he could be more decisive, he would only lose 20% of his troops at most. We were tricked by a natural person, Cruz said sadly. On the surface, he was sad about the heavy losses of his friendly forces, but in fact, he was also very unhappy because Yang Hui's sudden appearance caused his plan to fail to achieve the expected results. Carpinteria base called. What happened again? Ob launched an attack on the occupied area of Oceania Federation. Torres Strait was occupied, Port Moresby and Papua Bay fell, and Ob is marching into Papua New Guinea. What happened? Now even Cruz couldn't keep calm. He never thought that Ob would take the initiative to join the game and seize Port Moresby, Papua Bay and Torres Strait. This is the only way for their army to return. If they were really taken away by Ob, then they would have only two ways to retreat. One is to return to Carpinteria base through the territorial waters of the East Asian Republic, and the other is to go around the Arctic Ocean and return to Gibraltar base. Neither of these two paths is easy to take, not to mention that they are only a remnant army now, with many wounded and a shortage of supplies. Now we must find out what happened at the Carpinteria base. The telegram said that when we started the war, the Orb fleet left the territorial waters and moved towards Papua New Guinea. They advanced in 4 directions. One set up a front in the Torres Strait, one stopped at Osprey Reef, one directly occupied Port Moresby, and the last main force landed in the Gulf of Papua. Where are the people at the Carpinteria base? Are they just standing there and watching? Cruz asked. No, the remaining troops at the Carpinteria base were also dispatched, but the enemy's front was too tight. Orb also dispatched the Miz troops. They were defeated and had no choice but to retreat to the Carpinteria base. Tisk, what a waste. Cruz cursed. The remaining troops at the Carpinteria base were not many, but not few either. Orb was so big, how many troops could it have? They were blocked by a small fleet of the enemy. That means the enemy had already arranged a perfect defense line before they met the enemy. It also means that they didn't notice the enemy's actions until they were right under their noses. What else could they be? Question mark. What should we do now? The commander asked Cruz. Originally, Cruz was the commander-in-chief of this operation, but he was asked to act as the commander because Cruz needed to drive the Miz to attack. Is the battle over there over? Cruz asked. No specific news yet. Except the Miz troops, the fleet will dive, and return to the Gibraltar base from the Arctic Ocean. But we only have this one way to go. The East Asian Republic will never let us go. Cruz was also helpless. It seemed that there were 2 ways to go, but in fact there was only one, that is, to return to the Gibraltar base from the Arctic Ocean. Yes, Cruz was in a very good mood, but now he was in a mess. He returned to his room and took off his mask directly, and sat down on the chair tiredly. You are really hard to deal with. I didn't expect you to attack so quickly and have such a big appetite. But, the gift I prepared for the world is not so simple, Yang Hui, let's wait and see. Under the leadership of the Archangel, many friendly fleets were still preserved, but after they were out of danger, they dispersed. The Eurasian Federation troops had to return to their home country, and some of the Atlantic Federation soldiers who were originally abandoned also left. They still don't believe that they are abandoned, so they have to find a way to return to their home country. If it weren't for the Archangel and the Dawn Gundam and other Miz who saved them, they might have shot directly. The Archangel received the very few people who were completely desperate for the top leaders and stopped on a small island not far away. First, they had to decide what to do in the future, and second, they also wanted to see Kira and Yang Hui. Yang Hui. Seeing Yang Hui, Meru and Bakalulu finally couldn't help it. They didn't care about other people at the scene, and they threw themselves into his arms and cried. Why Why on earth is this happening? Malu and Bakalu were completely disappointed with the Atlantic Federation's top brass. They could still find excuses to convince themselves of what had happened before, but this betrayal and abandonment completely dispelled the last bit of trust in their hearts. The military uniforms they once regarded as their faith were constantly stinging their skin and their hearts. Alice, it's okay, it's all over. Yang Hui gently hugged Malu and Bakalu and comforted them. He had always told them that the Atlantic Federation's top brass were not trustworthy and were a bunch of bastards, but they didn't believe it. Now that they have discovered the cruelty of reality, their former faith has collapsed, and Yang Hui doesn't know how to comfort them. Yang Hui, come with me to Orb. Yet. After Malu and Bakalu agreed, Yang Hui looked at Mew and the others. Come along, follow me to Orb, the Atlantic Federation can no longer accommodate you. Everyone gnashed their teeth and lowered their heads. Of course, they knew they could not return to the Atlantic Federation. Even if they were abandoned, their identities were still soldiers. They violated the orders of their superiors and evacuated the battlefield privately, which was a violation of military orders. Even smarter people have thought that they are already dead on the Atlantic Federation's list. The top leaders will not allow the truth to be exposed. If they go back, they will also face the result of execution. Orb is undoubtedly a good place to go. The peace of the neutral country makes them linger, and the top military leader of Orb is Yang Hui, who will not use them as abandoned like the top leaders of the Atlantic Federation. But, except for Melia, Sahi and Kaz, the others are like Maru and Bakilulu. The military uniforms on their bodies are their beliefs, and now, even if they are shattered, it does not mean that they have completely disappeared. It is difficult for them to accept being traitors for a while. Without getting a response from everyone, Yang Hui was not anxious, but looked in another direction, where the Freedom Gundam was parked, and Kira in his aft pilot suit walked over. Yang Hui, everyone. Welcome back, Kira. Well, thank you, Yang Hui, I received your gift, although I can't say I like it. Kira, it's really you. Malu and others found it hard to accept that Kira was still alive, even if they were face to face. Long time no see, Captain, Lieutenant, Major, and everyone. He smiled at everyone. Kira. After coming to their senses and confirming that this was the real Kira, everyone rushed over to surround him. The joy of reunion diluted the sadness and anger, and Frey threw herself into Kira's arms and cried. Free, I'm back. Woo woo woo, don't do this again next time. I was scared to death. Woo woo woo. Kira also saw a lot of things clearly, including the twisted emotions between him and Free. He was sure that he had fallen in love with Free, even if it was just a little bit. Now that they met again, he couldn't turn a blind eye anymore. Yang Hui was right. A man must be responsible to the end. As for whether Free's love for him was still twisted, he didn't care. Even if it was twisted, he would help Free turn it around. You kid. Why are you here? You really, are you not a ghost? Well, no. Kira responded to everyone and crossed the human rights to come to Sai. It was a little complicated at first, but soon became clear. Sai, I'm sorry. You bastard. Sai punched Kira with tears in his eyes, but you're still alive. That's great. Well, sorry, I made you worry. Kira was not angry, but smiled happily, because he knew Sai was really worried about him, and Sai had let it go. Compared with the complicated relationship between the three, he cared more about Kira's safety. Did you go to Zaft? Mew asked. Yes, but I'm not Zaft, and I'm not the Earth Army. Huh? I understand. Malu and Bakalu left Yang Hui's arms. There were indeed many things that needed to be discussed between them and Kira. As for Kira's statement that he was neither Zaft nor the Earth Army, everyone had no other ideas. After all, they were in the same situation now. What about the machine? What should we do? Malu asked. Since Kira was back and met them, they had tracked together in a short time. If you mean maintenance and supply, then it is not needed for the time being. The machine is equipped with an anti-neutron jammer. Anti-neutron jammer? In other words, nuclear power. If you want to retrieve its data, I will refuse this request and leave here. If you want to take it by force, I will protect it even if I am your enemy. Kira. You. Malu and others looked at Kira in disbelief, not because of Kira's speech, but Kira's eyes and attitude. They had never seen such a firm look on Kira. This includes you, Yang Hui. Puff ho ha ha. Feeling Kira's hostility, Yang Hui and Lyle couldn't help laughing, and even Setsuna and Tieria, who had always had a cold expression, couldn't help but curl up their lips. Chapter 344, Orb declares war on Zaft. Question mark. Seeing Yang Hui and the other four suddenly laugh, everyone was confused. I'm serious. Kira said to Yang Hui again in a serious tone. Sorry, ha ha ha, but it's really funny, ha ha ha. What's so funny? Then guess what her body is powered by? Yang Hui asked Kira with a joking smile. This. If Yang Hui didn't ask, the people present would not have any random thoughts, but asking Kira such a question in such an occasion, they all had terrible guesses in their hearts. Could it be that too? Kira said in horror. Of course. Damn. Kira gritted his teeth and lowered his head, clenching his fists. He still wanted to protect the anti-neutron jammer and not let anyone get it, because it was a key that would bring disaster. Even if Yang Hui was his good friend, he would not give it to Yang Hui. But in the end, reality gave him a blow to the head. It turned out that Yang Hui got the anti-neutron jammer in his hands. No, what are you angry about? Yang Hui asked Kira unhappily. This kind of power shouldn't exist. Then what's in your hand? Also, where did your machine come from? These two questions left Kira speechless. Let's not talk about where Orb got the anti-neutron jammer from. He himself possessed this terrible power. This power was originally a gift from Yang Hui to get rid of Lakers. Moreover, he got the Freedom Gundam from Zaft. So, apart from the Freedom Gundam, is it impossible to build other machines equipped with anti-neutron jammers? Has the technology of anti-neutron jammers been lost? Power is always power. The key lies in the person who controls the power. Yang Hui patted Kira on the shoulder and said, can you guarantee that you won't use it in war? Kira asked Yang Hui. No. Yang Hui answered Kira directly without hesitation. Then, what I can guarantee is that I won't use it first. Yang Hui said this not only to Kira, but also to Malu and others. Nuclear energy is indeed a terrible power, but it also depends on who controls it. At least Yang Hui has never thought of using nuclear weapons in war, whether it is used on Earth or in the universe, at least it will not be used against plant. Nuclear weapons are originally more of a deterrent than a useful weapon, this is an unspoken rule. Of course, if the other party intends to break the rules, just like the Atlantic Federation launched a nuclear strike on Julius 7, then he will not show mercy, at most everyone will be finished. I understand. Kira is not a person who makes trouble. In fact, from the moment the anti-neutron jammer appeared, the sealed nuclear energy has been unsealed. Whether it is owned by the Atlantic Federation or Zaft, it will inevitably bring huge disasters. Maybe, it is better to be in Yang Hui's hands than in the hands of the Earth Federation. Have you figured it out? Yang Hui asked with a smile. Not really, but the situation has developed to this point. I have no other way but to trust you. Kira said with a wry smile. Kira, has anyone ever told you that you are very similar to Aslan, and sometimes you are both silly and cute? Yang Hui teased. First, in Alaska, you asked everyone to stop fighting, but you yourself were fighting very hard. Puchy. Kira's mouth twitched, and he was speechless. Second, you'd better make some things clear in Freedom, otherwise, if you are in front of us now and we really try to rob you, can you stop us? Puchy. Kira's chest was hit by arrows one after another, and Kira took a few steps back, holding his aching heart. Kira. You. Ha. Seeing Kira being hit hard, and seeing the way Frey protected her husband, everyone laughed. Let's go back to Orb. It doesn't matter if you don't join Orb. The Archangel also needs repairs, and you also need a place to rest temporarily. Well, okay. Everyone nodded and agreed with Yang Hui's statement. They really needed to calm down and think about the future. They were homeless and had no choice but to accept Yang Hui's invitation to stay in Orb temporarily. Returning to the Archangel and heading towards Orb, everyone gathered on the bridge and exchanged their experiences. Kira also knew what happened to the Archangel in Alaska, and everyone also learned about Kira's experience in Zaft. So that's it, this is the Earth Army's battle plan. I'm afraid so, we know nothing about it. Malu said frustratedly. Major Flaka and Frey received the military's transfer order, but before boarding the ship, we noticed something wrong, so we didn't board the ship, but returned to the base. That's how we discovered the conspiracy of the military top. Baki Lulu said. There is one thing I have always been concerned about. We met crews inside the base. Mew said. Huh? Everyone was shocked. It's true. At that time, the Zaft army had not yet broken through the defense line. Logically, he should not be inside the base, but if it was another situation, it would be another story. Mew said. Spy? Kira asked. That's right. Mew nodded in agreement, because only spies can enter the base before the Zaft army breaks through the defense line. But this raises a new question. But we met Cruz at the headquarters. He arrived earlier than us. Logically, he should have known the truth about the battle plan. Why didn't he tell the friendly forces and let them evacuate? Is Cruz actually a spy sent by the Earth Army to Zaft? Baki Lulu asked suspiciously. That's not right. If that's the case, why did he take G away? And why did he keep chasing us? Maru denied Baki Lulu's guess. Who is it? I don't know, but this person is very dangerous. Yang Hui crossed his arms and watched everyone analyze Cruz. He smiled lightly and didn't interrupt. They might never guess that Cruz didn't belong to the Earth Union or Zaft. He didn't belong to any faction. He only represented himself, a man who could play with the whole world in his hands. No matter what, the headquarters must have known in advance that Zaft's target of attack was Alaska, and they knew it very early, otherwise they couldn't have laid the Cyclops system underground. Hearing this, Kira thought of the communication between Siegel Klein and Irene Kanaba that he heard in Zaft. Plant is the same. They didn't know the target of attack was Alaska at the beginning. The information from both sides was combined into one, and the whole thing became very strange. They all felt that there seemed to be a black hand behind the whole thing controlling everything. Beep beep beep. The radar reacted, and everyone became nervous again. Their current situation was not very good. The radar reacted. This is the Orb Fleet. What? Everyone subconsciously looked at Yang Hui. The battle in Alaska is so large, we have to make some preparations to prevent the war from extending to Orb, right? Yang Hui shrugged. I see. Everyone accepted this reason, but when they could see the Orb Fleet with their own eyes, they didn't believe it again, because there were countless wreckages floating on the sea, some of which were from the Orb Fleet, but more were Zaft's warships or mobile suits. What on earth is this? Yang Hui. What on earth is going on? Please, the Zaft army is leaving from the Carpinteria base and has to pass through here. Facing Baki Lulu's questioning, Yang Hui explained helplessly, our fleet stopped here, and they saw it and didn't leave anyone to guard against us? After all, Orb has cheated Zaft before. But why did a battle happen? Defense and confrontation are normal, but she doesn't think that during a large-scale battle, the Zaft army would be so stupid as to provoke Orb again, so it must be the Orb army that launched the attack first. Otherwise, how could the four of us go to Alaska to save you? Baki Lulu was embarrassed, but felt warm in her heart, because Yang Hui violated Orb's neutrality in order to save them. Then how will Orb explain to Zaft? Maru asked worriedly. She was touched, but the troubles after being touched still needed to be solved. No need to explain. Zaft does not have the leisure to deal with this right now. Patrick Sala has just become the speaker, and he still needs actual results to consolidate his position and power. The failure in Alaska is a major blow to him, so he must carry out another large-scale operation and achieve outstanding results in order to convince the people below. At the same time, the Zaft army has taken advantage of the situation so much this time, and they are all holding their breath for revenge. Launch another large-scale campaign. What's the target? Will it be Orb? It won't be Orb. The Earth Army lost 50% of its troops in Alaska. Compared with the face lost at the hands of Orb, the Earth Army's combat plan is a slap in the face of Patrick Sala, so his target of revenge must be the Earth Army. The specific target is not known yet, but it is very likely the Panama spaceport. After all, it has the greatest strategic significance. Panama. Malu and others smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that Alaska was destroyed, but Panama still couldn't escape the fate of being attacked. Well, all this has nothing to do with you for now. Don't think too much about it. Your current goal is to go to Orb, have a good rest, and think about the future path. Well, thank you, Yang Hui. Malu said gratefully. Why are you thanking me? Yang Hui walked over and lifted Malu's chin, kissing her lips gently. In order not to be partial, Baki Lulu also gave the same treatment, and then, in the shocked, admiring, and shy eyes of everyone, she unnoticeably quickened her pace and left a bridge. Until Yang Hui's back was blocked by the hatch, the next second. Yang Hui. X2. Chapter 345 Chaotic Plant. At this time, Plant was in a mess. The people of the National Defense Committee came and went in a hurry, and the noise was colorful. Aslan, Diego and Nicole, who had just returned to their country, were confused. Hey, what's going on with this mess? Something terrible must have happened. At this time, they happened to meet the captain of the formation who was walking towards them. Aslan and the other two hurried forward to ask, Captain Yuki, Aslan Zala, Diego Elsman, Nicole Amalfi, why are you here? The captain of the formation knew them. They were all elites in the army and belonged to the cruise team. They should be on Earth at this time. Let's not talk about us first. Why is everyone in such a mess? Aslan asked hurriedly. Breakthrough operation seems to have failed. Captain Yuki heard this and his expression sank and became very serious. What? How could it be? That's... Athern, Diego and Nicole couldn't believe the answer Captain Yuki told them. Operation Breakthrough was the largest operation since the war began, with an unprecedented number of troops deployed. The plan was also formulated by crews. They knew their former captain and his careful thinking. It was hard for them to believe that the operation arranged by him would fail. The specific situation is not clear, but there are reports that our army was annihilated. How is it possible? The result of annihilation is nothing. If they couldn't accept the failure of the operation, the result of annihilation would be like a bolt from the blue. Captain Yuki approached them and whispered to the three of them, especially to Athern, there is another bad news for you. One of the latest MIs that was secretly developed was taken away, and the person who secretly pulled the strings was Lakis Klein. Hearing this, not only Athern, but also Diego and Nicole's faces changed drastically. Who is Lakis Klein? The daughter of former Speaker Siegel Klein, the daughter of the Klein family, the idol of Plant, not only among the public, but also within the Zaft army. More than half of the people are her fans. If she is a spy, they can't imagine how much harm this incident will bring to Plant. Now the National Defense Committee is in an uproar. How could this? Lakis. How could it be? Unable to believe the facts they heard with their own ears, Aslan and the other two said goodbye to Captain Yuki and immediately walked towards the National Defense Committee. They wanted to meet Patrick Serra to find out what happened and why such a huge change happened in just a few days after returning to Plant from Earth. What are you still hesitating about? Let Gibraltar send troops and reinforcements. UAV reconnaissance is not enough. What we need now is a detailed report. Why haven't I heard of this? Where did this information come from? Along the way, the staff of the National Defense Committee were in a mess, eager to know what happened on Earth, but they were anxious because they couldn't get a specific report immediately. Arriving at Patrick Sala's office, he was also very busy. He kept questioning his subordinates about the situation on Earth, and didn't even notice the three people coming in to report. No news yet. They seem to be using the Cyclops system. A large-scale microwave antenna has been set up underground in the base. Where's Cruz? No further contact has been made. The last time we received a telegram from Captain Cruz, he was leading the remaining troops back to the Gibraltar base from the Arctic Ocean. What? Why go through the Arctic Ocean to the Gibraltar base? What about the Carpinteria base? The Carpinteria base sent intelligence that while we were executing Operation Breakthrough, the Orb fleet occupied Port Moresby and landed a large force in Papua New Guinea from the Gulf of Papua. The Torres Strait was also blocked, so... Damn Orb! Patrick Serra slammed his fist on the table. The situation of Zaft was already very dangerous, and now Orb had intervened again and plotted against Zaft for the second time. Patrick Serra had to worry that Orb and the Earth Union had secretly reached some kind of agreement to deal with Zaft. Contact Cruz as soon as possible and ask him to submit a detailed report. Also, contact the Carpinteria base and ask them to keep a close eye on Orb's next move. Orb's fleet must not leave the Torres Strait. Let the Parliament question and condemn Orb. Yes. Excuse me, Speaker Serra. At this time, the door of the office opened again, and someone reported to Patrick Serra again, led by Irene Canova. Several members of Parliament occupied the meeting room and asked us to explain the situation. They may want to convene a temporary meeting of the Supreme Council. Tisk, why are you causing trouble at this time? We'll deal with them later. Patrick Sala cursed, and then gave an order. Anyway, get in touch with Cruz as soon as possible. Carpinteria maintain level 2 combat readiness, and withdraw troops around the Oceania Federation. Don't panic. What we need now is a calm and objective report. Yes. Have you found Klein and his gang? Not yet. Their escape route is planned very carefully and may take more time than expected. Damn it, let the Justice Bureau step in and arrest all the congressmen like Naba who have close contacts with Klein. But Lakis Klein was acted as a spy, and her father subsequently fled with her. Her whereabouts are unknown. The target of the attack of Operation Breakthrough has been leaked. Even a child can understand the relationship between them. The Klein family is a traitor now, and Naba and others are trying to hold me responsible. It's ridiculous. Their talents. No, they must be harboring fugitives. There's only one possibility. Understood. Patrick Serra made the final decision. Although some people still had doubts, they had to carry it out. Otherwise, they might be arrested in complicated situations. After the subordinates left, Aslan, Dial and Nicole came forward to report. Mr. Speaker Serra. Well, do you know the situation? The three looked at each other with complicated expressions, because Aslan still couldn't believe that Lakis would betray, and he also heard that Orb took the initiative to attack the Zaft army, which was simply a fairy tale. Nicole and Diego were worried about their fathers. Nicole's father was a member of the moderate faction. Although Diego's father was a neutral faction, he was also close to the moderate faction. They were worried that their fathers would be arrested by Patrick Serra together with Irene Canaba. Yes. But this is unbelievable to me. How could Lakis collude with spies? And Orb? If Yang Hui was here, they shouldn't do this. It seems that you have never known Yang Hui, Aslan. Patrick Serra pinched his nose tiredly and said to Aslan and the other two, in Orb now, no one except Yang Hui dares to do this. Only he has such a big appetite and such courage. But, doesn't Orb stick to neutrality? Why do they? Haha, it's because they stick to neutrality that they do this. Patrick Serra smiled self-deprecatingly. The failure of Breakthrough Operation did make him angry, but he never expected that Orb would actually exert its strength at this time. He understood Yang Hui's approach and always knew Yang Hui's goal. That's right, it is to stick to Orb's neutrality concept, but to do this, it needs to be absolutely powerful and have the force to fight against the whole world. Therefore, the neutrality of Orb is not the current wavering and compromising neutrality, but the neutrality that stands at the top of the world and no one dares to touch. Orb is not a country that can be bullied by others, but a supervisor and judge. This is Yang Hui's ultimate goal. To achieve this, the size of Orb must be expanded, and Papua New Guinea is the first choice. It is close to Orb and can contain the Carpentaria base, killing two birds with one stone. But Mr. Speaker. Okay. This is an established fact. It's useless for you to disbelieve it. What's important is how we deal with it next. Yes. Diego Elsman, Nicole Amalfi, don't worry about your fathers, they are not involved. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker Serra. Well, as for Lakis, you can see for yourselves. As he spoke, Patrick Serra called up the footage sent from the Freedom Gundam's hangar. It was really Lakis handing the Freedom Gundam to a stranger. This is the surveillance footage of the military factory. After that, Freedom was immediately taken away. If there was no evidence, no one would suspect her. Do you understand? Yes. It was a difficult answer, but the evidence was irrefutable. It was useless for them to disbelieve it. From the moment she was sent there, Lakis Klein was no longer Aslan Serra's fiancé, but a wanted criminal who had committed treason and was their enemy. From now on, you are my direct troops. No one can give you orders except me. Your first mission is to take back the stolen X-10A Liberty and eliminate its pilots, as well as all personnel and facilities that may have come into contact with it. Huh? This mission was too cruel, and the three of them couldn't accept it for a while. You three go to the military factory to receive new machines, X-09A Justice, Aslan Zala. Yes. X-11A Rebirth, Diego Elsman. Yes. X-12A Covenant, Nicole Amalfi. Yes. Once you are ready, set out to carry out the mission immediately. If you can't take back Liberty, destroy it completely. But Mr. Speaker, all the personnel and facilities that may have come into contact with it must be eliminated. Isn't that too much? Nicole asked. He really couldn't be so cruel. All the X-series machines are equipped with anti-neutron jammers. You should understand the importance of them. Anti-neutron jammers? This. The three of them were shocked. Chapter 346, Intensified Instability. The anti-neutron jammer means that the terrible energy that once brought disaster to plant has been activated again. Why is there such a thing? Did plant decide to give up all nuclear weapons? Looking at the machine in front of them, Aslan, Diego and Nicholas thought so at the same time. Even Diego, who cares most about winning or losing, finds it difficult to accept that nuclear energy has been activated again. This is no longer a war issue, but a breakthrough in morality and bottom line. How is your new machine? Yuri Amalfi asked the three. As a moderate, Yuri Amalfi was not arrested by Patrick Sala because he and Diego's father were both senior officials in the military factory. They were officials and researchers at the same time. The ZGMF plan was developed by the two of them. Father. Nicholas looked at Yuri Amalfi with a complicated look, wanting to ask him why he developed something that could destroy the world. Nigel. At first, when he learned that Nigel's life and death were unknown, he was heartbroken and full of hatred for Orb. When he learned that Nigel was still alive and Orb returned him unconditionally, he was ecstatic. But now, he was afraid that he could not confide his joy and worries to his son, because he created a key that could end the war and also destroy the world. Nuclear energy, it's really lame. Seeing the more powerful new machine, Diego was not happy as usual, but turned his head and cursed in a low voice. There's nothing we can do. This is war. Nigel and Diego, you are lucky to survive this time, but more young people have sacrificed their lives. There are also countless young people fighting bloody battles on the battlefield, ready to die. I hope you can use this power well and end the war as soon as possible, not for yourselves, but for your compatriots who are still fighting. The three of them could not answer, and they resisted in their hearts, but they could do nothing. Yes, this is war, and the war is still going on. Every minute they waste may result in the sacrifice of their compatriots. They are soldiers and can only accept orders to use this disgusting power to fight. Moreover, there is a very serious problem in front of them now, that is, who is the person who took the Freedom Gundam? Which faction does he belong to? If the anti-neutron jammer falls into the hands of the Earth Alliance, the tragedy of Julius 7 will be repeated. After leaving the military factory, Athrun, Nicole and Diego went home to report their safety to their families. After spending a peaceful night with their families, they gathered together again the next day. Athrun, what should we do now? It will take another week for the final debugging of the machine. Are we going to take a relaxing vacation during this time? Whether it is Diego or Nicole, after learning all this, they can't stay at home quietly and enjoy the vacation. They know that what Patrick Sala and Yuri Amalfi said makes sense, but they still can't accept it as if they didn't see anything. I want to go to Klein's house to take a look. Maybe I can find something. Athrun said. Then let's go together, Aslan. As the fiancé, you might be able to see things that others can't. The three looked at each other and nodded, and went to the Klein house together. Their thoughts were all confused. On the one hand, they were shocked by the reactivation of nuclear energy, and on the other hand, they wanted to figure out why Lakis Klein assisted the spies in taking away the Freedom Gundam equipped with the anti-neutron jammer. It was almost dusk when they arrived at the Klein house. The dilapidated mansion looked even more desolate under the afterglow of the setting sun. It's really too much? Broken glass was scattered all over the ground, and the beautiful garden was filled with the smell of withering. The tables and chairs fell to the ground, making it difficult to look directly at them. Aslan. Nicole looked at Aslan reluctantly, and was also worried about him. If we were to say who was most affected by Lakis's treason, it must be Aslan, because Aslan was Lakis's ex-fiancé. Let's go, take a look around, maybe. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, there was a movement in the bushes beside, which made the three people immediately hold the handles of their guns and become alert. Who's there? What are you doing? Familiar voices, familiar figures. The round pink Harrow jumped out of the bushes, flapping its ears, and hopping with Aslan and the other two to the garden. Harrow. Perhaps Harrow remembered Aslan's voice, or perhaps it had achieved its goal, and it jumped in the opposite direction and fell into Aslan's hands. Is this Harrow? Miss Lakis's mechanical pet, I heard you made it. Yes. Aslan nodded, looking at the Harrow in his hand with complicated thoughts, because he knew that Lakis had many Harris, but the one he liked the most was this little pink one with the same color as her hair. Lakis was going to escape, and since she took the other Harris away, it was impossible for her to leave the little pink behind. At this time, he looked around, and a memory came to his mind. The name of this flower is the name of the theater where I first performed on stage, and I planted it in memory of it. Let's go. Holding the little pink in his hand, Aslan turned and left the Klein house. Have you found anything? Well, I might know where Lakis is now. Hey? As expected of her ex-fiancée, she's awesome. Let's quickly inform her. Let's forget it. Diego shrugged. It was just a joke. He also wanted to find out why Lakis became a traitor. Before he got the answer, he didn't want anyone to mess things up. Let's go. The three of them got on the car and drove all the way to Junius. The sky was gloomy and it was raining. The car stopped in front of an abandoned theater. Aslan and the other two got out and stood in front of the door. Where is this? White Symphony Theater. This is the theater where Lakis performed for the first time. The garden just now was originally planted with white roses. Lakis told me that the reason she chose white roses was to commemorate. In that case, this hello. That's right. Lakis guessed us. I would go to Klein's house, so she left hello there to guide me to see her. Aslan explained. Haha, you are really an amazing lady. What should I do? Should I go in? Diego asked Aslan. Yes. Aslan nodded. Since Lakis had intentionally led them here, she must have her purpose. Since they were already here, they had to go and see her. But just in case, Aslan said to the two of them, stay alert. Diego and Nicole nodded in agreement. The three of them took out their pistols and walked into the theater in a triangle formation. Soon after they entered the theater, they heard a vague singing voice, but they all recognized that it was Lakis's voice. She was singing her famous song Water Evidence. The three of them looked at each other and walked into the theater cautiously, getting closer and closer to the source of the singing voice. When they pushed the door open, they saw Lakis, who was dressed in a gorgeous outfit, sitting alone in the center of the theater, singing to her heart's content under the spotlight. The three of them looked around and found no danger, so they walked towards the stage, but just in case, they did not put away their guns. Again. Lakis. Before Aslan and the other two spoke, Harrow left Aslan, jumped onto the stage, and fell into Lakis' hands. Ah! Isn't this little pink? Lakis turned to look at Aslan and the other two in the audience. As expected, you brought it. Diego and Nicole, long time no see, glad to see you are all safe. Lakis. Please go ahead. Aslan gave Diego and Nicole a look, and the three of them jumped onto the stage together. Diego and Nicole were alert to their surroundings, and Aslan was responsible for talking to Lakis. What is going on? Didn't you come here after understanding the situation? Then is it true that you colluded with spies to take away freedom? Why did you do this? I didn't collude with any spies. What? I was just entrusted by someone to hand over a new sword to Kira. Yes. Kira needs it now, so it's only right to give it to him. Kira. Sorry to interrupt your reunion, Ms. Lakis. I'm curious, who asked you to do this, and who is Kira? Diego asked. I can't tell you who it is yet, but you all know him. We all know him. Diego frowned, unable to think of an answer for a moment. As for Kira, Lakis looked at Atherin, hoping that he would answer the question. Kira is the pilot of the strike. What? Isn't he dead? Killed by you? Diego and Nicole were shocked. Yes, I killed him. How could he still be alive? Lakis, what are you talking about in your sleep? No, Kira is still alive. Lakis said to the three of them. By chance, he was sent to plant for treatment by Mentor Malchio. You're lying. Aslan pointed a gun at Lakis in panic. He really couldn't accept that Kira was still alive and survived the explosion. What are you trying to do? Lakis Klein. That guy can't be alive. Do you think your words are useless? Then, what about what you saw with your own eyes? On the battlefield, after you returned to plant after a long absence, you didn't see anything. Lakis. Ms. Lakis. Not only Aslan, Diego and Nicole were also shaken. No, it should be said that they were already shaken. The moment they saw the nuclear energy restart, Lakis' words only intensified the hesitation. What is your fighting belief? Is it the medal you were awarded? Is it the Order of Speaker Sarah? Lakis. If so, then Kira will be your enemy again, your enemy, and so will I and Yang Hui. Lakis said to Aslan, Diego and Nicole with a serious face. If I am your enemy, will you shoot me? Lakis stood up and approached the three wavering people step by step, But the three retreated step by step in front of the silent deterrence emitted by Lakis, Zafts Aslan Sarah, Diego Elsman, Nicole Amalfi. The three of them lowered their heads with complicated expressions, and their hands holding the guns were shaking. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the sound of gunfire echoed in the courtyard, interrupting their conversation. Aslan subconsciously protected Lakis behind him, and Diego and Nicole also came to Lakis' side and included her in the center. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.